Chapter 537. How would they dare? They were the future protagonists of the world. If they really destroyed the human race, would the heavenly Tao let them off? Stop. Although she was anxious, Nuwa was not slow. After discovering Zhuan Ti's intention, she subconsciously took out the Khanate universe cauldron and blasted it at the two of them. Rumble. The mystical abilities of the three saints met in the void. In an instant, the world was in chaos, and the void collapsed. Terrifying fluctuation spread, instantly alarming the entire primordial world. At this moment, the heavenly secrets could no longer be hidden. Almost at the same time, the great mystical abilities of the primordial world sensed it. Zhuan Ti, how dare you? As soon as he obtained the heavenly secrets, the Grand Pure One attacked. He took out the Khanate cardinal treasure, the Taiji painting, and attacked Zhuan Ti. After all, the Grand Pure One was the sect master of Ren school. This person could be understood as the human race. Of course, it could also be understood as the human race. It could change with the situation. Therefore, after the human race became the protagonist of the world, the benefits that the Grand Pure One received might not be as great as that of Nuwa, but it would not be less. With such a relationship, how could the Grand Pure One watch the human race be destroyed? Therefore, after seeing Zhuan Ti attack the human race, even with his state of mind, he could not remain calm. Almost without hesitation, he attacked. After the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven also attacked. If the human race became the protagonist of the world, they would not be able to obtain any benefits from it. However, Zhuan Ti would definitely not obtain any benefits. He would even suffer a backlash from the providence of the world. Just because of that, the Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had to attack no matter what. There were not many opportunities to suppress Zhuan Ti. There was no doubt about the result of 2 against 4. After a few moves, Zhuan Ti was beaten until his face was covered in dirt and he returned in defeat. On the other side, while the 6 saints were fighting, Feng Zichen was also furious. However, he did not attack Zhuan Ti. Instead, he took out the Zichen sword and slashed at Mount Meru. With the 3 pure ones and Nuwa taking action, Zhuan Ti would not end well for Zhuan Yin. It did not matter whether Feng Zichen took action or not. It would be better to make a scene on Mount Meru while Zhuan Ti was held back by the 4 saints to teach them a lesson. It was also a good way to let them know that humans were not to be trifled with. Swish, Zichen's sword traveled through the air and sliced off a part of Mount Meru's peak before slashing at the pond, flipping it over and allowing the innate liquid inside to flow out. Then, Zichen drew a sword flower in the air and swept away the pool of golden lotuses of merit planted by the Buddhists. At this moment, the disciples of the Western sect finally reacted and rushed toward Zichen. Unfortunately, the West was too barren. Apart from the 2 saints, Jane and Zhuan Ti, there was no one else who was worth mentioning. The West had only managed to find 3 Daoist Jingxian. How dare you make a scene in the saints' dojo? Do you want to die? The 3 Daoist Jingxian scolded loudly while activating their innate spiritual treasures. They planned to suppress Zichen's sword first and hand it over to the saint to deal with. However, they had overestimated themselves. Zichen's sword swept gently and boundless sword chi burst out from the void, killing the 3 Daoist Jingxian on the spot. Feng Zichen was now a half-step primordial chaos. Even an ordinary sage to be was not his match, let alone a mere Daoist Jingxian. It was normal for him to be killed in an instant. How dare you? Zhuan Ti naturally sensed the change in Mount Meru at the first moment. In an instant, the 2 of them changed their expressions and became extremely unsightly. Usually, they were the ones who raided other people's homes. They did not expect that the tables would turn. Today, it was their turn to have their homes raided. This caused the 2 of them to feel both furious and aggrieved. Chi, true chi. Then, Zhuan and Zhuan wanted to leave and return to Mount Meru to give Feng Zichen retribution. However, it was not easy to see these two people suffer. How could the three pure ones and Nuwa saints let them leave so easily? For a moment, the four of them attacked even more fiercely. Zhuan and Zhuan were worried about Mount Meru and did not want to continue fighting. They directly used their strongest means and revealed their Zhang's 6 golden bodies with 12 heads and 24 arms. They used all kinds of mysterious magic to attack the four people. In this regard, the three pure ones' response was very simple. They directly took out hundreds of innate spiritual treasures and destroyed all the magic that was coming at them. They also broke the Zhang's 6 golden bodies of Zhuan and Zhuan. Saint Zhuan had no choice but to step forward and stand in front of the three pure ones. He did not care about being beaten until his skin and flesh were torn. He endured the attacks of the three people and fought for a chance for Saint Zhuan to escape. Saint Zhuan did not hesitate. He used the green lotus flag to send the cauldron of heaven and earth flying. Then, he endured a few of Nuwa's magic and forced himself to break out. He did not look back and attacked Feng Zichen. Poor Nuwa's strength had fallen greatly because of the matter of mending the sky. She had become the weakest of the 6 saints in one fell swoop. Even Zhuan could suppress her. Saint Zhuan had just returned to Mount Meru when he saw Feng Zichen killing 3 Daoist Jingxian with one sword strike. Ah! Zichen clan. You're courting death, do you know that? Daoist Zhuan face was distorted. He raised the wonderful 7 treasures tree and swung it at Feng Zichen. Boundless killing intent burst out from his body, and the world was dyed blood red. The 3 Daoist Jingxian could be said to be the only 3 Daoist Jingxian in the West apart from the devil cult. It was almost equivalent to half of the Western clans. But now, they had all been killed by Feng Zichen. The anger in Daoist Zhuan heart, one could imagine. Buzz buzz buzz, Zichen's sword hummed softly and emitted an unparalleled sword light. He controlled the power of the connate sword Dao and slashed at the wonderful 7 treasures tree. Boom! After the attack, the universe was in turmoil, and nothing existed. A terrifying power erupted. The wonderful 7 treasures tree flew back to Daoist Zhuan hand, while Zichen's sword was collapsed into the depths of the void. Feng Zichen did not use any external force in this battle. He only relied on his own strength. The result was self-evident. Feng Zichen was defeated. He was no match for Saint Zhuan. Yes, there was nothing wrong with that. There was a difference of 1 major realm and 4 minor realms between half-step primordial chaos and the 4th heaven of the Saint realm. If Feng Zichen could still defeat Saint Zhuan without using any external force, that would be a problem. Hiss! The great mediums who were watching the battle gasped in shock when they saw this scene. They were not surprised by Saint Zhuan strength, but by Feng Zichen's strength. It had only been a short while, and Feng Zichen had the strength to contend against a saint. It was too shocking. Although Feng Zichen was defeated in the battle just now, wasn't he not injured? Saint Zhuan attacked with hatred. Feng Zichen was defeated but not injured. Didn't this indirectly express his strength? The strength of a saint was obvious to all. It was normal for Feng Zichen to be defeated. It was abnormal for him not to be injured. Previously, Feng Zichen could also fight against a saint. However, that was relying on external forces after all. It was far less shocking than fighting against a saint with his own strength. His progress was too fast. Good. 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 Not only did the attack with hatred not work, but it also increased the other party's reputation. Saint Zhuan was so angry that he laughed. Especially when he discovered that the 8 treasures merit pool was damaged. The pool water splashed all over the ground, and the merit golden lotuses in the pool had disappeared. He began to tremble as he spoke. His entire body was trembling. It was obvious that he was about to explode from anger. Zichen clan, if the poor Wei doesn't kill you today, how will I have the face to stand in the primordial world in the future? With a loud roar, Daoist Zhuan once again used the Zhang 6 golden body and charged into the depths of the void. Obviously, he wanted to use the Zichen sword to track Feng Zichen's whereabouts. However, Feng Zichen saw that he had already taken advantage of the situation and had even figured out the saint's background. He had no intention of fighting with Daoist Zhuan and planned to leave. With that thought in mind, Zichen's sword directly cut through the void and flew towards the Gaochen star. "Thief, where are you going?" Seeing that Feng Zichen was about to escape, Daoist Zhuan was furious and hurriedly chased after him. The speed of the two was extremely fast. In a moment, they passed through layers of space and arrived in front of the boundless starry sky. Zichen's sword flashed and flew into the boundless starry sky, disappearing into the Gaochen star. When Saint Zhuan saw this, he wanted to follow. However, just as he approached the edge of the boundless starry sky and had yet to step into it, he saw Zhoxing rotating with a loud bang. It automatically formed the Milky Way cosmic light array and evolved into the vast Milky Way, blocking him outside. "Halt!" In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen's loud voice sounded. "Fellow Daoist Ziwei, what do you mean by this?" Knowing the power of the array in front of him, even with Saint Zhuan strength, he did not dare to step into it easily. He could only stand outside the boundless starry sky and ask with a sullen face. "Nothing. The boundless starry sky does not see any outsiders. Therefore, Saint, you should leave." Feng Zichen appeared from the boundless starry sky and said unhurriedly. At this moment, not to mention that he and Gaochen were the same person, even if the two of them had a grudge, he could not let Saint Zhuan step into the boundless starry sky. Not to mention him, even any great divine ability in the primordial world could not enter the boundless starry sky without a suitable reason. It was because Zhoxing had not been repaired. Any large vibration could cause Zhoxing to shatter again. If Saint Zhuan were to make a move here, the Zhoxing that had just been repaired would probably shatter again. Therefore, no matter what, Feng Zichen could not let Daoist Zhuan, who was filled with killing intent, enter the boundless starry sky. "Fellow Daoist Ziwei, poor Wei knows that you have a good relationship with Emperor Gaochen. But are you really going to stop poor Wei for the sake of Emperor Gaochen? You have to know that poor Wei is a saint." After being humiliated again and again, Daoist Zhuan was furious to the extreme. He stared at Feng Zichen with killing intent and said, "Rumble." When the saint was angry, the world changed color. A heavy pressure filled the air, causing the laws to distort. However, with a light snort, the Pangu Celestial shattered this formless pressure. "Saint Zhuan, you don't have to threaten me. Don't talk about my relationship with Gaochen. You remember? That's fine. Come, why don't the two of us go to the Purple Cloud Palace now? If the Dao ancestor agrees to let you in, I won't stop you and will immediately let you in. What do you think?" Feng Zichen walked in front of Saint Zhuan and said with a smile. When the demon race attacked the humans, Feng Zichen had borrowed the power of Ziwei Star. It was also at that time that everyone came to the conclusion that he had a good relationship with Feng Zichen. Now, Saint Zhuan was chasing after Emperor Gaochen. It was completely reasonable for Great Emperor Ziwei to help. "You," Saint Zhuan pointed at Feng Zichen and was so angry that he could not speak. "Go to the Purple Cloud Palace to see the Dao ancestor?" Not to mention whether the Dao ancestor would care about such a small matter, he had just wanted to destroy the human race. If the Dao ancestor saw him, he would probably directly suppress him in the chaos outside the heavens. If he went to see Dao ancestor Hongjun now, wouldn't he be courting death? "Since you want to die, poor Wei will fulfill your wish." Daoist Zhuan was so angry that he actually had a desperate thought. He completely lost his mind and directly activated the wonderful Seven Treasures tree with all his strength to attack Gaochen. Why else would it be said that saints were very scary? If they were really wrong to the extreme, saints could directly flip the table and destroy the primordial world. Then, they could establish the earth, fire, water, and wind and rebuild the world. In any case, they would not die and would not be tainted by karma. As for the karma of destroying the world, if the world was gone, how could there be any karma? It had long been destroyed with the destruction of heaven and earth. Moreover, the merit obtained from re-establishing heaven and earth was enough for them to pay for everything. Therefore, rational saints were not scary. What was scary was saints who had lost their rationality. Because no one knew what they would do when they were angry. Just like Saint Xuanti now. In order to vent the anger in his heart, he did not hesitate to destroy Gaochen. It was too crazy. Xuanti, how dare you? At this moment, Feng Zichen was really frightened. He did not expect Saint Xuanti to be so crazy and dare to directly attack Gaochen. Shocked and angry, Feng Zichen was about to activate the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array to block this attack. However, before he could do anything, a shocking change happened. Gaochen sensed the danger and suddenly burst out with a bright light. At the same time, an inexplicable fluctuation was emitted from his body. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire primordial world. In the next moment, Ziwei Star, South Pole Star, and Huda Palace of the Netherworld shook at the same time. 3 terrifying emperors' auras rose. Together with Emperor Gaochen's aura, a total of 4 emperors' auras spread around Gaochen. 4 emperors and 4 emperors. The indistinct purple gold palace, the towering green jade palace. They hold the power of the 7 governments of Ziwei and are the masters of the dynasty. The 3 magnificents Yuxiu, the 5 latitudes Neon Jing. They are the pivot of creation and the great handle of humans and gods. In the Daluo sky, in the Golden Palace, the 4 emperors and 4 emperors, Heavenly Lord Jinrong Yuxiang. In the void. Suddenly, the 4 emperors' words were transmitted. Then, 4 majestic shadows of emperors appeared in the boundless starry sky. The emperor's aura rumbled and filled the world, shaking the past, present, and future. Rumble. The majesty of the 4 emperors connected into one and was vast and boundless. It was as if the Milky Way had fallen, carrying an unparalleled force and colliding with the wonderful 7 treasures tree that was rushing over. Bang! The wonderful 7 treasures tree was directly sent flying by the emperor's aura and fell into the primordial world. Chapter 538. What? Then, under Saint Xuanti's incredulous gaze, the emperor's might swept over and directly knocked him out of the boundless starry sky, smashing him fiercely into the primordial world. Pfft! After landing, Saint Xuanti first opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of saint blood. Then, with a blank expression, he looked straight at the starry sky. He was injured. The kind that could not be recovered by the power of the heavenly path. This was the first time he had been injured since he became a saint. A saint would actually be injured in the primordial world? In Saint Xuanti's opinion, this was an extremely unbelievable thing. However, it really happened, and it happened to him. Saint Xuanti had no choice but to believe it. How could this be? Saint Xuanti forcefully suppressed his injuries and once again came to the boundless starry sky. He asked Feng Zichen with a puzzled expression. Even the other 5 sages had stopped fighting and ended their battles hastily. They all looked over at Yi Qingyu. The primordial world. There was actually a power that could hurt a saint. This was simply too unbelievable. If he could not figure out the reason, the saint would not be able to live peacefully in the future. However, the saint was puzzled. Feng Zichen was also very puzzled. He was not surprised that the 4 emperors could defeat the saint when they worked together. After all, no matter what, the 4 emperors were also the supreme beings of heaven and earth, they were the supreme gods who ruled the primordial world. If they could be humiliated by saints casually, then where was the dignity of the supreme beings of heaven and earth? However, Feng Zichen really did not know that the power of the four emperors could hurt saints. Fortunately, soon, someone gave an explanation. Zhuan-Ti, you've gone too far today. The four emperors are the supreme beings of heaven and earth. How can they be humiliated by others? This injury is the backlash of the heavenly path. It's your punishment for humiliating the four emperors. A faint Dao voice came from the sky. It was Dao ancestor Hong Jun who spoke to explain to everyone. The position of the saint was determined by the heavenly path, but similarly, the position of the four emperors was also determined by the heavenly path. Although in terms of status, the saint was slightly higher than the great emperor. However, this did not mean that the saint could bully the four emperors at will. If the four royals were in the wrong, it would be fine if you, a saint, reprimanded them with a few words based on your status. However, if you wanted to kill them, the heavenly Tao could not ignore it. The saints only had the right to recommend the four great emperors. They did not have the right to appoint or manage them. Only the heavenly axiom had the final say on how to deal with the four imperials. If a saint were to make a move, it would be overstepping his authority. Therefore, if the saints attacked the four great emperors, they would definitely suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao. Greetings, Dao ancestor, master, teacher. Hearing Dao ancestor Hongjuan's voice, everyone immediately bowed towards the sky. However, Dao ancestor Hongjun did not appear. The heavenly Tao has issued a decree to establish the human race as the main characters of the world. Quickly come to the Purple Cloud Palace and discuss a constitution. Dao ancestor Hongjun's voice sounded. He summoned everyone to the Purple Cloud Palace to discuss the matters of the human race. Yes. As you command. Hearing that, the 6 saints, Haotian Yaoqi, Feng Zichen, and Lei Zhe all headed to the Purple Cloud Palace. How could an emperor realm cultivator bypass great Emperor Ziwei? In the Purple Cloud Palace, everyone sat down and waited for Dao ancestor Hong Jun to appear. It could be said that apart from Gaochen and Hutu, all the people in power in the primordial world had arrived. The heavenly Tao intends to establish the 3 emperors for the human race to occupy the providence of heaven, earth, and man to help the human race prosper. What do you think about this? After a while, Dao ancestor Hong Jun appeared and said, Master, may I know what's so special about these 3 emperors? The Grand Pure One thought for a moment and asked. The 3 emperors are heaven, earth, and man. Those who become the 3 emperors are comparable to primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian in the primordial world. Therefore, they are called absolute saints. They are respected as saints and enjoy the worship of all living beings. Dao ancestor Hong Jun explained. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Those were 3 experts who were comparable to saints. Even the magi and demons were not as strong as them. Moreover, with 3 more saints, would their status be shaken? For a moment, everyone's thoughts drifted away. Master, may I know the difference between absolute saints and saints? The Grand Pure One grasped the main point and asked again. A saint's essence soul is entrusted to the heavenly Tao. It exists with the heavens and the Tao. It can transform the power of the heavenly Tao for its own use. Therefore, it is invincible in the primordial world. As for the absolute saint, it uses the power of destiny of heaven and earth to raise its realm to the level of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. However, its essence soul is not entrusted to the heavenly Tao. They do not have the various abilities of saints. The 4-way emperor's position is also considered a type of absolute saint karma position. How could Dao ancestor Hong Jun not know what his disciple was thinking? He explained in detail to calm him down. Hearing this, the saints heaved a sigh of relief. Once Dao ancestor Hong Jun said that, they all understood. Back then, before Di Jun attained the Tao, he could fight against a saint. His methods were similar to the absolute Saint Karma position. It was just that it was a little rough. Do you have a suitable candidate for the 3 emperors of the human race? Dao ancestor Hong Jun did not want to waste any more time and went straight to the point. It was coming. The climax was coming. Hearing this, Feng Zichen sat up straight. Wasn't this the purpose of Dao ancestor Hong Jun calling everyone here? The so-called general trend of heaven and earth was only a general direction set by the heavenly Dao. As for the specific details, of course, they were discussed by the saints. This was the benefit of becoming a saint. Just like now, everyone sat in a row and divided the fruits. You took a little, I took a little, and soon, all the benefits of the human race were divided up. As for the opinions of the human race, they did not care at all. They had already become the main character of heaven and earth. What else did they want? The weak. What right did they have to divide the benefits? It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen came here. He wanted everyone to understand. It was not that the human race did not have any experts. In short, the most important thing for Feng Zichen to come to the Purple Cloud Palace today was to fight for the benefits of the human race. If he could not do it, he would start to cause trouble. If he really could not do it, he would directly flip the table. No one would be able to end well. Master, my brother Fuxi has great merit and great luck. He should be the heavenly emperor of the human race. As soon as Dao ancestor Hong Jun finished speaking, Nuwa could not wait to say. This position of the holy karma sounded better than the position of Emperor Shi of the demon race. Feng Zichen thought for a moment and did not object. First of all, Nuwa was the holy mother of the human race. If she wanted her brother to take charge of the human race for her, no one would be able to say that she was uncomfortable. Secondly, Fuxi had never attacked the human race. On the contrary, he had been kind to the human race. If Fuxi had not passed down the Khanate 8 trigrams to the human race would not have developed so quickly. It had to be said that the Khanate 8 trigrams had helped the human race too much in terms of seeking fortune, avoiding disaster, and deducing the secrets of heaven. It was precisely because of the above considerations that Feng Zichen did not refuse. Moreover, Fuxi becoming the heavenly emperor of the human race was also a bad thing for the human race. Firstly, he was powerful and was destined to become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian in the future. With him joining the human race would definitely have another top-notch combat power and fight for more rights to speak in the primordial world. Secondly, as one of the 3 emperors of the demon race, Fuxi had a portion of the fate of the demon race. If he joined the human race, this portion of fate would flow into the human race to strengthen the human race. In this case, Feng Zichen had no reason to refuse. Feng Zichen had no reason to refuse, and the other saints had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the candidates they proposed later had to be approved by Nuwa. Otherwise, no matter how much they praised, it would be useless if Nuwa did not agree. In that case, the position of the heavenly emperor of the human race will be handed over to Fuxi. Seeing that no one objected, Dao ancestor Hong Jun nodded and said. The Dao ancestor had a golden mouth and jade words. What he said was the heavenly law. With one word, the heavenly secrets changed and completely decided that Fuxi would become the heavenly emperor of the human race. Junior sister Nuwa, I owe you a favor. The poor Wei has a disciple named Guang Chengzi. His aptitude and talent are among the best in the primordial world. He can be reincarnated into the human race and become the earthly emperor. What do you think? Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his head and said to Nuwa. He also knew that it was useless to ask Dao ancestor Hong Jun for the human race. He could only ask Nuwa. As long as Nuwa did not agree, it would be useless for anyone to agree. Junior sister, third senior brother also has a disciple named Duobao. He was transformed from the treasure-snatching rock and is one of the most blessed people in the primordial world. If he becomes the human emperor of the human race, not to mention how much fate he will bring to the human race, but in the future, the human race will have a lot of innate spiritual treasures. After Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tong Tian's sect leader continued. The two brothers were not bad. One was the earthly emperor, and the other was the human emperor. They did not fight for it, nor were they strong. They directly divided the remaining two emperors of the human race. To be honest, Feng Zichen was a little tempted when he heard this. He knew about Duobao's luck. It could be said that the innate spiritual treasures on the treasure-snatching rock were all fated with Duobao. If he could become the human emperor of the human race, even if he could not achieve what Tong Tian's sect leader said, the human race would not lack innate spiritual treasures. But it could also make the human race's innate spiritual treasures less scarce. If it were not for the fact that Feng Zichen already had a plan for the candidates for the earthly emperor and the human emperor, he was afraid that he would directly hint to Nuwa to agree. But unfortunately, compared with the two candidates in Feng Zichen's mind, even Fushi could not compare, let alone Duobao. Teacher, I also have a suitable candidate here. Seeing that Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tong Tian's sect leader had already promised Nuwa all kinds of benefits in order to obtain the qualifications of the earthly emperor and the human emperor, Zhuan-Ti could not help but feel a little anxious. They knew that with their relationship with Nuwa, it was impossible for them to take the positions of the two emperors from Nuwa. So, they directly said to Dao ancestor Hongjun. Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti were really sneaky. Seeing that they could not persuade Nuwa, they planned to think of a way to persuade Dao ancestor Hongjun. Their plan was very clever. Dao ancestor Hongjun was Nuwa's teacher. If he directly decided on a candidate, even if Nuwa was dissatisfied, she could only grit her teeth and accept it. Otherwise? Directly refuse Dao ancestor Hongjun's face? Wasn't this looking for trouble for themselves? As long as they were not stupid, no one would do it. Unfortunately, Zhuan-Ti's plan was very good, but they seemed to have forgotten that because of Feng Zichen's orders, the position of the human emperor would not have anything to do with them, the Western sect, no matter what. Fellow Daoists, save it. Let's not talk about what you did just now. Let's talk about how you secretly attacked the human race back then and formed a death feud with the human race. How can the position of the human emperor fall into your hands? Before Dao ancestor Hongjun could speak, the Grand Pure One said lazily. In his heart, he was really happy. Originally, he was still thinking about how to kick the two of them out. However, he did not expect that the two of them would court death back then and cut off their path today. It really saved him a lot of trouble. At this moment, even the Grand Pure One could not help but sigh. Fate was playing tricks on people. Back then, when Zhuan-Ti attacked the human race, who would have thought that this inconspicuous postnatal race would become the main character of the world today? At the same time, the Grand Pure One was secretly glad. Fortunately, the one who attacked back then was Zhuan-Ti and not the three Pure Ones. Otherwise, he would be in trouble today. Zhuan-Ti, before the human race prospers, the two of you will stay in the Purple Cloud Palace to seek Dao. After a moment of silence, Dao ancestor Hongjun said. He was going to put them under house arrest in the Purple Cloud Palace. However, Dao ancestor Hongjun had no choice. If he did not keep the two of them in the Purple Cloud Palace, there was no need to think about it. For the future of the Western sect, the two of them would definitely secretly trip up the human race. Yes, teacher. Yes, teacher. Even though he was unwilling, he was bound to be weak. Zhuan-Ti had no choice but to nod in agreement. With the elimination of Zhuan-Ti, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven were even more confident. Their greatest enemy was gone. Who else could Nuwa work with other than them? As for the Haotian Jade Pool? They were fighting with each other, but unfortunately, there was no one under them. Until now, the two of them, the dignified Primordial Lord, were only slightly better than a commander without an army. It was really difficult for them to take out a candidate to become the human emperor. Just as Nua's face gradually showed impatience, Feng Zichen finally spoke. He first smiled contemptuously, then said in a mocking tone, "Fellow Daoists, have you forgotten something? Since it's for the human race to choose an emperor, don't you need to ask for the opinion of the human race and my opinion?" The two of them treated the human race as if they were nothing and divided the interests of the human race in front of him. This really angered Feng Zichen. Huh? The human race? The heavenly lord of primordial beginning was so angry that he laughed. The opinion of the human race? The human race did not even have a single great magician. What opinion could they have? Moreover, ask for his opinion? Who did this great Emperor Ziwei think he was? He had to interfere in everything. Ask for your opinion? The heavenly lord of primordial beginning asked uncertainly. That's right. Feng Zichen nodded. This poor Wei is a little confused. This matter involves the human emperor. Poor Wei can understand asking for the opinion of the human race. But fellow Daoist Ziwei is not a human. Then why do we have to ask for your opinion on this matter? The heavenly lord of primordial beginning asked in an unfriendly tone. Obviously, he felt that Feng Zichen was meddling too much. Chapter 539. Why? Feng Zichen was not afraid of the primeval Lord of Heaven's threat. Instead, he stared into his eyes and said word by word. Because I am the great of Ziwei. Without my consent, the light of the Ziwei star will not shine on the human emperor, and it will not descend the emperor's aura. Is this enough? Feng Zichen was very confident. Even if he was not the leader of the human race, with the Ziwei star around, the human emperor's choice would not go around him. The Ziwei star was the star of the emperor, the symbol of the emperor. All the emperors in the world were bathed in the light of the Ziwei star. Therefore, an emperor who was not recognized by the Ziwei star was not orthodox. Only the emperor who was favored by the Ziwei star was orthodox. The primeval Lord of Heaven was speechless for a moment. He had forgotten about this. The main reason was that the Ziwei star had been sealed by Di Jun and had not appeared in the primeval world for a long time. So much so that everyone subconsciously ignored this point. Even so, what can you do? Poor Wei and the others preach on behalf of the heavens and act with the general trend. Even if you are dissatisfied, do you dare to go against the general trend and deny the choice we have made? After taking a deep breath, the primeval Lord of Heaven gradually calmed down and said coldly to Feng Zichen. The opinion of the great of Ziwei was very important. However, as long as the will of the saints reached an agreement, they could forcibly set the rules for the prosperity of the human race. As for the opinions of others, they were insignificant. The power of one saint might not be able to change the general trend of heaven and earth, but if all the saints worked together, they could even change the general trend of heaven and earth in a small area. This was the most terrifying thing about saints. I don't dare. But someone dares. Have you all forgotten that the human race also has great divine ability masters? The human emperor, the great Taoist priests, Pangu, and the Zichen clan are not dead yet. The supreme treasure of the human race, the innate supreme treasure that symbolizes the supreme power of the human race, the human Tao Emperor's seal, is still in his hands. Aren't you afraid that the great Taoist priests will get angry and directly destroy your disciples by bypassing him and letting them reincarnate into the human sovereign? Feng Zichen shook his head and smiled. This was the advantage of hiding in the dark. If he came to the Purple Cloud Palace as the Renhuang, the three pure ones would be able to suppress him and force him to agree to their plan. However, with Feng Zichen hiding in the dark, everyone had some misgivings and didn't dare to act recklessly. Hearing this, the three purities frowned at the same time. Such a thing was very likely to happen. With Feng Zichen's identity as the first human emperor, it was not difficult for him to find a way to kill the person they had chosen. Moreover, there was no need for him to kill. As long as the new emperor did not hand over the human race's imperial seal when he ascended the throne, the so-called three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and human would all become a joke. Just as the Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning were in a difficult position, the Grand Pure One's eyes lit up. He thought of a solution and said to Nuwa, "Junior sister Nuwa, the matter of the three sovereigns is a private matter of the human race after all. The Poor Way and the others will not participate. However, when the three sovereigns appear, they can't do without a teacher's guidance. Can you give the merit of the imperial preceptor to the three senior brothers?" The Grand Pure One knew that the position of the three sovereigns was extremely important. Feng Zichen would definitely not watch them fall into the hands of the three sections. Then, he would take a step back and seek the position of the imperial preceptor to share some of the merit of the three sovereigns. The Grand Pure One did not lack merit. However, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven lacked it. If they did not plan some merit for their disciples to eliminate the negative karma on them, their cultivation level would really stop there in the future. That was why the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven were so eager to become the three sovereigns. "I'll do as you say, senior brother." Nuwa weighed the pros and cons and nodded in agreement. Feng Zichen did not have any objections. He had to agree. At the end of the day, after the liches, the three pure ones were the greatest forces in the primordial world. If they did not share the opportunity for the human race to prosper, the human race might not be able to become the main characters of the world. How could the three pure ones be trifled with? Even the heavenly Tao was afraid of them and tried its best to separate them. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the three pure ones were. Not to mention that the human race had yet to become the main characters of the world. Even if they really became the main characters of the world, they might not be taken seriously by the three pure ones. In that case, how could the human race fight the three pure ones? Since the three pure ones had taken a step back, the human race should also take a step back. If they really offended the three pure ones, the human race would only get endless trouble and not any benefits. Since you've already made a decision, let's follow the plan. Leave. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Dao Ancestor Hong Jun waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. "Master, Dao Ancestor, we'll take our leave." Everyone left obediently. After leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, Nuwa was anxious about the reincarnation of Fuxi. She said goodbye to everyone and left in a hurry. Hao Tian and Yao Qi were worried about the heavenly courts and left in a hurry. At this moment, those left in the chaos outside the sky, there were also the three pure ones, Ziwei, and Lei Zhe. As for Zhuan Ti, he was left in the Purple Cloud Palace by Dao Ancestor Hong Jun, fellow Daoist Lei Zhe, Poor Wei, and the others have something to say to fellow Daoist Ziwei. Please make it convenient. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning bowed and said to Lei Zhe. Seeing this, how could Lei Zhe not understand what the three pure ones meant? They clearly wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was alone to give him retribution. Lei Zhe understood, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and said to the three pure ones, Sure. I'll leave now." With that, Lei Zhe bowed to the three pure ones and turned to leave. As a result, only the three pure ones, Feng Zichen, and the other two were left. "Why? Do you want to take revenge on me?" Facing the three pure ones alone, Feng Zichen's expression did not change. He even raised his eyebrows and took the initiative to ask. Without a doubt, this was the revenge of the three pure ones. Zhuan Ti and the other two had embarrassed them in the Purple Cloud Palace. They even dared to ambush them halfway, let alone Feng Zichen. "No. It's just that Poor Wei's hands are itchy. I want to compete with fellow Daoist Ziwei. I hope that fellow Daoist will not be stingy with your guidance." Shaking his head, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said with a smile. "Oh. I see. Then, are the three of you going to attack together?" Nodding, Feng Zichen said without fear. Knowing that going to the Purple Cloud Palace this time would definitely offend the three Pure Ones, how could he not be prepared? Therefore, he had set up a backup plan early on. As long as the three Pure Ones did not join forces, he had nothing to fear. If the three Pure Ones joined forces, he could only consider himself unlucky. Anyway, he would not die. At most, he would be beaten up. Poor Wei alone is enough to deal with rebels. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning took a step forward and said. As a saint, he was suspected of bullying the weak by attacking Feng Zichen, who had yet to reach the primordial Chaos Dao realm. If the three Pure Ones attacked together, their reputation in the primordial world would be completely ruined regardless of whether they won or lost. After the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning finished speaking, the Grand Pure One and the Grand Master of Heaven left directly to show that they would not interfere in this battle. "Fellow Daoist Ziwei, please." After the two of them walked away, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not show any modesty. He gestured for Feng Zichen to attack first. How could the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning take the initiative to deal with Feng Zichen, given his prideful personality? In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. With a thought, Feng Zichen communicated with the cosmic light array of the galaxy in the distance. He activated the god of Pangu and punched towards this place from afar. Rumble. The chaos shattered as if it was splitting the world apart. Terrifying power raged and drowned the figure of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. What a powerful power! Shocked, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not dare to let his guard down. He hurriedly raised the central Wutu Earth Apricot yellow flag and raised 10,000 golden lotuses to envelop himself. The power that could destroy everything surged over and shattered the golden lotuses one by one. However, the Wutu Earth Apricot yellow flag trembled slightly and the golden lotuses were reborn. They were endless and entangled with the surging power, firmly protecting the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Fellow Daoist Ziwei, with this attack alone, you can be considered invincible below the saints in the primordial world. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning looked at the raging power around him and could not help but sigh. The power of this attack had definitely reached the level of primordial chaos. Otherwise, it would not be enough to destroy the chaos. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not hear Feng Zichen's reply. At this moment, a bad idea appeared in the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's mind. Could it be? Shocked and furious, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could not help but shout loudly. "Fellow Daoist Ziwei! Fellow Daoist Ziwei! Fellow Daoist Ziwei!" He shouted 3 times in a row, but still, no one answered. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's face had completely darkened. Damn it! Pangu's banner! Furious, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning directly took out the Pangu's banner and blasted it to the side. This was the chaos outside the heavens, not the primordial world. Therefore, when the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning attacked, he did not have the slightest scruple. He almost used his greatest strength to revive the Pangu's banner. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge banner appeared in the midst of the chaos. The size of the banner was beyond imagination. On the banner, there was a supreme image of the great god Pangu holding the heaven-splitting divine axe and splitting the heavens and the earth. On the banner, the heavenly divine baleful chi burst out, as if it was going to destroy the chaos and reopen the heavens and the earth. Boom! The Pangu's banner vibrated. A power that could tear apart the chaos in Hongmeng, shatter the space and time of the heavens, control the mysteries of all laws, and open up the universe suddenly burst out. In the next moment, nothing existed. The chaos aura around the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was completely wiped out, forming a state of nothingness. Ziwei, the poor Wei will not let you off. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning looked around. There was no trace of Feng Zichen around. He had taken advantage of the opportunity when he was defending and had already escaped. This time, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning was furious. A terrifying aura leaked out, stirring up the chaos. On the other side, Feng Zichen had already run back to the boundless starry sky. He was not a fool. How could he insist on fighting the heavenly lord of primordial beginning when he knew that he was no match for him? He did not have the habit of being abused. Therefore, after seizing the opportunity, Feng Zichen directly ran away, leaving the heavenly lord of primordial beginning alone to sulk in the chaos outside the heavens. He was not afraid of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's revenge. As long as he did not leave the boundless starry sky, even Dao ancestor Hong Jun could not do anything to him. To Feng Zichen, while the boundless starry sky trapped him, it also protected him, making it impossible for others to attack him. This was the so-called blessing and disaster were interdependent. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years had passed. On this day, Nuwa raised the Khanate cardinal treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth in the palace of Empress Hua. She used its power to recreate the universe to bypass the 6 paths of reincarnation and forcefully opened a reincarnation passage. She sent the remaining bit of Fushi's innate undying true spirit into it and reincarnated it into the human race. Although Nuwa and Hutu had no enmity, Fushi had perished together with the candle dragon. With this karma, she did not dare to let Fushi's true spirit reincarnate through the 6 paths of reincarnation. If Hutu secretly tampered with it, it would be all over. Therefore, after thinking about it, Nuwa decided to open a reincarnation passage herself. Although this move was troublesome, it was safer. And just before Fushi's true spirit entered the reincarnation passage, Feng Zichen agreed to Nuwa's request and sent a wisp of torch flame and a wisp of imperial purple qi into Fushi's true spirit. Torch flame was formed by the destiny of the human race. The imperial purple qi was the origin of the Emperor Star. It was formed by fusing with the path of the Emperor and was the foundation of becoming an Emperor. This qi was extremely pure, had endless mysteries, could destroy all methods and avoid all methods. It could be said that once the qi was released, all methods would not be able to get close to it. The imperial purple qi was so mysterious, of course, there could not be a lot of it. Even if one searched the entire Emperor Star several times, there were only 9 of them. If Nuwa had not come forward to ask, no matter what, Feng Zichen would not have given it to Fushi so easily, let alone add a wisp of torch flame. With these 2 treasures, Fushi would definitely become the heavenly emperor of the human race. After seeing Fushi's true spirit enter the reincarnation, Feng Zichen withdrew his gaze and focused on deducing the secrets of heaven. That was because he had a feeling that the rise of the human race might not be as smooth as everyone had imagined. There was a feeling that told him that the primordial world would undergo a huge change soon, and the human race would definitely be affected. If he was not careful, not to mention becoming the protagonist of the world, it would be difficult to even protect himself. When one's strength reached Feng Zichen's level, any feeling did not come out of thin air, but a sign of the future. Since he had sensed it, it meant that the possibility of this matter happening had reached 80%. Therefore, Feng Zichen abandoned all distracting thoughts and focused on deducing the secrets of heaven. This kind of thing could only be solved by deducing the source. Even if it could not be solved, it was better to know in advance so that he could make plans early and reduce the losses. When Feng Zichen was deducing, the 3 pure ones and the others also noticed that something was wrong and began deducing one after another, trying to find out what had happened. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen's full attention was involved, causing him to neglect some things. For example, long before Fushi's reincarnation, Nuwa had let Ao Shui split a trace of her true spirit and reincarnate into the human race, becoming an ordinary human woman. Hua Su. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. On this day, the human girl Hua Su was playing in the old land of the Thunder Lock. She saw a huge footprint and stepped on it out of curiosity. The essence of the Thunder Lock surged up, and the girl felt pregnant. At the same time, Feng Zichen, who was concentrating on deducing the secrets of heaven in the Emperor Star, suddenly felt a blood connection. Chapter 540. How could this be? When he came back to his senses, Feng Zichen's face was full of disbelief. He had a descendant of his bloodline? But how was this possible? An existence like him would never be able to give birth to a descendant unless he did it deliberately. At Feng Zichen's cultivation level, if he couldn't even completely control his own body, then what was the point of cultivating? It was so embarrassing. Therefore, Feng Zichen was sure that he, Chang Yi, and Ao Shui definitely didn't have a descendant. But what was going on now? The throbbing that came from his bloodline couldn't be faked. With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen's divine consciousness followed the connection and looked in the direction of the bloodline. That is, Ao Shui. What he saw was a woman from the human clan who looked exactly the same as Ao Shui. No. It's not Ao Shui. Ao Shui's cultivation level isn't that weak. Moreover, Ao Shui is a dragon, not a human. Seeing this woman's appearance, Feng Zichen subconsciously thought that she was Ao Shui. But on second thought, he felt that something was wrong. Not to mention Ao Shui's cultivation level, she was currently cultivating in seclusion in Emperor Hua's palace. How could she appear in the human race, let alone in the appearance of an ordinary human woman? However, this woman who looked like Ao Shui was indeed carrying a creature with her bloodline. The feeling of a bloodline connection came from this woman's stomach. But what was going on here? Looking at this woman's age, she was only in her 20s. Feng Zichen had never even seen her before, let alone had sex with her. Heavenly Tao Divine Eye, open. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Zichen's purple eyes suddenly bloomed with light, as if countless Tao patterns were born and destroyed within. In an instant, everything was different. The woman's identity was also clearly reflected in Feng Zichen's eyes. Ao Shui? At that moment, Feng Zichen confirmed that the person in front of him was Ao Shui. To be more precise, it was Ao Shui's clone. Phew, taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen forced himself to calm down and think carefully about what had happened. As he calmed down, his sharp intuition returned to him once again. All the details about this matter gradually unfolded in his heart. At the same time, Nua's method of concealing the heavenly secrets was also beginning to lose its effectiveness. He understood everything now. Everything was clearly displayed in front of Feng Zichen. I see. After understanding what was going on, Feng Zichen's expression became extremely strange. All kinds of complicated expressions intertwined on his face and finally turned into a helpless sigh. This matter. It was Nua's doing. In order to stabilize Fuxi's position as the Heavenly Emperor, she had really put in a lot of effort. She had even reached the point where she would do anything. Nua was worried that a wisp of torch flame and an imperial purple chi would not be enough to stabilize Fuxi's position. Therefore, she turned her attention to Feng Zichen. If he was the son of the human emperor, then Fuxi's position should be completely stabilized. That was what Nua thought, and in fact, that was what she did. However, the son of the human emperor was not so easy to be born. Not everyone was qualified to be pregnant with the human emperor's son. Nua thought about it and finally found a suitable candidate. That was Ao Shui. In fact, in terms of identity, Wang Shu was more suitable. She was the recognized empress of the human race. However, in terms of relationship, Nua and Ao Shui's relationship was far better than Wang Shu's. In addition, in her heart, Nua still felt a little guilty towards Ao Shui. Back then, she was the one who forced Ao Shui to take the initiative to leave Feng Zichen. Therefore, based on the above considerations, Nua chose Ao Shui. he handed over the matter of this great opportunity to him. That's right. The Heavenly Emperor's mother. Wasn't this a great opportunity? Besides, with the relationship between Ao Shui and Feng Zichen, even if Feng Zichen was dissatisfied after the incident, she would not dare to say anything. In fact, it was just as Nuwa had thought. Even if Feng Zichen was angry now, he did not dare to vent his anger on Ao Shui. He even had to comfort her while enduring it. He was really as depressed as he could be. Sigh. I don't know how Nuwa convinced Ao Shui. How did she make Ao Shui agree to accompany her to mess around? Moreover, there's one more thing. F*ck, noun, a kind of plant. I don't know who was so bored back then to collect the true dragon's bloodline that he had shed out of his body. F*ck, don't let me find out who it was. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. At this moment, Feng Zichen's heart could be said to be holding back a huge ball of fire. Anyone who had been schemed against and had a son out of thin air would not be in a good mood. Especially when he knew the origin of the Khanate essence Qi that appeared in the Thunder Lock, he was in an even worse mood. After being in the primordial world for so long, how could Feng Zichen not know the magic of the primordial world? It was all thanks to Pangu that everything could transform in the primordial world. There was nothing that could not be done in the primordial world. Even a drop of blood, a strand of hair, or even a drop of tears, of an expert, as long as it fell on the Khanate Qi, there was a great chance that it would transform into a human form. It was because of this reason that for a certain period of time, in the primordial world, from time to time, there would be mighty figures who were looking for their relatives. For this reason, those mighty figures had no choice but to have more children or disciples. Under such circumstances, until everyone was prepared, only then would they be able to improve. After knowing this, how could Feng Zichen not be prepared? Early on, after his cultivation had reached the large success stage, he had used a method to cause everything on his body to lose all vitality after leaving his body. Yes, the rest of the great divines were doing the same. These were all lessons. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen had calculated everything, but he forgot that back then, he had shed a part of his bloodline in the Dragon Gate. That was the blood of a true dragon that belonged to him. At that time, Feng Zichen had successfully leaped through the Dragon Gate. A mysterious force had descended and wanted to transform him into a true dragon body. However, at that time, he was thinking about Pangu's Dao body and did not want to transform into a dragon. Therefore, he had expelled all the blood of a true dragon from his body. At that time, Feng Zichen could be said to be a novice in the cultivation world. He did not know anything. After expelling the blood of a true dragon from his body, he did not care about it anymore. However, he did not expect that the blood of a true dragon would be preserved by someone. After that, for some reason, this blood fell into the hands of Nuwa. Nuwa used this blood to make Ao Shui pregnant with Feng Zichen's child. Although this part of the bloodline was the blood of a true dragon, it was real. It flowed out of Feng Zichen's body. It was his bloodline. Sigh. How troublesome. Although he was unwilling, Feng Zichen could not ignore Ao Shui. He could only divide a wisp of his divine consciousness to pay attention to her to prevent any accidents. As for this son, it did not matter if he acknowledged him. Anyway, when Fushi's true spirit awakened, all karma would be severed. Did he really think that the reincarnation of a human was to be his son? He was just using his identity. After dividing a wisp of his divine consciousness to pay attention to Ao Shui, Feng Zichen continued to deduce the secrets of heaven in seclusion. After a series of deductions, he still vaguely calculated that the cause of the change did not come from within the primordial world, but from the Chaos Demon Gods. However, the current Chaos Demon Gods were divided into two groups. There were few but powerful Chaos Demon Gods. They were now in the great chaos outside the realm. There were many of them. However, the weaker Chaos Demon Gods. They were now in the 3,000 greater worlds. At this moment, what Feng Zichen wanted to calculate was whether this change came from the 3,000 greater worlds or from the great chaos outside the realm. These two forces. Although they were both chaos demon gods, it was completely different to deal with them. If he didn't figure out which side made the move, it would be difficult to carry out targeted defenses. That's right. In the war with the chaos demon gods, the primordial world had always been in a defensive state. It was because compared to the primordial world, the chaos demon gods were too ancient. The time that the primordial world existed was just a relatively eye-catching wave in the long years that the chaos demon gods had experienced. For Daoist Jinxian and the experts above, time was not very important. However, when time reached a certain extent, it became especially important. In fact, in Feng Zichen's heart, he was more inclined to believe that the crisis came from the great chaos outside the realm. However, guesses were guesses after all. They could not be practical. Otherwise, if he were to make a mistake, the losses that would be caused would be enormous. What if both sides attacked at the same time? Everything had to be prepared for the worst. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed. Huaxiu was pregnant for 12 years and finally gave birth to a baby boy. However, this baby boy was different from ordinary people. He had 2 horns on his head, a human body, and a dragon tail. He was born with a connate Dao aptitude. Fuxi was born. The birth of the heavenly emperor was naturally no small matter. Endless divine light rose from Fuxi's body and illuminated the entire primordial world. It was enough to compete with the sun. All kinds of phenomena appeared. The great Tao rumbled incessantly, as if celebrating the birth of Fuxi. Of course, these phenomena, only immortals could see them. Originally, according to the legends of later generations, after Huaxiu gave birth to a monster, she would be expelled from the tribe and left to fend for herself. However, the current human race was completely different. According to Feng Zichen's request back then, every tribe of the human race had to have at least one golden immortal as the overseer. This matter was recorded by Feng Zichen in the torch. Even if the civilization of the human race was cut off, as long as the torch was not extinguished, future generations would naturally know about it. Even the current human race was far less powerful than the ancient Lich and Demon era. It was impossible for every tribe to have a golden immortal overseeing it. However, they could still take out a mystic immortal and several heaven immortals. The tribe that Huaxiu was in had 1 mystic immortal and 4 heaven immortals overseeing it. They were so close, so they naturally saw the phenomenon on Fuxi's body. They were instantly shocked. Oh no, it was a heavenly being. Actually, even if they did not see the phenomenon, it did not matter. To be able to cultivate the immortal Tao, one had to have at least good eyesight. Fuxi had a human body and a dragon tail. His entire body was like the word Dao. The characteristics of the connate Dao aptitude were so obvious. If they could not recognize it, it would seem a little fake. Knowing that Fuxi was not simple, the tribe leader sent someone to inform the ancestral land and brought the mother and son back to settle them down. However, before the people from the ancestral land arrived, an old man riding a bull arrived outside the Huaxiu tribe. The Grand Pure One had arrived. The prosperity of the human race was extraordinary. In order to prevent any accidents, the Grand Pure One decided to personally come and take in Fuxi as his disciple. Of course, this was all said to the outside world. The real reason was that other than the Grand Pure One, no one else from the 3 sects was qualified to teach Fuxi. No matter what, Fuxi was still the top great divine ability of the primordial world and the elder brother of Nuwa. If he arranged for a second-generation disciple to take in Fuxi as his disciple, whose face would that slap be? He reckoned that before that disciple could reach Fuxi, he would be beaten into ashes by the furious Nuwa. Therefore, the Grand Pure One had no choice but to appear personally. The identity of the leader of the 6 saints was enough to teach Fuxi. Presumably, Nuwa would not be dissatisfied. Although the human experts could not recognize the true background of the Grand Pure One, they could tell that the old man in front of them was not simple from the connate Dao runes that filled his body and the extraordinary green bull that he was sitting on. In that case, everyone was happy to see that he wanted to take Fuxi as his disciple. How could they refuse? After that, Fuxi followed the Grand Pure One and began his academic career. As for Feng Zichen, he held the Zichen sword and pointed it at the northern underworld demon palace. It was time for Fuxi's Dao confirmation treasure, the He Tu and the Luo Shu, to be taken back from Kunpeng. To Feng Zichen, taking back the He Tu and the Luo Shu was not only for Fuxi. His significance to the human race was even greater. Although the He Tu and the Luo Shu was Di Jun's lifelong numinous treasure, he represented the primordial water vein. If the human race obtained this treasure, they would be able to obtain the destiny of the primordial water vein. The benefits were self-evident. In addition, it was said that the He Tu and the Luo Shu were Di Jun's lifelong numinous treasures and the most important numinous treasures. If he could snatch these two treasures away, Di Jun's strength would definitely be affected when he returned in the future. With so many benefits, how could Feng Zichen not take back the He Tu and the Luo Shu? Moreover, this matter was not difficult for Feng Zichen. Back then, Kunpeng was not his match. Now, it was even more so. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force. He would first explain the details to Kunpeng and ask for the He Tu and the Luo Shu. If he did not know what was good for him, it would not be too late to snatch it by force. Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, how's your comprehension of the He Tu and the Luo Shu? Have you comprehended any of its mysteries? In the Demon Master Palace, Patriarch Kunpeng, who was in seclusion to comprehend the He Tu and the Luo Shu, suddenly heard Feng Zichen's voice. It's you. Zichen clan. You are indeed still alive and have escaped from the seal set by Tai. Hearing this familiar voice, Patriarch Kunpeng immediately recognized the identity of the person who spoke. Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, long time no see. Amidst the laughter, Feng Zichen came out with his sword. However, his body was extremely illusory. Obviously, it was not his real body. Yes. It's really been a long time. Looking at Feng Zichen, Patriarch Kunpeng had a complicated expression. Chapter 541. To be honest, after seeing Feng Zichen, the Kunpeng ancestor was still a little surprised. Although he had already guessed that Feng Zichen would escape, it was another matter to see it with his own eyes. One could imagine the impact it brought. May I know what brings you here, fellow Daoist? The Kunpeng ancestor asked after collecting his thoughts. He must have a request for a visit. He didn't believe that Feng Zichen came here to catch up with him. It's not a big deal. I just heard that Di Jun's lifelong spiritual treasure, the He Tu and the Luo Shu, has fallen into your hands. Is that true? Feng Zichen said with a smile. Yes, the He Tu and the Luo Shu is in the hands of the poor Wei. Do you want to borrow it to take a look? Hearing Feng Zichen mention the He Tu and the Luo Shu, the Kunpeng ancestor frowned. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, so he asked calmly. No. Feng Zichen shook his head and said. Hearing that, the Kunpeng ancestor was relieved. It was good that he didn't want to borrow the treasure. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to refuse. It was not impossible to borrow the He Tu and the Luo Shu. The Kunpeng ancestor was mainly worried that he would never get it back once he borrowed it. Treasures moved people's hearts. In the face of the He Tu and the Luo Shu, the top innate spiritual treasure of the untainted world, even a saint would be tempted, let alone Feng Zichen. However, the Kunpeng ancestor had just been relieved. Feng Zichen's next words directly made him angry. The poor Wei is not here to borrow the treasure, but to comply with the mandate of heaven. She is here to take back the He Tu and the Luo Shu so that she can send it to the destined person. Ignoring the Kunpeng ancestor's expression, Feng Zichen said leisurely. Borrow? How was that possible? Wasn't that leaving a topic for others to talk about? If the Kunpeng ancestor suddenly rose, he could use this reason to take back the He Tu and the Luo Shu. The human race couldn't say anything. After all, he had to return what he borrowed. Therefore, Feng Zichen directly asked old ancestor Kunpeng for the He Tu and Luo Shu, and not borrow it. It was to block the road ahead of time to prevent future wrangling. Moreover, the He Tu and the Luo Shu did not belong to Kunpeng. He had stolen it from Di Jun. Even if he wanted to borrow, he wouldn't borrow from Kunpeng, but from Di Jun. According to this calculation, Feng Zichen was not robbing Patriarch Kunpeng. At most, he was taking advantage of him. Fellow Daoist Zichen, do you think that the poor way is a pushover? After knowing Feng Zichen's purpose, Kunpeng old ancestor's face instantly darkened. He looked at Feng Zichen with a gloomy gaze and said. Sigh. Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, don't be so angry. The poor way asked you for the He Tu and the Luo Shu for your sake. She was saving you. With a sigh, Feng Zichen changed into a sorrowful expression and said to the Kunpeng ancestor. From his tone, those who did not know would think that he had suffered a lot. Huh? For the poor way's sake? Are you saving the poor way? Kunpeng old ancestor was so angry that he laughed. He had seen too many people in his life, but he had never seen someone as shameless as Feng Zichen. He was clearly planning to snatch it openly, but he kept saying that it was for his own good and that he was saving him. It was really, even Daoist Junti was not as shameless as Feng Zichen. Fellow Daoist, don't doubt me. You think that you can sit and watch the chaos in the primordial world by living in seclusion in the North Sea, but that's not the case. You're already in trouble. Seeing that Kunpeng old ancestor did not believe him, Feng Zichen was not surprised. He continued to speak in an extremely exaggerated tone. Fellow Daoist, don't be an alarmist. The poor way is living in seclusion in the North Sea, far away from the disputes of the primordial world. What danger can there be? Just as he said this, old ancestor Kunpeng's expression changed drastically. He could no longer say what kind of danger there could be. Because not long after Feng Zichen finished speaking, an extremely dangerous feeling appeared in Kunpeng old ancestor's heart. Kunpeng old ancestor could not believe Feng Zichen's words. But he could not disbelieve his own intuition. Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, I think you've already felt it. Yes, you don't provoke the tribulation, but the tribulation can take the initiative to come to you. Seeing Kunpeng old ancestor's expression, Feng Zichen knew what he had felt. How could he not feel the danger? The He Tu and the Luo Shu were Fushi's Dao attainment items. It was related to whether he could successfully attain the Dao. Feng Zichen was not the only one who was staring at him. There were also Nuwa, the three pure ones, and the others. It was related to the prosperity of the human race. Anyone who wanted to gain benefits from the human race would not allow Kunpeng old ancestor to continue holding the He Tu and the Luo Shu. If Kunpeng old ancestor really did not know what was good for him, then what greeted him would be the encirclement and suppression of the saints. Especially Nuwa. In order to let Fushi successfully become the emperor, she had put in so much effort. If she was obstructed by Kunpeng's fate could be imagined. As the former demon emperor Nuwa's personality was far from as kind as she appeared. She also had a decisive side to her. Fellow Daoist Zichen, I wonder where the poor way's tribulation came from. Fearing in his heart, Kunpeng old ancestor did not give Feng Zichen any face. Instead, he asked in a tone of asking for advice. Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, you have been in seclusion for too long recently. You are a little isolated from the news. You no longer understand the current situation of the primordial world. In the current world, the heavenly Tao wants to prosper the human race to replace the magi and demons as the main characters of the world. Therefore, the will of heaven manifested and gave the human race 3 supreme saint karma positions to strengthen the strength of the human race. After that, in the Purple Cloud Palace, after the discussion of the saints, they decided to let Fuxi reincarnate and become the emperor. Now, Fuxi has descended into the human race. And this He too and the Luo Shu is the Tao attainment treasure prepared by the world for him. If you still hold on to this treasure and don't let it go, you will be going against Nuwa, the 3 pure ones, and the Taoist priests. You will also be going against Tao ancestor Hongjun, fellow Daoist. Why don't you think about it? If you offend them, is there still a place for you in the primordial world? Feng Zichen first introduced the current situation of the primordial world to Kunpeng Old Ancestor, and then analyzed the pros and cons of it to him. However, Kunpeng Old Ancestor was stunned. Inside, why is there a teacher's matter? After a while, Kunpeng Old Ancestor asked in fear. Although the Nuwa 3 pure ones were powerful, they were far from being powerful enough to make Kunpeng Old Ancestor afraid when he heard their names. However, the Nuwa 3 pure ones could not, but Tao ancestor Hongjun could. It was precisely because he heard that this matter involved Tao ancestor Hongjun that Kunpeng Old Ancestor was afraid. However, at the same time, he could not help but look at Feng Zichen suspiciously. He felt that Feng Zichen was lying to him. After Tao ancestor Hongjun merged with the Tao, he no longer cared about the affairs of the primordial world. How could he help the human race now? Fellow Daoist, the poor way is not lying to you. The 2 saints, Zhou and Ti, have been left in the Purple Cloud Palace by the Tao ancestor because they are preventing the prosperity of the human race. Before the prosperity of the human race, I'm afraid they can't appear in the primordial world. Feng Zichen felt that he was exaggerating. He quickly added, yes. There was nothing wrong with that. Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti were indeed left in the Purple Cloud Palace by Tao ancestor Hongjun. As for the reason, he was indeed worried that they would stop the prosperity of the human race. However, there was no need to tell Kunpeng Old Ancestor the details. It was enough to say the gist of it. Anyway, he did not dare to verify it with the person involved. What? Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti were imprisoned in the Purple Cloud Palace by teacher. After hearing this news, Kunpeng Old Ancestor jumped up in shock. The expression on his face, how should he describe it? Apart from shock, there was a hint of pleasure. It seemed that the pleasure in his heart was far greater than the shock. That was true. Kunpeng Old Ancestor hated Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti to the core. Seeing that they were unlucky, of course he was happy. Ahem. It's not imprisonment. It's to let the 2 of them cultivate in seclusion in the Purple Cloud Palace. Kunpeng Old Ancestor said it so bluntly that Feng Zichen could not help but be speechless. Although that was the truth. He had to save some face for Zhuan-Ti and the Tao ancestor. Otherwise, if the news of the Tao ancestor imprisoning the saints spread, Zhuan-Ti's face would not look good, but the Tao ancestor's face would not be good either. A slip of the tongue. Fellow Daoist, don't blame me. It's purely a slip of the tongue. Kunpeng Old Ancestor waved his hand and said disapprovingly. Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, this is the situation now. In this case, do you still want to keep the He Tu and the Luo Shu? Changing the topic back to the main topic, Feng Zichen asked with a serious expression. Now that he had said this, if Kunpeng Old Ancestor still did not agree, then the next thing would be to fight. According to fellow Daoist, if Poor Wei continues to keep the He Tu and the Luo Shu, she will be an enemy of the saints and the primordial world? After pondering for a moment, Kunpeng Old Ancestor asked in disbelief. Yes. Fellow Daoist, if you continue to keep the He Tu and the Luo Shu, you will face a disaster later. Especially Empress Nuwa, she will definitely not tolerate you. You must know that she and Fuxi are biological siblings. Feng Zichen said threateningly. To be honest, at this time, Kunpeng Old Ancestor really wanted to hand over the He Tu and the Luo Shu. But he was unwilling. In order to obtain these two innate spirit treasures, it could be said that he had offended Di Jun to the extreme. But in the end, he had paid such a huge price, but in the end, it was all for his people. How could Kunpeng Old Ancestor be willing to accept this? Fellow Daoist Zichen, if poor Wei hands over the He Tu and the Luo Shu, what can she get? After a moment, Kunpeng Old Ancestor said with some hesitation. The He Tu and the Luo Shu had to be handed over. But he couldn't hand it over so easily. After paying such a huge price, he had to get some benefits back. Benefits? What benefits? Fellow Daoist, you have kept your life. Is there any greater benefit than this? As if he had been greatly frightened, Feng Zichen said with a look of disbelief. Kunpeng Old Ancestor thought quite well, but unfortunately, he met Feng Zichen, this miser. He didn't want to pay any price at all. He only wanted to gain something without risking anything and trick the He Tu and the Luo Shu over. Since fellow Daoist doesn't have the slightest sincerity, then fellow Daoist Zichen, please go back. Kunpeng Old Ancestor's face completely darkened, and he opened his mouth to send him off. He was also speechless. How could this person be so shameless? With just a few words, he wanted to get the He Tu and the Luo Shu. Was he dreaming too much, or did he think that Kunpeng was a fool? Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, aren't you afraid that the saint will find trouble with you? Seeing that Kunpeng Old Ancestor didn't cooperate, Feng Zichen's face also darkened and he said threateningly. Fellow Daoist Zichen, do you really think that I, Kunpeng, am a fool? Even if the saint comes and wants to take the He Tu and the Luo Shu from the poor Wei, he can't snatch it by force. Looking at Feng Zichen, Kunpeng Old Ancestor said in an unfriendly tone. He was almost fooled by the other party. So what if he was a saint? Even if the saint wanted the He Tu and the Luo Shu, he had to discuss it with him first. In the end, if they really couldn't come to an agreement, they would fight. How could there be a reason to directly snatch it from the beginning? Seeing that Kunpeng Old Ancestor didn't fall for it, Feng Zichen was a little embarrassed. But how thick-skinned was he? In the blink of an eye, he suppressed that embarrassment and said to Kunpeng Old Ancestor in an extremely fierce tone, Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, are you forcing me to make a move? As he said that, Feng Zichen pulled out the Zichen sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Kunpeng. In an instant, a terrifying sword intent filled the air. There was an additional murderous intent between heaven and earth. Fellow Daoist Zichen, if you really dared to make a move, you would have made a move long ago. Why waste your time talking nonsense with the poor Wei for a long time? Seeing this, Kunpeng Old Ancestor was not afraid. Instead, he laughed out loud, as if he wasn't worried that Feng Zichen would make a move. Feng Zichen was silent. He really didn't dare to make a move. It wasn't that he was afraid of Kunpeng Old Ancestor. Instead, he was afraid of an extremely terrifying existence hidden in the depths of the North Sea. Feng Zichen didn't know who that person was, but the aura he emitted was close to primordial Daluo Jingxian. Although he hadn't entered that realm yet, he was infinitely close. At the very least, he was a little higher than Feng Zichen's realm. But strength, it wasn't measured by realm. If Feng Zichen's original body came, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the existence in the depths of the northern underworld. But now, he was only an avatar. Obviously, he wasn't a match for him. It was this person who had been staring at Feng Zichen after he entered the Demon Master Palace. If not for that, Feng Zichen would have snatched it long ago. Why would he still be there to trick Kunpeng? Did he really think that talking didn't waste his saliva? What do you want, fellow Daoist? Helpless, Feng Zichen could only decide to listen to Kunpeng's conditions first. But he was worried that he would ask for too much, so he warned, fellow Daoist, don't go too far. In the northern underworld, poor Wei is not without help. At the very least, she won't be weaker than the one behind you. Feng Zichen said, naturally, it was the black tortoise sacred beast. It was a pity that he couldn't walk out of the North Pole. Otherwise, Feng Zichen wouldn't be a threat, but a direct attack. Poor Wei doesn't have any other requests. As long as you lend the supreme divine ability, the great Tao furnace, to poor Wei to take a look, then poor Wei will immediately hand over the He Tu and the Luo Shu. Kunpeng said seriously. As a great divine ability expert who specialized in divine abilities, he yearned for the divine ability that Feng Zichen had used back then, the great Tao furnace. If he could see the mystery of it, his strength would definitely be able to reach a higher level. Great Tao furnace? Hearing this, Feng Zichen's expression couldn't help but be a little strange. Chapter 542. To be honest, the great Tao furnace itself was not a particularly difficult divine ability. One sentence, using heaven and earth as a furnace, explained the mystery of the great Tao furnace. His strength lay in the fact that the runes of the great Tao were imprinted on it, allowing it to have unimaginable abilities. The runes of the great Tao were a power that far exceeded the primordial world. It was normal for Kunpeng to be obsessed with it. However, Feng Zichen did not want to pass it to him. That was a rune of the great Tao. It was even more noble than an innate spirit treasure. If Kunpeng could comprehend the mystery of it, his cultivation would definitely improve greatly. Therefore, why should he pass it to Kunpeng? He did not have a good relationship with Kunpeng. Wasn't this raising a tiger? Fellow Daoist Zichen, poor Wei can swear that if you lend the great Tao furnace to poor Wei to take a look, poor Wei will form an alliance with you in the future and advance and retreat together. Seeing Feng Zichen's expression, Kunpeng guessed his thoughts. He was afraid that he would refuse, so he hurriedly promised. Alliance? Hearing this, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. This method was not bad. Although he did not have any great enemies now, Di Jun and Tai Yi would return one day. If he made more allies now, it would be much easier to deal with them in the future. Moreover, the true mystery of the great Tao furnace, it was not a rune of the great Tao, but the mark of the Chaos Demon God on it. Without the mark of the Chaos Demon God, no matter how powerful the great Tao furnace was, there would always be a limit. It could not reach the level of refining everything. It might not even be able to transcend the scope of the heavenly Tao. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen spoke. Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, I hope you remember what you said today. As he spoke, he passed on all the mysteries of the great Tao furnace to Patriarch Kunpeng. However, the mark of the demon god on it was hidden by him. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen was careful. In fact, the imprints of the 3,000 chaos demon gods were his real foundation, and he couldn't expose them easily. Thank you, fellow Daoist. This is He Tu and Luo Shu. Please keep it well, fellow Daoist. After obtaining the great Tao furnace, Patriarch Kunpeng did not go back on his word. He directly took out the He Tu and Luo Shu and handed it to Feng Zichen. Fellow Kunpeng, now that this matter is over, poor Wei will take my leave. After cupping his hands towards the rock ancestor, Feng Zichen directly turned around and left. This time, he was at a disadvantage. In truth, exchanging the great Tao furnace for the He Tu and the Book of the Luo was not a loss no matter how one looked at it. In fact, it could even be said to be a great bargain. However, the premise of all this was based on the fact that He Tu and Luo Shu had fallen into his hands. But now, it was clear that the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo were destined to be Fushi's. In other words, he had spent so much effort, but it was all for Fushi. How could Feng Zichen not be angry? But he had to do it. If someone else took the He Tu and the Book of the Luo from the Kunpeng and gave it to Fushi, it meant that Fushi and the human race would owe that person a favor. A debt of gratitude. That was not a good thing. Who knew how much benefits that person would take from the human race with this favor? So, for the human race, even if he suffered a little loss, Feng Zichen had no choice but to do it. An expert from the primordial era? After taking a deep look at the bottom of the northernmost sea, Feng Zichen turned around and left. Those who could live from the primordial era to the present day were not simple people. The older they were, the stronger they were. In the primordial era, this was not a joke. This was true. If they were not strong enough, how could they live to the present day? Sigh. How troublesome. Just as Feng Zichen wanted to give the He Tu and the Book of the Luo to Fuxi, he encountered trouble again. Who could he find to give it to? One had to know, giving the He Tu and the Book of the Luo to Fuxi was also a matter of great merit. This matter could not be taken advantage of by outsiders. However, Feng Zichen really did not have a suitable candidate. No, he did not have a candidate at all. His 3 disciples were still nowhere to be found. His main team was now trapped in the small primordial world. As a result, he did not have any available manpower under him. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to pass down my orthodoxy in the future. Otherwise, I have to do everything myself. Not only is it troublesome, but it will also be a joke if word gets out. At this moment, Feng Zichen could not help but have the thought of taking in a few in-name disciples. 3 personal disciples were more than enough. He could take in a few in-name disciples. Although his learning was messy, they could all be said to be exquisite. It would be a pity if they were lost. It was better to find an opportunity to pass them down. Just as Feng Zichen was looking for a suitable candidate to send the He Tu and the Book of the Luo to Fuxi, a huge problem had arrived. Wang Shu, he quietly arrived at the Emperor Star. Obviously, he had found out about Ao Shui. Let's not talk about Feng Zichen's trouble. Instead, Fuxi had already finished his apprenticeship. Now, under the leadership of the Yanzi clan, he was gradually familiarizing himself with the affairs of the human race. After that, after a period of sharpening, Yi Zichen decided to give it a try. Fuxi officially took over the supreme power of the human race from the Yanzi clan. At this point, the Yanzi clan abdicated and lived in seclusion in West Kunlun. From then on, the human race entered the era of Fuxi. He created the early words and ended the history of the human races, knots to record things, he set the rules of marriage and established the marriage system. He implemented the system of male and female couples and used deerskin as a betrothal gift. He also used the animals he raised as his surname, or plants, residences, and official positions as his surname to prevent random marriages and close relatives from marrying. Thus, the surname of the human race began and continued. He also invented musical instruments such as the zither and the zither, created music, and brought music into the life of humans. He imitated the spider's web and made nets for fishing and hunting, increasing the production capacity of humans. Wait. Feng Zichen had done these a long, long time ago. But times were different. First of all, the civilization of the human race. There was a fault, these things were lost in time. Secondly, the environment of the human race was also very different. When Feng Zichen created these, the population of the human race was not as large as it was now. Moreover, all the human race lived on the coast of the East Sea. With a single order from him, these things could be quickly implemented throughout the entire race. But now, the human race had countless clansmen, and they were scattered all over the world. It could be said that they were all over the primordial world. How difficult would it be for a government decree to be passed through the entire clan? Fuxi was running around for this. He was the work of educating the human race. During his reign, he made the human race wise and polite. This was a supreme merit, so he was called the ancestor of humanity. On this day, Fuxi looked up at the clouds in the sky, the rain and snow, the thunder and lightning. He looked at the strong winds on the ground, the fog rising, and the birds and beasts. He seemed to have comprehended something. However, he felt that there was always a layer separating him, preventing him from having a complete epiphany. While feeling frustrated, Fuxi walked out, intending to go out and relax. Not long after, he arrived at the bank of the Luo River. Splash! Under the Luo River, the dragon horse that had been waiting for a long time. After sensing Fuxi's aura, it immediately carried the He Tu and Luo Shu and floated to the surface of the water. Then, just like the legend, Fuxi looked at the He Tu and Luo Shu and created the Khanate 8 trigrams. He used this to summarize the laws of everything in the world, so that everyone could use this to calculate fortune and disaster. As for where did this dragon horse come from? Naturally, it was found by Ao Shui. Feng Zichen really couldn't find a suitable candidate, so he asked Ao Shui to find one. And so, tens of thousands of years passed. Fuxi's true spirit had already awakened, and his strength had recovered to the realm of Daoist Jinxian's perfection. His rule had also reached its peak. His kindness benefited every human race. Such merit was enough for him to ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor. However, his merit only came from the human race, not from the 10,000 races. Therefore, Fuxi, the Heavenly Emperor, was the Heavenly Emperor of the human race, not the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 races. In other words, with this merit, Fuxi could become the Heavenly Emperor of the human race, but it was not enough to ascend to the Holy Karma rank. Therefore, Fuxi's next plan was to lead the human army and subdue the 10,000 races to become the true Heavenly Emperor and ascend to the Holy Karma rank. In the next tens of thousands of years, Fuxi mobilized the elites of the major tribes and formed an army. They practiced array formations day and night to prepare for the conquest of the 10,000 races. As a master of array formations, Fuxi's ability was recognized by everyone. The array formation that he took out was naturally extraordinary. The primordial river formation. This was the postnatal array formation that he had comprehended from the He Tu and Luo Shu. That's right. It was the postnatal array formation. It could be said to be the number one postnatal array formation in the primordial world. This array formation was created by Fuxi according to the postnatal number. The entire array was set up according to the layout of the ancient mountains, rivers, earth, and other things in the primordial world. There were all kinds of things inside. If the heavenly cycle star array was the sun, moon, and stars, then, the He Tu and Luo Shu were the geography of mountains and rivers, including the rivers or rivers of the primordial world, the ocean, the sky, birds, beasts, fish, and insects, evolving the changes of the ancient primordial world. Moreover, the even more wonderful part of this array was that one could not tell the passage of time while in it. One could see the snow-capped mountains turning into oceans, and the vast seas turning into mulberry fields. The illusions on the river diagram were born and died in an instant. It was as if hundreds of millions of years had passed, and it was also as if countless tribulations had passed. Hence its name, the primordial river diagram. With such an ability, the power of the primordial river formation could be imagined. Moreover, as a postnatal array, in this special period, it must have received some support from the heavens and earth to increase the power of the array. If not, how could Fuxi let the primordial river formation become a postnatal array? The primordial river was all-encompassing, without restraint, postnatal and postnatal. In other words, the primordial river formation could be a postnatal array or a postnatal array. As for the specifics, it all depended on the situation at the scene. If the human race wanted to attack the 10,000 races, of course, it was impossible for them to attack without a reason. In the name of vengeance, it was vengeance. To be honest, the so-called 10,000 races. In fact, most of them were former demons. During the period of the 3 races, there were only 3 races in the primordial world. They were the scaled race, the bird race, and the beast race. During this period, all the races in the primordial world automatically belonged to the three races according to their own characteristics. Thinking about it, with the strength of the three races, how could they allow the existence of other races? It was not until the three races fell that there was the saying of the 10,000 races in the primordial world. Not long after, the demon race appeared. Anything with a spirit could be a demon. As soon as these words were said, the 10,000 races in the primordial world had all become demons. Of course, Jun did not accept all races. Only the races that left their names on the demon summoning banner were true demons. However, because of that slogan, the races that were not on the demon summoning banner could also use the banner of the demon race and say that they were demons. No one could refute it. It was just that such demons could not obtain the support of the heavenly courts. However, since they dared to use the banner of the demon race, they could not blame the humans for using this reason to attack them. Who could guarantee? There were no real demons here. Besides, ordinary people really could not tell the difference between real and fake demons. For example, among the 10,000 races in the primordial world, there was a monkey race. This monkey race was also divided into the macaque race, the ape race, the Zhuyan race, and so on. Among them, the Zhuyan race and the macaque race were real demons that lived in the heaven realm. The ape race and the other races were fake demons. Those who had some understanding of the demon race could naturally tell the difference between real and fake. But for normal people, they would only consider the entire monkey race as the demon race. Therefore, according to this calculation, there was nothing wrong with the humans treating the 10,000 races as demons. The movements of the humans naturally could not be hidden from the 10,000 races in the primordial world. In order to protect themselves, the 10,000 races began to form an alliance. They planned to send an alliance army to attack the human race before the human race was ready to disrupt their deployment. It would be best if they could destroy the human race in one battle. It was a pity. The idea of the 10,000 races was good. But the 10,000 races in the primordial world were not an iron bucket. Among the 10,000 races, there were many who had enmity with each other. So, how could they form an alliance so easily? The various races wrangled with each other and attacked each other, causing the alliance to be unable to succeed for a long time. Until the human race was ready, the 10,000 races did not come up with a specific plan. Then, Fuxi advanced step by step. In just a few thousand years, he had swept through dozens of races. It was also at this time that the 10,000 races in the primordial world panicked. They had no choice but to temporarily put down their enmity with each other and form an alliance to resist the human race. With the combined strength of the 10,000 races, the human race was completely unable to resist. Not long after, the human race began to retreat in defeat. Not only did they lose the newly conquered territory, but they also lost a lot of their original territory. Seeing this, Fuxi knew that he could not defeat them, so he pretended to be weak. On one hand, he led the human race to retreat to the ancestral land, and on the other hand, he sent people to the alliance of 10,000 races to sow discord. The human race was defeated, and the alliance of 10,000 races had no external enemies. The internal problems that had been suppressed for a long time erupted. In addition, Fuxi sent people to sow discord. Not long after, the alliance of 10,000 races disintegrated. After that, the primordial world fell into a chaotic battle between the 10,000 races. When the 10,000 races were almost exhausted, Fuxi led the human army out to clean up the mess. At this time, the 10,000 races had exhausted their strength after many years of war. They were no match for the human race at all and were forced to retreat. When a portion of the primordial races saw this, they directly surrendered to the human race. There was also a portion of the primordial races who insisted on the glory of the primordial world. They formed the Primordial World Alliance and wanted to fight the human race to the death. Hence, the two sides started a long war in the primordial world. While the primordial world was in chaos, the distant primordial world was not very calm either. The Chaos Fiend gods had a new plan. Chapter 543. Outside the Gate of Liches and Demons, a few stalwart figures stood in the chaos, looking at the untainted land from afar. It seems that after so many years, the untainted land has walked out of the shadow brought about by the apocalypse and is gradually returning to peace. In that case, my fellow Daoists, it's time to put the gifts we prepared for the untainted land to use. Suddenly, a demon god said with a smile. Yes. Yes. Those fellow Daoists have just broken out of the seal, and their cultivation is far from their peak. After being suppressed by the heavenly Tao, their lives in the untainted land must be extremely difficult. We need to give the untainted land a big gift to relieve the pressure on them. As soon as the demon god finished speaking, a few chaos demon gods beside him immediately chimed in. Then, they joined forces and took out a huge black ball of light. It was surrounded by violent chaos chi and chaos evil chi that could not be dissipated. It was a special treasure that the chaos demon gods refined with their bodies that were shattered by Pangu back then as the main material. It was a combination of the origin of chaos and the origin of evil chi. In the ancient times, the first connate ferocious beasts in the untainted land were derived from it. In this way, the intention of the chaos demon gods was very clear. They wanted to send connate ferocious beasts to the untainted land and start the ferocious beast tribulation again. Attack! As soon as they finished speaking, the chaos demon gods attacked the untainted land together. Rumble! Terrifying power erupted, setting off terrifying waves in the great chaos. Boundless ripples were formed as they blasted toward the Gate of Liches. Clang! In the face of the attack of several chaos demon gods, the Gate of Liches was broken without any resistance. The defense that condensed all the power of the liches and demons, as well as the seal that heavenly Dao Hongjun had cast on it, did not have any effect at all. The chaos demon gods were too strong. They were so strong that it was beyond the knowledge of the untainted land creatures. If not for their fear of Pangu, the untainted land would have been destroyed by them. Even though the Gate of Liches was a connate cardinal treasure, it was still not as strong as the barrier of heaven and earth. If it was broken, it was broken. The defense of the untainted land was not as good as before. With the current strength of the untainted land, the gate was the door for the chaos demon gods to enter and leave the land freely. Go! The moment the Gate of Lich opened, a chaos demon god struck the ball of origin of chaos into the untainted land. Not good. At the same time, Dao ancestor Hongjun, who was comprehending the great Dao in the purple cloud palace, was possessed by the heavenly Dao. He carried Jun Ti and rushed to the Gate of Magi. Chaos is in trouble. The few sages who were paying attention to the human race sensed the change in the chaos and stopped paying attention to the human race. They all rushed towards the outer space. During this time, the sages naturally discovered the origin of primal chaos. The insight of a sage was extraordinary. He immediately recognized the origin of this item and was about to take it away to prevent it from harming the untainted land. However, before the saints could do anything, the origin of chaos dispersed and flew to the primitive land with strong connate malice chi, merging with the earth veins. In that case, if the saint wanted to take away the essence of the chaos, the primordial world would inevitably suffer. However, this did not matter. Compared to the losses brought to the untainted land by the connate ferocious beasts derived from the origin of chaos, the untainted land could afford such a temporary loss. However, the chaos demon god would not give the sages a chance to destroy the origin of chaos. Before the sages could make up their minds, they started to act in the great chaos. Waves of chaos tides were raised by the chaos demon god and rolled towards the Gate of Magi, intending to attack the untainted land. The sages had no choice but to join forces with Dao ancestor Hong Jun to suppress the Gate of Magi personally to prevent the invasion of the Chaos Chi. In this way, the sages and the heavenly Dao's energy were involved in the chaos by the Chaos Demon God, and there was no extra power to interfere with the untainted land. This was the purpose of the Chaos Demon God. In the untainted land, the sages were simply cheating. Even primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, or even those who were stronger than them, could not defeat them. As long as the sages were there, no matter how many connate ferocious beasts the Chaos Demon God sent to the untainted land, they would not be enough to kill. Therefore, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the plan, the Chaos Demon God had to prevent the sages from attacking. With the safety of the untainted land, it was the Chaos Demon God's plan to involve all the sages' energy. If the sages left the untainted land, they would definitely not be a match for the Chaos Demon God. And if the Chaos Demon God entered the untainted land, he would definitely not be a match for the heavenly Dao. Therefore, the two sides competed with each other across the Gate of Magi. The sudden change naturally alarmed all living beings in the untainted land. At this moment, the human clan and the Khanate alliance, who were planning to fight a decisive battle, also withdrew their troops and waited for the next change. The group of great mediums also had a bad feeling in their hearts. However, no matter how they calculated, they could not find the source of the crisis and could not help but become worried. For a moment, the atmosphere of the untainted land, it became more and more depressing. It was as if a storm was coming. An opportunity. On the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen realized that the human clan's opportunity had come. Although the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts was a huge calamity, it might be an opportunity for the human clan. If the human clan could stand out in this chaos of the ferocious beasts that affected the untainted land, they could even quell the chaos of the ferocious beasts in one fell swoop. Then, the prestige of the human clan would definitely reach a peak in the untainted land. With this, they could justifiably ascend to the position of the main character of heaven and earth. The position of the main character of heaven and earth obtained in this way was the true main character of heaven and earth. And the main character of heaven and earth that was obtained with the help of the heavenly Tao and the schemes of the sages could only be said to be a puppet. Moreover, because of the Chaos Demon God, the sages and the heavenly Tao's control over the untainted land had fallen to a freezing point. It was a great time to cause trouble. His heart stirred slightly. Feng Zichen had the idea of causing trouble. However, he did not expect that this chaos of the ferocious beasts would be even more rapid and large-scale than he had expected. The scope of its impact and the magnitude of its impact were beyond the expectations of too many people. After the chaos origin merged with the untainted land, the Khanate murderous aura it carried immediately began to erode the surrounding earth veins and spirit veins. The spirit veins were contaminated by the Khanate murderous aura, and the acquired chi produced was no longer clear. Instead, it was accompanied by wisps of black murderous aura. If one accidentally touched it, even if they were lucky enough to retain their spiritual intelligence, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Under the influence of the Khanate murderous aura, it did not take long for the entire untainted land to be filled with murderous aura. The world was gradually filled with murderous aura. The increase in murderous aura would definitely bring about a decrease in spiritual energy. For this reason, the cultivation environment in the world became even more difficult. But this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that as the murderous aura grew, the demonic path that had disappeared in the untainted land for many years gradually emerged. The current cultivation environment was suitable for the spread of the demonic path. The Daoist path grew and the demonic path disappeared. The demonic path disappeared. It was like a cycle. Many years after the celestial sect of wonders defeated the demonic path had a chance to prosper again. The situation in the untainted land became more and more strange. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. After 1,000 years of nurturing, the origin of chaos had already given birth to many connate ferocious beasts. Normally speaking, even connate ferocious beasts could not have too much strength when they were just born. However, this batch of chaos demon gods was different. First of all, they had noble origins. They were formed from the remnants of the chaos demon gods. They were born with strong physical bodies, not inferior to Daoist Jingxian. Secondly, when these connate ferocious beasts were nurtured, the demonic path used some unknown method to connect them with the resentment, evil aura, and other negative emotions in the world. This made these connate ferocious beasts even more powerful. Many connate ferocious beasts were born with the cultivation of Daoist Jingxian. Fortunately, the heavenly Dao was fair. If it gave you invincible power, you were destined to lose something. Therefore, these connate ferocious beasts did not have intelligence, regardless of their strength. However, there were exceptions. Among the many connate ferocious beasts, there were always a few exceptions. Among them, there were 4 connate ferocious beasts. While possessing great strength, they also possessed extremely high intelligence. They were Tao Tai, Hun Dun, Qiong Qi, and Tao Wu. These 4 ferocious beasts were special creatures born from the fusion of the origin of chaos and the negative emotions of the untainted land. They were the embodiment of evil in the world. From the moment they were born, they had the power of a sage-to-be. As the situation in the untainted land became more chaotic, their strength became stronger. There was another point that was especially important. As the embodiment of evil in the world, unless there was no evil in the untainted land, they were immortal existences. There was no way to completely kill them. Even if their bodies and true spirits were completely refined into flying ashes, as long as there was evil in the untainted land, they could be resurrected at any time. This was a monster born from the resentment of all living beings. It was born with the untainted land. Other than not being as powerful as the saints, there was almost no difference. The untainted land's great mediums, as well as the human clan and the connate alliance, were not fools. After seeing the birth of the connate ferocious beasts, they immediately killed them. Even if the 4 great ferocious beasts were born, they were no match for them at all. Other than being shocked by their strength at the beginning, after that, it was easy to kill them. However, at this moment, no one knew that the 4 great ferocious beasts were immortal existences. Otherwise, the crowd would not have killed them, but sealed them when they had just been born and their cultivation was at its weakest. Given the vastness of the untainted land, the number of connate ferocious beasts could be said to be endless. In order to prevent the connate ferocious beasts from wreaking havoc in the untainted land, the human tribe and the connate alliance had no choice but to set aside their enmity and join forces to suppress the connate ferocious beasts. Even the great adepts came out to help from time to time. However, this method was still fine in the early stages. However, as the number of Xiantian realm ferocious beasts increased, the human race and the Xiantian realm alliance gradually became overwhelmed. It was also at this time that the people of the demonic path gradually became active. They came forward to help the Xiantian realm vicious beasts and obstructed the encirclement plan of the humans and the Xiantian alliance. In fact, they even used the same trick again. The high-level officials of both sides instigated the relationship between the two sides, intending to start another war. In the early stages, the demonic path took advantage of the pervasive baleful aura and the restless hearts of the people to succeed. The human race and the innate alliance did have some friction because of this. Several wars broke out and there were even signs of a complete falling out. It was only when Fuxi discovered that something was wrong that he took advantage of the meeting between the two sides. He used the Xiantian 8 trigrams to deduce the heavenly secrets and forcefully pulled out several demonic Dao spies from the two sides. Only then was the relationship between the two sides restored. However, this move by the demonic path, it could be said that he had offended both sides. In the future, when eliminating the Xiantian realm vicious beasts, both sides also eliminated the demonic path. It was at this time that all kinds of Dao techniques and supernatural powers against the demonic path were developed. However, the human race and the Xiantian alliance, which were already weak, were even more powerless against the demonic path in addition to dealing with the Xiantian realm vicious beasts. As a result, the Xiantian realm vicious beasts gradually showed signs of overflowing. However, soon, the human race and the Xiantian alliance were freed up. That was because the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect had arrived. The demonic path had created chaos in the primordial world, so the disciples of the Xian sect naturally had to take action to subdue the demons to defend the dignity of the Xian sect. Under the leadership of the nine-heaven celestial lord Xianqing, the disciples of the three sects and the disciples of the Xian sect's great magicians all came out to kill the people of the demonic path. Even the Haotian Jade Pool also sent an army from the heavenly court to quell the chaos in the primordial world. All the forces took action together to suppress the demonic path and the Xiantian realm vicious beasts. The primordial world gradually showed signs of peace. However, at this moment, a sudden change completely reversed the situation of the primordial world. The situation that the major forces of the primordial world had created with great difficulty all turned into flowing water overnight. The chaos of the Xiantian realm vicious beasts had completely erupted. All living beings were in danger. And this shocking change, it had something to do with the great magicians. Almost at the same time, most of the great magicians in the primordial world, except for a few, were attacked by the chaos demon gods. Back then, the chaos demon gods broke out of the seal, and after a big battle with everyone, they all went to the great wide world. However, only the main bodies of the chaos demon gods went to the great wide world. A part of their true spirits chose to stay in the primordial world and sneak into the blessed enclave, waiting for an opportunity to take action. No one knew what method those chaos demon gods had used to hide in their Daoist rites in such an arrogant manner without being detected by the powerful masters of divine arts. The chaos demon gods had always wanted to possess the great magicians to replace their status and lurk in the primordial world to plan something big. However, they had no chance, so they did not take action for a long time. Seizing the body of a great divine ability was not a simple matter. The most troublesome thing was not the resistance of the great magicians, but how to hide from the heavenly way. The heavenly way was monitoring the primordial world all the time, especially the great magicians who could destroy the stability of heaven and earth. They were the key targets of the heavenly way's surveillance. Therefore, every great magician could not escape the perception of the heavenly way when something happened to him. It was for this reason that the chaos demon gods did not dare to attack the great magicians easily. If they were discovered by the heavenly way before they could be proud of themselves after successfully possessing the great magicians, they would be killed. What a loss that would be! Therefore, the chaos demon gods had to bear with it for the time being and secretly spy on the great magicians, waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 544. Until now. Their chance had finally come. Because of the changes in the chaos outside the world, the heavenly Tao had no time to look at the untainted world, which gave the chaos demon gods a chance. They took advantage of the fact that the great masters were distracted to suppress the connate ferocious beasts and suddenly attacked, trying to devour their true spirits and replace them. Of course, those great masters had been able to dominate the untainted world for so many years, so they were not to be trifled with. How could they be so easily defeated by the chaos demon gods? After a short period of shock, they immediately came back to their senses and fought with the chaos demon gods. Although the original chaos demon gods were extremely powerful, after being weakened several times, they did not have much strength left and were on par with the great masters. In addition, the battlefield took place in the bodies of the great masters, so they had the home advantage. The remnant spirits of the chaos demon gods were in an away battle, so they did not have the advantage and were even at a disadvantage. Therefore, the chaos demon gods might not be able to successfully possess the great masters. Perhaps, the remnant spirits of the Chaos Demon Gods would be devoured by the Great Masters and become resources for them to reach a higher realm. Therefore, in the end, it was hard to say who would succeed who. However, there was one thing that was certain. After the battle between the Chaos Demon Gods and the Great Masters was over, no matter who won the final victory, a large number of primordial chaos experts would emerge in the untainted world. If the Chaos Demon Gods won, their strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. There was no doubt about that. If the Great Masters won, they would definitely get the origin of the Chaos Demon Gods, and their cultivation would naturally improve by leaps and bounds. Therefore, not long after, primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian would be in the untainted world. It would no longer be as scarce as before. At that time, it would be the real great world. In the untainted world, the primordial chaos sect master would appear frequently and compete between heaven and earth. Even the saints would find it difficult to hide their brilliance. At that time, it would be difficult for the saints to dominate the untainted world. However, it was also because of this that the great masters focused all their energy on fighting with the Chaos Demon Gods. They had no extra energy to deal with the connate ferocious beasts. As a result, in the untainted land, the primordial ferocious beasts became more and more powerful, and the dark sect became more and more arrogant. The human tribe and the primordial alliance gradually lost control of the situation and were suppressed by both sides. Even the third-generation disciples of the celestial sect of wonders had no choice but to retreat to the ancestral courts of the three sects under the suppression of the second-generation disciples of the devil sect. It wasn't that the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect weren't strong enough, but that the demon gate didn't abide by the rules and sent out the older generation to bully the younger generation of the Xian sect. It would be a miracle if the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders could beat him. In this way, the chaos of the connate ferocious beasts and the chaos of the demons sect had completely erupted. The primordial world had entered a situation where the demonic Tao was rising and the Tao was disappearing. Just as the situation in the Great Desolate Aeon turned increasingly dangerous, the Heaven Realm moved. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian, Great Emperor Zi Wei, North Star Emperor Zichen Clan, and Great Emperor Lei Zhe of the South Pole. A celestial emperor and 3 emperors, a total of 4 half-step primordial chaos cultivators, had come down to the primeval world to suppress the connate ferocious beasts and the demon sect. The heavenly realm was light and agile, so it was located high up in the sky and was the closest to the heavenly Tao. Therefore, in the great chaos of the Great Desolate Aeon, the heaven realm could remain calm as usual and not be affected by the turmoil. It was also because of this that the heaven realm could draw out most of its power to suppress the chaos in the Great Desolate Aeon. On the other hand, the netherworld realm was the opposite. The netherworld realm was located in the deepest part of the Great Desolate Aeon. Below him was the bottomless land of the 9 nether. No one knew how many secrets were buried under the 9 underworlds. But one thing was certain, there was definitely the remains of the Chaos Demon God in there. Even as powerful as the Great Desolate Aeon was, it was impossible to completely transform the remains of the Chaos Demon God. Therefore, the remains of the Chaos Demon God that had not been transformed by the origin of the Great Desolate Aeon were all worthless. They were all sunk into the land of the ultimate and disposed of as waste. Those that were still valuable sank into the 9 underworlds and used the power of time to slowly refine them to strengthen the origin of the Great Desolate Aeon. Originally, this was a perfect plan. But as the true spirit of the Chaos Demon God broke the seal, it became a huge pit. Almost at the same time, dozens of Chaos Demon Gods rushed out of the 9 underworlds and attacked the netherworld realm. If Hutu had not activated the 6 paths of reincarnation disc in time to suppress these Chaos Demon Gods, the netherworld realm would have changed hands today. However, it was still a little difficult to suppress these Chaos Demon Gods with the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. It was not that these Chaos Demon Gods were too strong, nor was it that the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was too weak. It was that the 6 paths of reincarnation disc had to bear too much pressure. As the treasure of reincarnation of the Great Desolate Aeon, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was operating all the time to maintain the reincarnation of all living beings in the Great Desolate Aeon. Given the size of the Great Desolate Aeon, how many living beings had to be reincarnated every day? And the reincarnation of living beings required power. The more living beings there were, the more power they needed. Usually, in order to maintain the reincarnation of the entire Great Desolate Aeon, it was already a big burden for the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. It was the same even if it was a treasure of chaos. In particular, with the outbreak of the Khanate ferocious beasts and the chaos of the demon sect, more living beings died in the Great Desolate Aeon. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc was facing more and more pressure, and it had to use more power to maintain the normal operation of reincarnation. Under such circumstances, it still had to suppress dozens of powerful chaos demon gods. Even with Hudu's help, it gradually became more and more powerless. For this reason, Hudu's incarnation, Hudu Empress, Fengdu Ghost Emperor, and Nether River Patriarch had to work together to mobilize the power of the origin of the Netherworld realm to help Hudu suppress the chaos demon gods. However, just as they were in a stalemate with the chaos demon gods, a large number of strange ferocious beasts suddenly surged out of the 9 underworlds and attacked the Netherworld realm. They were extremely powerful, and they did not have a fixed shape. Like souls, they could change their shape at will and were good at attacking the primordial spirit. Ordinary means could not hurt them at all. Moreover, among them, Tai Jinxian ferocious beasts were the most numerous, but there were also Daluo Jinxian beasts and Sage-to-be ferocious beasts. Fortunately, after the Great Witch Demon War, ancestral witch Xian Ming led the surviving members of the witch tribe to the Netherworld realm to seek refuge with Hudu. It was because of this that he was able to take action in time when the ferocious beasts attacked the Netherworld realm. He led the remaining masters of the witch tribe to stop these ferocious beasts outside the Netherworld realm. Otherwise, when the higher-ups of the Netherworld realm were unable to take action collectively, a large number of powerful ferocious beasts suddenly attacked the Netherworld realm, which would inevitably bring a huge disaster to it. However, although the Netherworld realm blocked this disaster, it did not have the extra strength to support the untainted land. The only thing they could do was to try their best to guard the Netherworld realm and prevent these powerful ferocious beasts from spreading to the untainted land, so as not to add fuel to the fire of the untainted land that was in crisis. Just as Feng Zichun and the others descended to the lower world, in the depths of the void, a pool emitting colorful light quietly revealed its traces. The void silently split open, and this colorful sacred pool appeared in the untainted land. In an instant the wind and clouds between heaven and earth changed. Boundless rainbow-colored mist converged towards the divine pool. Whir! Like boiling water, the water in the pool emitted a whirring sound. A budding lotus flower slowly appeared in the middle of the pool. Immediately, the Khanate Daoist rhyme filled the air, and endless rules appeared and wrapped around it. Obviously, this mysterious lotus flower was a Khanate item, and it was a peerless item. Otherwise, it would not have such an extraordinary phenomenon. This mysterious lotus was enveloped by 7-colored light. Its entire body emitted a dreamlike luster. It gave off an extremely illusory feeling, as if it didn't really exist. However, it was really beautiful. With just a glance, one could unconsciously sink into it. In the dream, one would experience the various forms of life and comprehend the wonders of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. They would never wake up again, and they would die silently. Demonic. This was an extremely demonic lotus flower. It was not a divine lotus, but a demonic lotus. A complete demonic lotus, a Khanate demonic lotus. Walala, with the appearance of the Khanate demonic lotus, the water in the sacred pool disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming nutrients for the demonic lotus growth. At the same time, the colorful mist from heaven and earth also poured into the Khanate demonic lotus to accelerate its growth. With the help of these two forces, it did not take long for the connate demonic lotus to fully mature and slowly bloom. The huge flower bud had 9 petals, and it slowly bloomed in the surroundings. Immediately, an intoxicating phenomenon, together with an extremely dreamy mist, spread in all directions. It was also at this moment that the connate demonic lotus fully bloomed. In the center of the flower bud, a handsome man in colorful clothes and holding a divine mirror gradually appeared on the platform. He was extremely beautiful, and there was not a single flaw on his body. He was like the most perfect piece of art in the world. His temperament was complex and changeable. Sometimes he was like a god, sometimes a demon, and sometimes a ghost. He was constantly changing. However, each of his temperaments gave people a feeling of closeness, and people could not help but believe in him. Moreover, if one took a closer look, they would discover that his appearance and figure were not the same. Just like his temperament, his appearance and figure were also changing all the time. There was no fixed form. This was not a god, but a demon. A natural demon. My name is the demonic heart. I have no shape, no form, no life, and no death. I was born with the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and I exist in the hearts of all living beings. The 7 emotions are eternal, and the 6 desires are not known. I am immortal. Suddenly, the devil stood up and announced his existence to the primeval world. Wang wang wang, heaven and earth hummed loudly as if celebrating the birth of a new connate god-fiend. At the same time, the chi of 7 emotions and 6 desires in the world seemed to have found its master, and it excitedly gathered toward the demonic heart to increase its strength. Rumble. In the depths of the void, in the mysterious unknown place, where the long river of fate was, there was another change with the birth of the demonic heart. Among the countless tributaries of fate, one of the huge but incomparably pitch-black tributaries suddenly branched out and flowed toward an unknown place. That huge pitch-black tributary represented the destiny of the demonic sect. The small tributaries that branched out from his body represented the destiny of the demonic heart. This meant that, heaven and earth recognized the identity of the demonic heart. A wisp of the destiny that belonged to the demonic sect was given to the demonic heart. At this point, the demonic heart had obtained the destiny of the demonic sect and became the overlord of the demonic path in one fell swoop. Yes, an overlord of the demonic path who came from outside the demonic sect and did not belong to the demonic sect. Who is it? Sensing that the destiny of the demonic sect was damaged, the giants of the demonic sect were naturally furious. They all sent out their divine senses to search for the madman who dared to split the destiny of the demonic sect. But how could they find him? The demonic heart was invisible and formless, and it existed in the hearts of all living beings. Unless one severed all 7 emotions and extinguished all 6 desires, no one could escape the parasitism of the demonic heart. With just a thought, he could hide in the hearts of all living beings, and no one would be able to detect his traces. Let's go. Before the divine senses of the demonic path giants swept over, the demonic heart smiled faintly and then disappeared on the spot without a trace. No matter how the demonic path giants calculated, other than the name of the demonic heart, there was no other information, let alone his whereabouts. Demonic heart? I'll remember you. How dare you plunder the destiny of the demonic sect? No one in this world can save you. After leaving behind a few harsh words, the divine senses of the demonic path giants slowly retreated. The aura of the world devastator Daoist? Interesting. I was worried about not being able to find your whereabouts. I didn't expect you to show up on your own accord. It's really fate. You deserve to die. After the divine senses of the demonic path giants left, the void suddenly distorted, and the figure of the demonic heart appeared again. However, what was different from before was that his face was filled with a strange smile. That was because he had discovered the aura of a long-lost enemy. The Black Lotus of Destruction, World Devastator Daoist. With the outbreak of the demonic calamity in the primordial world, Feng Zichen's old enemy, the world devastator Daoist, finally couldn't help but appear. That's right. The demonic heart was Feng Zichen's incarnation. With the aura of 7 emotions and 6 desires, coupled with the connate creation origin, he condensed the connate god-fiend incarnation. The incarnation of the demonic heart was an incarnation that Feng Zichen had condensed specifically to deal with the Western sect. On the eve of the demon race's massacre, he had sent the pool of 7 emotions and 6 desires that had nurtured the demonic heart incarnation into the depths of the void, quietly waiting for the opportunity to appear. Unexpectedly, as the situation of the demonic path's expansion gradually formed, the demonic heart incarnation actually appeared in advance due to the destiny of the demonic path and became the overlord of the demonic path. The matter of opportunity, it was really unfathomable. Since the demonic heart was Feng Zichen's incarnation, then that divine mirror was naturally the supreme-grade connate spirit treasure, the mortal mirror. And that 9th-grade connate demon lotus was the connate spirit treasure given to the demonic heart by heaven and earth. It was the superior-grade connate spirit treasure, the 9th-grade black lotus of the demonic heart. As for the demonic heart's rainbow cloud robe, Chapter 545. It was also a connate spirit treasure. It was called the 7 Emotions Heavenly Robe. It was dreamlike and illusory. It was between reality and illusion. It could ignore most of the divine powers of the primordial world. It was a superior-grade connate spirit treasure that contained 36 connate divine seals. A connate god-fiend. Of course, it couldn't be shabby when it was born. Especially for a mental demon that was born with great luck. It couldn't be shabby when it was born. Heaven and earth would naturally prepare a good set of belongings for it so that it wouldn't have to live in poverty. However, even with so many treasures, the cultivation level of the mental demon wasn't very strong. It was only at the early stage of Daoist Jingxian. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for it to increase its cultivation level. The heavenly Tao was fair. Since the mental demon was born with the ability to be almost immortal, it naturally had shortcomings in other aspects. This shortcoming was that it couldn't increase its cultivation level through normal cultivation methods. In other words, the mental demon couldn't breathe spirit qi. What it could absorb was only the qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires that came from the hearts of all living beings. All the methods of the mental demon, be it dharmic powers or divine powers, relied on the qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires. This was the foundation of his existence. The qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires was as important to the mental demon as spirit qi was to cultivators. Moreover, the qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires was only the source of the mental demon's power. It couldn't increase its cultivation level. If it wanted to break through, it could only devour other cultivators so that it could occupy their Tao fruits and refine their cultivation as nourishment to strengthen itself. For example, if the mental demon occupied the Tao heart of a sage-to-be mighty figure, it could immediately become a sage-to-be mighty figure. The mental demon's Tao was the Tao of plunder. Plunder the Tao of all living beings to form its own Tao. Compared to the demonic sect's Tao, the mental demon's Tao was the true demonic Tao. It was more like a demon than the demonic sect cultivators. Harming heaven and earth to nourish itself. This was the supreme true demon. World Devastator Daoist. He dares to enter the primordial world at this time. This is the will of heaven. If he doesn't face the tribulation, who will? Somewhere in the primordial world. After learning that the World Devastator Daoist had reappeared from the incarnation of the mental demon, Feng Zichen immediately sent Lei Zhe's incarnation of the South Pole Emperor to search for him so that he could face the tribulation. As for why Lei Zhe's incarnation? Of course, it was because there was a huge karma between him and the World Devastator Daoist. His vow to kill the World Devastator Daoist was still ringing in his ears. It was only by relying on such karma that Feng Zichen was able to kill the symbol of providence of the demonic sects in this era where the demonic sects were flourishing. Otherwise, how could the Black Lotus of Destruction, the treasure of destiny of the Dark Sect, be so easy to kill? One had to know that Tianming was in the Demon Gate, not the Profound Gate. If not for the fact that the World Devastator Taoist had been too greedy and forcefully devoured the vitality of the 9 Thunder Lords of the Thunder Lake, Feng Zichen would not have been able to find the opportunity to attack him now. Killing an innate God Fiend's embryo was a great taboo in the world, but World Devastator Taoist had killed 9 of them in a row. He could only say that this was the will of the heavens. The World Devastator Taoist should have died. As for his previous plan of leaving the World Devastator Taoist to the Thunder Lord of the 9 Heavens, he naturally dropped it. An oath. It was better to do it himself. Did Feng Zichen want to kill World Devastator Taoist? Of course, he wanted to, even in his dreams. Unfortunately, he really could not find any traces of World Devastator Taoist. Thus, he had no choice but to leave the mission of killing World Devastator Taoist to the Thunder Lord of the 9 Heavens. However, since World Devastator Taoist had taken the initiative to appear now, Feng Zichen did not mind killing him along the way. In order to solve a problem in his heart that had yet to be solved. North of the primordial world. At a place where connate ferocious beasts gathered. World Devastator Taoist suddenly appeared and used a demonic technique to tame all the connate ferocious beasts. After that, he originally wanted to drive these connate ferocious beasts to where the human race was and wreak havoc to take revenge for being severely injured by Feng Zichen several times back then. However, the moment he turned to leave, the surrounding space suddenly changed. Lightning. Endless lightning. It surged out of the void like seawater and instantly drowned the area he was in, forming a huge sea of lightning around him. At the same time, with the formation of this sea of lightning, all of World Devastator Taoist's connections to the outside world were cut off. Time and space also froze at this moment. In other words, no matter how long he had been in this sea of lightning, the time and space in the outside world were not affected at all. It was still maintained at the moment when World Devastator Taoist turned around. This is Luoy's. It's the South Pole Great Emperor of the Heavenly Court. After looking around for a while, World Devastator Taoist found his surroundings more and more familiar. After carefully recalling for a moment, he remembered that this sea of lightning was exactly the same as the layout of the Luoy's in the past. This time, he understood everything. He knew that the one who trapped him here was one of the 4 heavenly deities of the Heavenly Court, the South Pole Longevity Emperor. Because only the connate Tao Master who was born in the Luoy's could create such a realistic scene in the Luoy's Great Emperor of the South Pole. World Devastator Taoist of the demonic sect greets the Emperor. May I know why the Emperor is blocking my path? World Devastator Taoist suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and bowed respectfully. After knowing the identity of the person who came, he clearly understood one thing. That was, he was no match for the other party no matter what. If they really fought, not to mention him, even the current leader of the demonic sect would not be the other party's match. In the entire demonic sect, unless demon ancestor Luo Ho appeared, no one would be a match for the 4 heavenly deities in a one-on-one fight. After all, they were the 4 heavenly deities. They were the strongest 4 karmic ranks below the sage position. With the support of the power of their ranks, they could even erupt with power comparable to a sage. Facing such a powerful existence, how could World Devastator Taoist, who had just entered the sage-to-be realm, resist? The difference in ranks was simply too great. Therefore, no matter how dissatisfied World Devastator Taoist was with Feng Zichen blocking his path, he did not dare to show it on his face. He was afraid that he would anger the other party and bring about a fatal disaster. Of course, this was mainly because he knew that among the 4 heavenly deities, other than the North Star Emperor, the other 3 heavenly deities had nothing to do with the mystic sect. If the other party was the heavenly Emperor Haotian, World Devastator Taoist would have resisted long ago. If the other party was not from the mystic sect, it meant that there was no conflict between them and they could become allies. Why did I stop you? Don't you know anything about this, World Devastator Taoist? There was a distortion in the void as Feng Zichen stepped out and stood in front of World Devastator Taoist, speaking coldly. If I remember correctly, this is the first time I've met the Emperor. I wonder why the Emperor is so hostile to me. Could it be that wait. Could it be, at this point, World Devastator Taoist suddenly thought of something and frowned. Could it be that the Emperor is here because of the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens? In World Devastator Taoist's memory, the only thing that was related to the Thunder Lock was when he devoured the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens. But this, what did it have to do with the South Pole Emperor? Although both sides were innate gods born from Malaysia, it was clear that they weren't born at the same time. Otherwise, the South Pole Great Emperor's fate would have been the same as the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens, devoured by World Devastator Taoist. However, this was not the case in the present world. This meant that the South Pole Great Emperor was a new Thunder Lock born after the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens died. If that was the case, the two parties should not have crossed paths. The South Pole Great Emperor had no reason to avenge him. On the contrary, he should be grateful to World Devastator Taoist. If World Devastator Taoist had not devoured the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens, it would not have been easy for the South Pole Great Emperor to control the Thunder Lock alone. At the very least, he would have to fight the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens first. That's right. I'm here for this. Feng Zichen nodded and continued. Since you've figured it out, do you want to end your own life? Or do you want me to send you on your way? To him, it did not matter if World Devastator Taoist understood the reason. What was important was that he wanted World Devastator Taoist dead. Emperor, although you and the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens are both from the Thunder Lock, you don't know each other. Why do you want to avenge them? If you kill me, you'll avenge them, but you'll also offend the entire demon sect. It's not worth it. I hope you'll reconsider. The World Devastator Taoist's expression completely changed when he heard that. He quickly explained the drawbacks of killing him to Feng Zichen in a slightly hurried tone. He wanted to use the demon sect's power to pressure Feng Zichen and force him to change his mind. World Devastator Taoist was not joking. Killing him. He would really offend the entire demon sect. Although the demon sect had two connate cardinal treasures, the god-slaying spear and the 4 immortal slaying swords, their killing intent was too strong. However, the murderous aura of these two connate cardinal treasures was so strong that they could not suppress the light from providence. Demon ancestor Rahu had no choice but to use the 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction to suppress the demon sect's providence. And World Devastator Taoist was formed from the 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction. Killing him would shake the foundation of the demon sect. How could the demon sect not be angry? It would not be an exaggeration to say that they would offend the entire demon sect. However, since Feng Zichen wanted to kill World Devastator Taoist, why would he care about that? The demon sect could not scare him. The mystic sect was more like it. Since World Devastator Taoist is unwilling to end his own life, I'll spend some effort to personally send you on your last journey. With a smile, Feng Zichen pointed downwards. The entire sea of lightning instantly boiled and gradually gathered towards World Devastator Taoist, forming a huge thunder Dao furnace to refine him to death. That's right. I have something to tell you. After the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens perished, the Thunder Locks will gathered their remaining power and was reborn. It can be said that I inherited everything from the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens, including their karma. Therefore, it's not wrong for you to die in my hands. Feng Zichen explained as he looked at World Devastator Taoist, who was struggling in the Thunder Dao furnace. Originally, he did not need to explain. It was good to let World Devastator Taoist be a confused ghost. However, on second thought, if he did not have a suitable reason to kill World Devastator Daoist, it was hard to guarantee that others would not recklessly guess his true identity. After all, Thunder Locke's incarnation was too mysterious. It had never appeared in the primordial world before. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. It would be strange if no one guessed his true identity. If, by chance, someone guessed his true identity, then there would be a lot of fun. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to take advantage of this opportunity to tell a half-truth about his fabricated background. At the very least, it could also dispel some people's suspicions. To reduce the risk of his true identity being exposed. I am the symbol of the demon sect. If you kill me, the demon ancestor will not let you off. Thunder Locke, you will definitely be buried with me. Inside the Thunder Dao furnace, World Devastator Daoist was in complete despair after hearing Feng Zichen's words. He could not help but roar loudly. He knew that he was finished. There was no hope of survival. In order to end the karma inherited from the Thunder Lord of the Ninth Heaven, even if he did not hesitate to offend the demon sect, the other party would definitely kill him. After all, compared to his own Dao path. So what if he offended the entire demon sect? Then there's no need for you to worry, World Devastator Daoist. You won't be able to see it anyway. After taking one last look at World Devastator Daoist, Feng Zichen used the authority of the South Pole Emperor to mobilize the mighty power of heaven and earth to raise the power of the Thunder Dao furnace to the level of primordial chaos. As a result, World Devastator Daoist was even less of a match. Not long after, he was killed by Feng Zichen. How could a mere early-stage quasi-saint resist the attack of a primordial chaos? The outcome was already decided. World Devastator Daoist was bound to die. From the beginning to the end, Feng Zichen did not use any other divine abilities. He only used some of the power that belonged to the South Pole Emperor and easily killed World Devastator Daoist. Firstly, he was cautious. He was worried that others would be able to see the relationship between his clones through clues. Secondly, there was no need at all. At this point, the gap between him and World Devastator Daoist was already big enough. It could be said that one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. Back then, he had needed to be 120% focused to deal with World Devastator Daoist. Now, he could destroy him with a flip of his hand. There was really no need to invest too much effort. After killing World Devastator Daoist, Feng Zichen did not put away the Thunder Dao furnace. Instead, he continued to use his power to refine something. Just like that, 49 days later, Feng Zichen put away the Thunder Dao furnace. A 12th grade Black Lotus flew out and landed in his hand. It was World Devastator Daoist's original body. It was the top supreme grade connate spirit treasure of the primordial world, the 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction. You brought this upon yourself. What a pity for World Devastator Daoist's top grade talent. Looking at the 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction in his hand, Feng Zichen sighed regretfully. One had to know that in terms of background, there were very few people in the primordial world who could surpass World Devastator Daoist other than the three pure ones, who were of the Panga lineage. The 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction could be said to be a top-grade origin in the primordial world. It had the possibility of becoming a primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Just like great immortal Yang Mei and Saint Juan Ti. Unfortunately, World Devastator Daoist was too capable. He had wasted his top-grade talent in the primordial world. Chapter 546. The World Devastator Daoist had spent his entire life. Perhaps it was to transform or to cultivate. He had devoured countless connate spiritual items. Among them, there were many that were more precious than the Ninth Heaven Thunder Lord. If not for that, the World Devastator Daoist would not have been able to reach the quasi-saint realm so quickly. One had to know that he had been severely injured by Feng Zichen several times, causing his origin source to be greatly damaged. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for him to maintain his current strength, let alone improve his cultivation level. However, the reality was that not only did the World Devastator Daoist strength not deteriorate, but it also improved. He broke through from the Daoist Jingxian realm to the quasi-saint realm. Clearly, he had borrowed external strength. He had devoured many connate spiritual items to make up for his missing origin source. Only this method could heal the World Devastator Daoist's injuries in a short period of time and allow his cultivation level to improve by leaps and bounds. However, how could connate spiritual items be so easy to devour? Every connate spiritual item was born from heaven and earth. They had great luck and great creation. Although they were not as good as connate god-fiends, they were still favored by heaven and earth. Therefore, killing them was unknown. Of course, with the providence that the World Devastator Daoist had inherited from the creation Green Lotus, devouring some connate spiritual items was nothing. It would not affect him much. However, there was a limit to everything. For example, the World Devastator Daoist devoured connate spiritual items without any restraint. No matter how great his providence was, he could not withstand such a creation. It could be said that the World Devastator Daoist's death was caused by Feng Zichen. In reality, his providence had run out and he had been abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, did he really think that the World Devastator Daoist was so easy to kill? He was a connate god-fiend who had the legacy of the Chaos Green Lotus and had the providence to open heaven. In terms of status, even if he was not as good as the three pure ones, he was not far behind. He had the characteristic of turning misfortune into luck and misfortune into fortune. If the heavenly Tao had not abandoned the World Devastator Daoist, even if Feng Zichen's cultivation level was far higher than his, he would not be able to kill him today. This might even become his opportunity. It was his own doing that gave Feng Zichen the chance to kill him. Go! Putting away the grade 12 Black Lotus of World Destruction, Feng Zichen cast a spell to erase all traces of what had happened here before hurriedly leaving. The 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction was of great importance. It was the treasure of the demonic sect. The loss of this treasure would definitely cause a huge commotion. Perhaps even the fiend ancestor Rahu, who had disappeared for many years, would appear because of this. Feng Zichen was not an idiot. It was impossible for him to stupidly stay where he was and wait for the evil cult elites to come and take revenge. Now that he had gotten his hands on the benefits, it was best to slip away. With the level 12 Black Lotus of World Destruction in his hand, Feng Zichen did not dare to stay in Untainted Land any longer. He hurriedly returned to the South Pole Star and heaved a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of the demonic sects experts, but he was afraid of demon ancestor Rahu. This was the true supreme expert of the primordial world, the person who had once suppressed Dao ancestor Hongjun. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? Feng Zichen was not even a primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Of course, he did not dare to face such a person directly. It would be safer to hide in his own base camp, the boundless starry sky. With God Pangu around, at least his safety could be guaranteed. I have to find an opportunity to send this 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction to Xianqing. Even after returning to the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen was still a little worried. He felt that this Black Lotus of World Destruction was really a big trouble and could not be kept in his hands. Otherwise, if the fiend ancestor Rahu followed his aura to find him, wouldn't it be uncomfortable? Even if the fiend ancestor did not take action, this treasure would be exposed sooner or later if it was kept in his hands. So, he had to send the 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction away. No, it was best to destroy it. Coincidentally, the Green Lotus of Creation was in the hands of Xianqing. He could send this 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction over and let it be devoured to become a resource for him to upgrade to an innate treasure. Now, Feng Zichen had the 12th grade White Lotus of Purification, the 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction, and the pool of golden lotus of merit that he had obtained from the 8 treasure pool of Mount Meru. If the green lotus of creation devoured all these innate lotus flowers, it would probably become a top-grade innate treasure in one fell swoop. Its power would be comparable to the 3 heaven-opening treasures. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little excited. It turned out that he had unknowingly collected so many chaos green lotus fragments. If he planned properly, he might be able to gather the 4 innate lotus platforms in the future and recreate a trace of the divine power of the chaos green lotus. Hongmeng Daozhong, come. With a slight movement in his heart, Feng Zichen summoned Hongmeng Daozhong and put away the 12th grade black lotus of world destruction. In an instant, the aura of the 12th grade black lotus of world destruction, it completely disappeared from the primordial world. No matter how the demonic experts searched, they could not sense its aura at all. It was the same even if the demon ancestor personally took action. The power of Hongmeng Daozhong was no joke. It could even hide the heavenly way, let alone the demon ancestor. However, in this way, Hongmeng Daozhong could no longer be used. Otherwise, once Hongmeng Daozhong was used, it would leak the aura of the 12th grade black lotus of world destruction that it was suppressing. But this did not matter, because soon, the 12th grade black lotus of world destruction would become the resource for the green lotus of creation to become an innate treasure. Go! With a stroke of his hand, Feng Zichen tore open a spatial rift and sent Hongmeng Daozhong in. On the other side of the spatial rift was the location of the 3 immortal islands of the East Sea. At this time, the saints were not there, and the heavenly way was powerless to look after the primordial world. It was the best time for the green lotus of creation to become an innate treasure. While Luai's incarnation was busy dealing with the 12th grade black lotus of world destruction, Feng Zichen's other 2 incarnations were not idle either. Gaochen's incarnation first took out the Human Path Imperial Seal, the Human Path Treasure, from the mini-primordial world, and then hurried to the ancestral land of the human race. At this time, the ancestral land of the human race was being besieged by a group of innate ferocious beasts. There were millions of innate ferocious beasts, and each of them was no lower than a golden immortal. Among them, there were tens of thousands of Tai Jingxian beasts and dozens of Daluo Jingxian beast kings. The most terrifying ones were the 6 leading innate ferocious beasts. Their bodies were incomparably huge. His strength was even more terrifying. It was comparable to the strength of a demi-sage in the middle stage. Under the siege of these innate ferocious beasts, the protective boundary that Nuwa had set up back then could not help but tremble as if it could break at any time. If the barrier was really broken, the human race would face a calamity of annihilation. How could a Daluo Jingxian survive the siege of millions of innate ferocious beasts if his cultivation was not as strong as a Daluo Jingxian? If the human race's lower and middle levels were all killed, what could they do even if the upper echelon survived? How was that different from annihilation? Therefore, the human race's boundary could not be broken. With this thought in mind, Fushi resolutely walked out of the human race's boundary and fought with the 6 pre-saint innate ferocious beasts to relieve the pressure that the human race's boundary was facing. If Fushi was still in his peak state, he would not be afraid of 6 mid-saint connate ferocious beasts, let alone 6 mid-saint connate ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, Fushi's cultivation had only recovered to the early saint realm. Without the connate god-fiend body that had been refined for hundreds of millions of years, his cultivation was not much stronger than the beasts. He could still win against 1 or 2 beasts. It would be a bit difficult to deal with 3 or 4 beasts. But now, fighting 1 against 6, he was no match for them at all. The 6 mid-saint connate ferocious beasts did not use any other means at all. They just relied on their powerful innate bodies to beat Fushi into retreat. It had to be said that as the connate ferocious beasts transformed from the remains of the chaos demon god, their bodies were really too strong. Fushi's magic could only scratch their skin when it hit their bodies. It could not cause any harm at all. Fortunately, the the He-Tu and the inscription of the Luo were now in Fuxi's hands. It was with this treasure that Fuxi could barely hold on under the siege of the 6 beasts and pose a threat to them. But even so, as time passed, Fuxi could not hold on any longer. A supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. It was not that easy to activate. Every time Fuxi activated the He-Tu and the inscription of the Luo with all his strength, it was also a huge burden for him. The power of a pre-saint was not endless. Once Fuxi's power was exhausted, he would die in the hands of the 6 beasts. Usually, Fuxi could run away if he could not win. But now, the human race was behind him. If he were to leave, the human race would be finished. So, in order to protect the human race, he could not leave even if he died. Finally, after killing 2 connate ferocious beasts in a row, Fuxi's power was also exhausted. He was powerless to activate the He-Tu and the inscription of the Luo to fight against the remaining 4 connate ferocious beasts. Cough, cough. I didn't expect that I, Fuxi, would have such a day. Looking at the 4 ferocious beasts getting closer and closer, Fuxi first laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, a trace of madness appeared on his face. He was about to burn his origin and perish together with the 4 ferocious beasts in front of him. This was the only thing he could do for the human race now. Boom! Rays of brilliance bloomed from Fuxi's body. A terrifying aura spread, stirring the surrounding void into pieces. He was going all out. His connate origin was burning wildly. Roar! Even the 4 ferocious beasts, who had no spiritual intelligence, could not help but roar uneasily under the influence of Fuxi's aura. The prediction of danger was the instinct of all creatures. Even the connate ferocious beasts were no exception. Die! Making up his mind, Fuxi was about to charge towards the 4 ferocious beasts. But at this moment, the human Dao Emperor's seal suddenly descended from the sky and landed on Fuxi's head, freezing him in place. Immediately, rays of dazzling human Dao light fell from the human Dao Emperor's seal and surged into Fuxi's body, calming the restless origin in his body and healing his injuries. Without a doubt, this was Feng Zichen's move. At this critical moment, he sacrificed the human Dao Emperor's seal to save Fuxi. In fact, when the connate ferocious beasts besieged the human race, Feng Zichen had arrived, but he did not lend a hand. The reason was simple. He wanted to see what Fuxi's temperament was like. In the end, Fuxi was still a demon and not a pure human. Who knew what kind of position the human race had in his heart? Therefore, when Fuxi was fighting with the 6 connate ferocious beasts, Feng Zichen chose to stand by and watch. He quietly hid in the dark and waited for Fuxi's choice. After that, when he saw Fuxi decide to die together with the connate ferocious beasts in order to protect the human race, Feng Zichen confirmed his temperament and saved him. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen was so cautious. Because he was going to pass the human Dao Emperor's seal to Fuxi next. This action represented the transfer of the supreme power of the human race, and also represented that Feng Zichen approved of Fuxi and was determined to pass the position of the human race's leader to him. Without knowing Fuxi's true thoughts, how could Feng Zichen dare to pass the human Dao Emperor's seal to him? This matter concerned the rise and fall of the human race, so it was not too much to be cautious. Fortunately, Fuxi's actions received Feng Zichen's approval. He was willing to die for the human race. He was qualified to become the human race's leader. After healing Fuxi's injuries, a ray of divine light suddenly shot out from the human Dao Emperor's seal and entered Fuxi's glabella. It was recognizing a master. At this moment, Fuxi had become the master of the human Dao Emperor's seal. Of course, this so-called master of Fuxi was still a bit exaggerated. He only had the right to use the human Dao Emperor's seal, but not ownership. The ownership of the human Dao Emperor's seal was naturally still in Feng Zichen's hands. It made sense. No matter how generous he was, he couldn't just give away a treasure for free. He was just lending it to the human race's leader. If Feng Zichen needed it, he could take it back at any time. Besides, he hadn't left it behind without a purpose. Although the human Dao Emperor's seal's name contained the word human, its main power still came from the chaos bead, so it didn't really fit the name. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to use the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to refine the treasure for him. With the 8 supreme human emperors and him, a total of 9 emperors would nourish the human Dao Emperor's seal. Thinking about it, it could allow him to complete his cultivation and completely become a human Dao's supreme treasure. In this way, the human emperor would benefit, and he would also benefit. It was the best of both worlds. This is the Khanate Absolute Treasure, Emperor Li's seal. What great power! Looking at the human Dao Emperor's seal in his hand, Fuxi had mixed feelings. He'd been Emperor Shi of the demon race for hundreds of millions of years. Although he'd enjoyed great glory, he'd never received a Khanate Absolute Treasure. But after his reincarnation, he'd only been the human emperor for tens of thousands of years, and a Khanate Absolute Treasure had come to recognize him as its master. Fuxi was speechless. But soon, his thoughts were pulled back to reality by a fierce beast roar. Seeing that Fuxi hadn't made a move yet, the 4 greater heaven fierce beasts grew impatient and took the initiative to attack. Die! With a heavy heart, Fuxi took out the human Dao Emperor's seal and blasted it at the 4 beasts. With the Khanate Absolute Treasure in hand, Fuxi's strength increased exponentially. These 4 mid-saint Khanate beasts were no longer his match. Rumble! An extremely great power suddenly surged out from the human Dao Emperor's seal, twisting the laws and shaking up the universe. Chapter 547. That was Pangu's power. Although the human Dao Imperial seal was forged with the chaos bead as its core, its main material was Pangu's finger bone. In other words, if the seal's power could be fully unleashed, it would possess the power of a single finger of Pangu's. One could imagine just how terrifying a single finger of Pangu's would be. Even if Fuxi couldn't fully awaken the seal with his current strength, he'd be able to kill the 4 Khanate beasts as long as he could activate a sliver of its power. In the past, when the seal had been in Feng Zichen's hands, he'd only been able to unleash the chaos bead's power. He hadn't been able to see the power of Pangu's finger bone at all. That was because the chaos bead alone was enough for Feng Zichen. There was no need to use the power of Pangu's finger bone at all. Besides, Feng Zichen didn't use the power of Pangu's finger bone because he was planning to keep a trump card up his sleeve. Keeping a few trump cards up one's sleeve could often produce unexpected results. For example, when it came to scheming against others, but that wouldn't do now. In order to use the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to perfect the seal, Feng Zichen had to pass it on to them. However, the chaos bead's existence couldn't be discovered by them at all costs. Otherwise, it would be a very big problem for Feng Zichen. Therefore, the chaos bead's power in the seal couldn't be used by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Therefore, to ensure the seal's power, Feng Zichen decided to release Pangu's finger bone's authority while concealing the chaos bead's power. In this way, the seal would undergo a tremendous transformation. It had gone from a supreme treasure that could suppress time and space to an unparalleled offensive treasure. Moreover, with this change, there was a reasonable explanation for the origin of the human Dao Imperial seal. Although the primordial wilderness was vast, there were only a limited number of Khanate peerless treasures. One couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Without a logical origin, everyone would inevitably suspect that a Khanate peerless treasure had changed its appearance and become the human Dao Imperial seal. Suspicions came and went. Perhaps they would even suspect the chaos bead. There were only a few items that could be transformed into Khanate cardinal treasures. If someone was serious, they might not have thought of the chaos bead. There was no need to doubt the wisdom of the great mystical abilities of the great desolate world. Those who could live to this day and still stand tall were not simple people. They were very shrewd. However, if the origins of the human Dao Emperor's seal were proven to be a connate peerless treasure formed from Pangu's finger bone, then everything would make sense. With how powerful Pangu was, there was a high chance that a finger bone and some rare connate spirit items could be refined into a connate cardinal treasure. By then, the powerful beings of the prehistorical era would not have too many doubts, except for the fact that the humankind was so lucky to find Pangu's finger bone. The matter of the chaos bead would also be completely covered up. This was because everyone's attention was on Pangu's finger bone. Rumble. The world trembled inexplicably. The phantom of a purple finger gradually appeared behind the human Dao imperial insignia. It was the shadow of Pangu's finger. Roar! 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 Pangu's aura surged over and actually awakened the fear rooted in the depths of the four connate beasts' bloodlines, forcing them to roar uneasily. Then, without looking back, they fled into the distance. They were afraid. They were truly afraid. As connate beasts formed from the remnants of the Chaos Demon God, they had inherited the Chaos Demon God's bloodline as well as the Demon God's fear of Pangu. The stronger they were, the more obvious their reaction would be. Therefore, after sensing Pangu's aura, they didn't even dare think of resisting. They fled into the distance with almost no regard for anything else. Hurrying to escape was the only thought in their minds at this moment. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Rumble. The phantom of Pangu's finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens as it pointed forward with a boom. Then, the four beasts that were fleeing in panic exploded at the same time, turning into a rain of blood that rained down on the untainted land. With just one strike, the four connate beasts comparable to Mid-Saint were killed by the human Dao Emperor's seal. The four ferocious beasts were clearly fleeing in four different directions. However, Pangu's finger had just lightly pointed forward, and the four connate beasts had died at the same time. Twisting time and folding space. The power of Pangu's finger was that powerful. Kill. After killing the four connate beasts, Fushi activated the human Dao Emperor's seal again. Immediately, an extremely vast power descended and instantly swept through the space within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Bang, 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 the vast and unparalleled power suddenly pressed down. The connate beasts that were besieging the human race's boundary were shattered into pieces before they could even scream. At this point, the crisis of the human race was immediately resolved. Of course, Fushi didn't kill all the connate beasts. He still left behind hundreds of connate beasts at the Tai Jingxian level and tens of thousands of connate beasts at the Golden Immortal level. He intended to use this to train the human race. Greetings, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life. Putting away the human Dao Emperor's seal, Fushi bowed solemnly to the front. There, a blurry figure had appeared out of nowhere. He was staring at the human race in front of him with an extremely complicated gaze. This person was Feng Zichen. Get up. Feng Zichen retracted his gaze and gently lifted Fushi up with his right hand. The current Fushi was no match for him. Thank you, Your Majesty. After standing up, Fushi thanked him again. No matter how illustrious he was in his previous life, he was only a human in this life. When he saw Feng Zichen, the greatest emperor of the human race, there was no reason not to worship him. Moreover, the Dao he cultivated in this life was the Dao of God-fiends. Now that the ancestral master was in front of him, he naturally had to worship him. Moreover, just now, if Feng Zichen hadn't come to save him, he would have died at the hands of the connate beasts. In this way, he had even less reason not to worship Feng Zichen. As for why Fushi, as a disciple of the Grand Pure One, cultivated the Dao of God-fiends passed down by Feng Zichen and not the Dao of Golden Core passed down by the Grand Pure One. That was related to the current situation of the human race. The current human race was mainly focused on the Dao of God-fiends. The rest were all minor Daos. If Fuxi cultivated the Tao of Golden Core passed down by the Grand Pure One, then it would be difficult for him to control the human race. It would be almost impossible. At the very least, the descendants of the God Fiends, who occupied 99% of the human race's forces, would not allow the descendants of the Golden Core lineage to occupy the position of the human race's patriarch. For the current human race, the Tao of God Fiends was the orthodox. And only the orthodox could inherit the throne. Therefore, what Fuxi cultivated was the Tao of God Fiends. You are now the human race's patriarch and the leader of the human race. There's no need to be so polite to me. Feng Zichen waved his hand and said. In front of your majesty, Fuxi doesn't dare to be rude. Even though Feng Zichen said so, Fuxi still said very politely. Your majesty, you must return to the clan to take a look. As he said that, Fuxi looked at Feng Zichen with an expectant gaze. The current primordial world was too chaotic and dangerous. He had no confidence that he could protect the human race under such circumstances. Just like today, if not for Feng Zichen's timely action, the entire human race would have become a part of the primordial world's history. If Feng Zichen could return to the human race, with such an expert holding down the fort, the human race would have nothing to worry about. No. My era has passed. The current human race is your era. Feng Zichen shook his head and refused. If he returned to the human race at this time, then who would be the leader of the human race? If Fuxi was the leader, then wouldn't Feng Zichen be under Fuxi? Not to mention whether he would agree or not, even his clansmen wouldn't agree. If he was the leader, then where would Fuxi be? What was the point of him being the emperor? Therefore, in order to pave the way for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, even if Feng Zichen wanted to return to the human race, he couldn't return during this period of time. However, Feng Zichen was very gratified that Fuxi could say these words. If it wasn't for the sake of the human race, how could Fuxi say such words? One had to know that if Feng Zichen returned to the human race at this time, the one who would suffer the greatest loss would be Fuxi. From this, it could be seen that for the sake of the human race, Fuxi could really sacrifice his own interests. Just this point alone was worth Feng Zichen passing on the position of the human race's patriarch to him. Fuxi. From now on, the human race is yours. Smiling and nodding at Fuxi, Feng Zichen's figure slowly disappeared. He was very relieved to leave the human race to Fuxi. In the void. Feng Zichen wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he spread out his divine consciousness and carefully explored the void. As expected. A moment later, Feng Zichen got the answer he wanted. He withdrew his divine consciousness and chased in a certain direction. There, a figure surrounded by a murderous aura was crazily shuttling through space, escaping to a mysterious place. Damn it! Wasn't the human emperor sealed by the Eastern Emperor Tai? Why would he suddenly appear here? The person cursed with an ugly expression as he fled crazily. He was the Shadow Demon. He was one of the 8 great elders of the demon sect and had the cultivation of the great perfection of the sage to be. He was once active in the last days of the ancient times and killed many elders of the 3 clans. Note, with the end of the age of liches, time moved forward. The age of the 3 clans became the ancient times, and the age of liches became the ancient times. At that time, his cultivation was only at the great perfection of Daoist Jingxian. Although he was a high-ranking member of the demon sect, he wasn't considered to be in charge. But now, countless years had passed. The shadow demon's cultivation had broken through one after another and became a great perfection of the sage to be. He had also successfully become the decision-maker of the demon sect. This time, he was ordered by the demon ancestor, Rahu, to destroy the human race in an attempt to defy the destiny and destroy the plan of the heavenly Tao to revive the human race. The innate realm beasts that besieged the human race were forcibly summoned by the demon ancestor, Rahu, with the magic treasure given by the demon ancestor. Otherwise, How could it be so coincidental that so many innate realm beasts came to attack the human race? This was clearly a planned attack by the demon sect. Not only the human race, but even the innate realm alliance was being besieged by the demon sect elders and the innate realm beasts. The human race and the innate realm alliance were the only two major forces left in the primordial world. If they were all destroyed, then the primordial world would really become the territory of the innate realm beasts. The demon sect could also rely on this to prosper. Unfortunately, although the demon sect's plan was good, they had not appeared in the primordial world for a long time. The news seemed to be a little outdated, and they had missed out on Feng Zichen. Otherwise, this plan might really succeed. However, Feng Zichen appeared. Everything was different. In fact, whether it was the demon sect that ruled the primordial world or the celestial sect of wonders that ruled the primordial world, Feng Zichen did not care much. However, now that the demon sect wanted to destroy the human race, he had no choice but to care. The demon sect could not be left alive. Compared to the demon sect, at the very least, the celestial sect of wonders still hoped that the human race would prosper. In this way. How to choose? It was self-evident. The innate realm beasts were attacking the human race on a large scale. This was obviously not right. It would be strange if there was nothing fishy about it. Therefore, Feng Zichen released his spiritual will to investigate the surrounding void to see if there were any clues left behind by the mastermind. This investigation, sure enough, made him discover the problem. Somewhere in the void, there was a trace of extremely hidden demonic aura. Obviously, the attack of the innate realm beasts on the human race had something to do with the demon sect. Sensing this, Feng Zichen was furious, but he did not forget to deduce the demon sect's plan. Although the demon sect's plan was hidden, since he had already caught on to it, then all the concealment was meaningless. Not long after, Feng Zichen deduced the demon sect's general plan. Therefore, he first sent a voice transmission to Fushi and asked him to go and rescue the innate alliance. Then, he followed the trace of the demonic aura and tracked down the mastermind behind this time. No matter what, the mastermind behind this plot against the human race had to die today. A dragon had a reverse scale, and it would be angry if it was touched. The human race was Feng Zichen's reverse scale. Anyone who dared to attack the human race would suffer his anger. Today, he was to clearly tell the demon sect. If they dared to attack the human race, they would have to pay the corresponding price. The shadow demon was just the beginning. Fellow Daoist in front, please wait. It didn't take long for Feng Zichen to catch up with the shadow demon and shout at it. Not good. Hearing this, the shadow demon's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly used a secret technique and fled forward at all costs. It was not that he did not want to fight, but he could not beat him at all. After hearing Feng Zichen's voice, the shadow demon had just had the thought of stopping in his heart. In his sea of consciousness, the image of his death suddenly appeared, and the future also became blurry. At this time, the shadow demon knew that he was no match for the other party no matter what. If he stayed, he would definitely die. Therefore, the shadow demon directly used a secret technique. He did not hesitate to burn his origin and pay the price of a great loss of strength to increase his speed and escape toward the demon sect's base camp. As long as he escaped there, he would be safe. The demon sect's base camp could be said to be where most of the demon sect's strength was concentrated. Even the demon ancestor Rahu had left a gaze there. Unless Dao ancestor Hongjun personally made a move, no one would be able to break through there. Feng Zichen naturally could not. Chapter 548. Leave? Do you think you can leave? Looking at the figure of the other party fleeing in panic, Feng Zichen smiled faintly. He then took out the million-sword illustration and shook it gently in front of him. In an instant, hundreds of millions of sword lights burst out from the void and swept towards the shadow demon who was frantically fleeing. Before he could turn around, the shadow demon knew that something was wrong. While he was shocked, he did not forget to use all his strength to stimulate the murderous aura around his body to form a layer of pitch-black protective shield outside his body, intending to block this attack. However, the huge gap made his efforts all useless. In just a breath, the defensive shield raised by the shadow demon was shattered into pieces by the sword light. Ah! Screams came out of the shadow demon's mouth. However, his body was cut off piece by the sudden attack of the sword light. The real separation of flesh and blood, it was like death by 1,000 cuts. The demonic path was bumpy. If he wanted to achieve something, he would have to experience some unimaginable torture. The pain that the shadow demon had experienced along the way was more severe than death by 1,000 cuts. Therefore, the pain of the physical body alone could not shake the shadow demon's heart. However, while the sword light was cutting his body, the sword intent contained in it could penetrate his body and reach his primordial spirit and even true spirit. The pain of the primordial spirit and true spirit being cut was countless times more intense than the pain of the physical body. After being tortured like this, even the shadow demon, who had a strong mind, could not help but let out a shrill scream. This was a torture for cultivators, the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts for cultivators. When the sword light disappeared, only a skeleton was left of the shadow demon's body. The flesh and blood on his body were all cut off by the sword light. Even his primordial spirit was completely wiped out by the sword intent, leaving only an incomparably brilliant innate indestructible true spirit. Feng Zichen's attack took half of the shadow demon's life. It would be difficult for him to recover to his peak state without hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation. Ha! Ha! Great Daoist priests! He's really strong. Taking a few breaths of cold air, the shadow demon looked at Feng Zichen, who was approaching him, and said with difficulty. Too strong. The gap between the two of them was too great. They were both in the same realm as Wuxia Xianxia, but he couldn't even take a single blow from him. After all, the Grand Daoist priests represented the invincibility of Wuxia Xianxia. Although Shadow Demon was only at the great perfection of sage to be, he was at the limit of Wuxia Xianxia. However, a limit was still a limit. He was still in Wuxia Xianxia's realm. Of course, he was no match for him. Note, Feng Zichen has just broken through. At this time, no one knows that he is at the half-step primordial chaos realm. In addition, the other party had the support of the power of rank, so he was even less of a match for him. Looking at Feng Zichen, the shadow demon silently thought that it would be difficult for him to escape today. But who wouldn't want to live if they could? Therefore, Shadow Demon felt that he could give it another try. That is me. What's wrong, fellow Daoist Shadow Demon? Why aren't you running anymore? Walking to the front of Shadow Demon, Feng Zichen teased. There was no need to ask about the other party's identity. The moment he saw the Shadow Demon's true spirit, he naturally knew. When one's strength reached such a realm, his own traces had long been deeply engraved between heaven and earth. Facing the true spirit directly, any information he wanted could be easily divined, not to mention divining the identity of the other party. In the primordial chaos, one's face could be covered, his body could be covered, the secrets of heaven could be covered, the primordial spirit could be covered, and even the magic treasures could be covered. However, the innate undying true spirit could not be covered. This was the foundation of a living creature. It needed to be well hidden. After all, exposing the innate undying true spirit was equivalent to exposing everything. Grand Daoist priests, you must be joking. In front of you, there is no reason for me to escape. As Shadow Demon replied, he tried to restore his physical body and primordial spirit. However, he was soon disappointed. That was because he discovered that every time his flesh and blood were about to be reborn, a sword intent would emerge from the depths of his body and destroy the new flesh and blood. That was the sword intent that Feng Zichen had left in his body. The sword intent that Feng Zichen sent out had the characteristic of being indestructible. Even if the sword light disappeared, the sword intent could always stay on Shadow Demon's body and continue to destroy his physical body until the moment his innate undying true spirit completely collapsed. Are you stalling for time? Are you waiting for someone to save you? Looking at Shadow Demon, who was trying hard to restore his physical body, Feng Zichen asked curiously. Restoring his physical body was fake. The real thing was to secretly send out a distress signal. Using the restoration of his physical body to attract Feng Zichen's attention and then taking the opportunity to send out a distress signal was the Shadow Demon's plan. Yes. Feng Zichen noticed it, but he didn't stop it. How could the Shadow Demon's little trick be hidden from him? But he really didn't care. He wasn't bragging. In the current demon sect, other than demon ancestor Rahu, no one was his match. Therefore, no matter who came next, they wouldn't be his match. They were just here to die. If the demon sect wanted to exterminate the human race, of course, they had to pay a sufficient price. How could a shadow demon be enough? Therefore, Feng Zichen wouldn't stop Shadow Demon's actions. If another one came, it would be just enough for a pair. Killing them together would be a warning to the demon sect. He believed that this warning would be enough to leave a deep impression on the demon sect. As for why Feng Zichen was so sure that it wasn't demon ancestor Rahu. Of course, it was because with demon ancestor Rahu's realm, there was no need to wait for him to ask for help if he wanted to save Shadow Demon. He should have made a move when Shadow Demon was in danger. However, demon ancestor Rahu hadn't made a move until now. That meant that a mere Shadow Demon wasn't worth his help. Feng Zichen, who had figured this out, was naturally not afraid. You, the great Daoist priests, are really conceited. When he first heard Feng Zichen's words, Shadow Demon was really shocked and subconsciously wanted to quibble. However, in the next moment, he realized that the signal for help he sent out wasn't intercepted. At this moment, he was puzzled at first, but then he came to a sudden realization and somewhat understood Feng Zichen's thoughts. Then, he was angry. How confident must this person be to treat the entire demon sect as if they were nothing? Humiliating others wasn't like this. Shadow Demon was really about to go crazy with anger. The dignified demon sect, the only two supreme sects in the primordial world, was actually looked down upon like this. It was really, when the experts of the sect arrived, he would definitely make the person in front of him pay the price. Looking at Feng Zichen in front of him, Shadow Demon thought to himself. The huge anger made him temporarily forget his current dangerous situation. It was really funny. Next, the two of them looked at each other and fell into silence, quietly waiting for the arrival of the experts of the demon sect. Tisk, tsk, tsk. It seems that fellow Daoist Shadow Demon's identity in the demon sect isn't that great. The experts sent by the demon sect as reinforcements are actually just clones. How disappointing. After a while, Feng Zichen suddenly said with a disappointed face. The experts of the demon sect as reinforcements had arrived. They were at the half-step primordial chaos realm. Their background was great, but unfortunately, it was just a clone. This made Feng Zichen, who thought that he could catch a big fish, feel even more disappointed. What a waste of time. With that, Feng Zichen suddenly raised his right hand and punched forward. There, a cloud of black murderous aura appeared and was about to take human form. Rumble. Feng Zichen punched out. The void collapsed, and the universe shook. Unparalleled power burst out and directly blasted the figure that had not yet formed into the void. Fellow Daoist Shadow Demon, it's time for you to go. After punching out, Feng Zichen did not look at the result. He directly looked at the Shadow Demon and was about to send him on his way. Since he could not catch the big fish of the demon sect, there was no value in keeping this person alive. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Seeing that the experts who came to support him were beaten back by Feng Zichen's punch, the shadow demon knew that there was no way out and did not have any hope. He directly used the strongest attack of the demon sect. Self-destruction. He was dead. He could not let Feng Zichen have it easy. Boom! A powerful aura rose from the shadow demon's body. His entire body began to expand. Violent power poured out of his body, causing the void to shake endlessly and distort the laws. You want to self-destruct? Have you asked me? Feng Zichen just smiled and did not care. Self-destruction when one was in a desperate situation had almost become a tradition of the demon sect. Knowing that he was dealing with a powerful expert of the demon sect, how could Feng Zichen not be prepared? Die. With a thought, Feng Zichen launched a counterattack. Then, under the shadow demon's incredulous eyes, hundreds of millions of bright sword lights erupted from his body and destroyed his origin. Chi chi chi, the origin was destroyed. The shadow demon's swollen body was like a punctured balloon. It made a leaking sound and slowly shriveled. At this point, the process of the shadow demon's self-destruction was forcefully interrupted. How is this possible? Until now, the shadow demon still could not believe that his strongest attack was so easily neutralized by Feng Zichen. It was too easy. He was too naive. Even the sword intent could not be destroyed, let alone the sword light. Feng Zichen was a grandmaster of space-time. To him, distorting time and space was the simplest method. The sword light that was released earlier did not disappear at all. Instead, it was hidden in the future. He was waiting for the moment when the shadow demon self-destructed so that he could launch a sudden attack. What a good method. I have no complaints about my loss. But don't be complacent. It won't be long before I return. After figuring out Feng Zichen's method, the shadow demon suddenly laughed a few times and was about to shatter his innate indestructible true spirit to end his own life. He was dead, he was going to die in his own hands. As long as the primordial world was not destroyed, Daoist Jingxian would not really die. Therefore, he would not really die. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, with the methods of the demon sect, it would not be long before they could gather his true spirit and resurrect him. Since that was the case, he might as well be more straightforward and end it himself so that he would not be tortured again. Wait for him to be resurrected and then settle the karma with Feng Zichen. There were countless experts in the demon sect. The shadow demon did not believe that no one could subdue Feng Zichen. Ridiculous. Who allowed you to die without my permission? Seeing that the shadow demon was about to end his own life, Feng Zichen's face darkened. Cultivators cherished their lives. End his own life? That was absolutely unbelievable. Especially the people of the demon sect. The secret techniques of the demon sect were extremely strange, and faking death was their specialty. If he did not kill the shadow demon with his own hands, who knew if he was really dead or if he had used a secret technique to fake his death to escape? As his thoughts raced, Feng Zichen directly used the supreme divine ability to reverse yin and yang, causing everything to be reversed. The shadow demon's action of ending his own life was interrupted on the spot. Lock. After that, Feng Zichen directly used the way of spacetime to seal the spacetime around the shadow demon, fixing him on the spot. For a quasi-saint cultivator, shattering the true spirit is not considered death. Fellow Daoist shadow demon, if you really want to die, then I have a divine ability that can satisfy your wish. As he walked towards the shadow demon, the aura on Feng Zichen's body suddenly changed. It became tyrannical, it became domineering, it became fierce. All kinds of characteristics that belonged to the chaos demon god emerged from his body one by one. Then, wisps of purple-black murderous aura spread out from his body, emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation that made people tremble in fear. Du Tian divine murderous aura. That was the Du Tian divine murderous aura. The purple-black murderous aura that spread out from Feng Zichen's body was the Du Tian divine murderous aura that accompanied Pangu's body. At the same time, he was also in this world, the most powerful murderous aura. Boom! The Du Tian divine murderous aura on Feng Zichen's body became denser and denser, making him look like a chaos demon god, incomparably imposing and incomparably tyrannical. Fellow Daoist shadow demon, it's time to go. Just like that, Feng Zichen walked in front of the shadow demon and pointed at him with his finger that was surrounded by the Du Tian divine murderous aura. No! No! The shadow demon was really afraid. The way he looked at Feng Zichen was completely filled with fear. That was the Du Tian divine murderous aura. If he was tainted with a trace of it, he would probably have no chance of returning in the future. Yes, Daoist Xianxia would not die. However, no one could guarantee that Daoist Xianxia would definitely return after he fell. Long sleep could also turn into eternal sleep. Eternal sleep, he would never wake up. What was the difference between that and complete death? Normally speaking, it was very difficult to make Daoist Xianxia or even a quasi-saint expert fall into eternal sleep. However, it did not mean that it was impossible. Coincidentally, the Du Tian divine murderous aura had this ability. The murderous aura was like a poison attached to the bone. As long as it could not be eliminated, it would pester you forever and devour your intelligence until the primordial world was destroyed. During this process, the murderous aura would become stronger and stronger because of the devouring of the true spirit. In theory, any murderous aura had the ability to make Daoist Xianxia fall into eternal sleep. However, how could ordinary murderous aura threaten an expert of such a realm? He could probably destroy it with a thought. Only the highest level of murderous aura like the Du Tian divine murderous aura could make Daoist Xianxia and even the quasi-saint helpless. They could only watch as they gradually walked towards destruction. The path of cultivation of the demonic sect was mainly to devour murderous aura. It was precisely because of this that the shadow demon understood the terror of the Du Tian divine murderous aura better than ordinary people. The more he understood, the more terrified he was. Therefore, after seeing the Du Tian divine murderous aura, the shadow demon was so terrified. Chapter 549. This was because he knew that once he was touched by it, everything would be over. Unfortunately, the shadow demon was fixed to the spot by Feng Zichen's space-time power. He could not move at all, let alone resist. He could only watch helplessly as despair approached him. Fellow Daoist, be on your way. Shaking his head with a smile, Feng Zichen ignored the shadow demon's resistance and forcefully imprinted the Du Tian divine baleful qi into his true spirit. Sizzle, as soon as the Du Tian divine baleful qi came into contact with the innate indestructible true spirit of the shadow demon, there was a sound of burning iron, and wisps of smoke spread out. That was the power produced when the two fought against each other and destroyed each other. Using the Du Tian divine baleful qi to make the shadow demon fall into eternal sleep was easy to say, but it was still difficult to do. It was easier said than done. Theories were often just theories. In reality, it was more troublesome. That was right. If a great divine of the great perfection of sage-to-be could fall into eternal sleep so easily, the untainted land would have been in chaos. Feng Zichen was definitely not the first person to think of using the baleful qi to hurt people. However, there were very few people who could do it, which showed how difficult it was. After some resistance, the Du Tian divine baleful qi gradually entangled with the shadow demon's innate indestructible true spirit. Of course, this was also thanks to Feng Zichen's continuous infusion of the Du Tian divine baleful qi during this period. Wisps of baleful qi spread out and gradually eroded the shadow demon's true spirit. It also followed the mysterious connection and connected with the shadow demon's life imprint. The life imprint was the foundation of the true spirit and was also the basis for future resurrection. If even this was contaminated by the Du Tian divine baleful qi, it meant that the shadow demon was completely finished. Unless there was an existence far beyond the primordial chaos realm who helped him remove the Du Tian divine baleful qi from his true spirit. Otherwise, the shadow demon would fall into eternal sleep. At the same time, the moment the life imprint was contaminated by the Du Tian divine baleful qi, the shadow demon's intelligence was completely destroyed. He. How dare you attack the human race? Eternal sleep is the best punishment for you. Looking at the shadow demon's innate indestructible true spirit, Feng Zichen laughed in a low voice. At this moment, his eyes had completely turned purple-black. His aura also became more and more tyrannical. It was as if it would explode at any moment and destroy everything around it. Buzz! At this moment, the fragment of the good fortune jade disc in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled violently. Wisps of Daoist rhymes diffused from his body. They were mysterious and unfathomable, gradually calming his restless heart. Phew, without the jade disc of good fortune, I would have been in real danger today. After being stimulated by the fragment of the good fortune jade disc, Feng Zichen finally came to his senses and sighed with fear. Then, he immediately dispersed the heavenly divine killing aura on his body. The Du Tian divine killing qi was too strong. It could be said that it was Feng Zichen's strongest attack. However, being too strong wasn't necessarily a good thing. The Du Tian divine killing qi was so strong that Feng Zichen, its master, didn't dare to use it easily. He was afraid that his mind would be affected by it if he wasn't careful. This was also the reason why Feng Zichen rarely used it since he cultivated this magic. This time, he felt that his cultivation had reached the half-step primordial chaos realm. He should be able to barely control the Du Tian divine killing qi without being affected by it. However, he didn't expect that as his cultivation improved, the power of the Du Tian divine killing qi also improved. It was even faster than his cultivation. As a result, when Feng Zichen used the Du Tian divine killing qi, his mind was directly affected and he almost fell into the abyss. Could it be that Dao ancestor Hongjun gave him a fragment of the jade disc of good fortune to compensate him? If he wanted to get rid of the influence of the Du Tian divine killing qi today, he would have to pay a high price. Sigh. It seems that before I transform into a real chaos demon god, I'm afraid I can't use the Du Tian divine killing qi easily. After the enlightenment just now, Feng Zichen had already realized the condition to use the Du Tian divine killing qi without any scruples. That was to become a chaos demon god. Although the Du Tian divine killing qi was strong, its essence was still a kind of chaos qi. And the chaos qi. It was the standard of a chaos demon god. In other words, only a chaos demon god could use the chaos qi without any scruples. If he couldn't become a chaos demon god, even if Feng Zichen's realm was upgraded to the primordial chaos realm, he couldn't use the Du Tian divine killing qi. This was because the moment he became the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, the Du Tian divine killing qi automatically upgraded to the primordial chaos realm. It wasn't weaker than him. At that time, the situation he had to face wasn't much different from the situation he was facing now. But fortunately, it was extremely difficult for others to transform into a chaos demon god. However, it wasn't impossible for Feng Zichen. Now, he was already a chaos creature. One more step and he would become the legendary chaos demon god. And this further opportunity should be the moment he became the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. At that time, he would further evolve into the Pangu Taoist body. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to cultivate the most powerful chaos demon god body. It didn't matter even if he didn't succeed in the transformation. There were 12 levels of the primordial chaos, and each level was a transformation. As long as he cultivated step by step, there would be a day when he transformed into a chaos demon god. The bones of the shadow demon are not bad. If I add some innate spiritual items, I might be able to refine an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. It's a pity that his innate origin can be preserved. With the help of his broken innate indestructible true spirit, I can directly refine an supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. After dealing with his own matters, Feng Zichen couldn't help but look at the skeleton left behind by the shadow demon. The skeleton left behind by an expert in the great perfection of sage to be could be regarded as a treasure. Especially the demon sect, which focused on refining the body. Its hardness might not be weaker than an innate spiritual treasure. It was simply a natural material for refining treasures. And it was a material for refining innate spiritual treasures. It was mentioned earlier that besides being born naturally in the heavens and the earth, natural spirit treasures could also be refined with experts at the golden immortal realm and above as the main material. A complete Daoist Jingxian could be refined into several middle and lower grade innate spiritual treasures. A complete sage to be could be refined into several upper grade innate spiritual treasures or even supreme grade innate spiritual treasures. A complete primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian could be refined into a primordial ultimate treasure. When the shadow demon was alive, he was in the great perfection of sage to be. If he could preserve all of his innate origin and refine it slightly, he would be able to obtain an extraordinarily powerful supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, in order to prevent the shadow demon from self-destructing, his origin had been completely destroyed by Feng Zichen. But fortunately, his bones were left behind and didn't suffer much damage. In the future, if he could find a suitable innate spiritual treasure and refine it carefully, he would be able to obtain a decent upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. In this operation, just the skeleton of the shadow demon was enough to make up for it. After all, it represented a upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, which was very precious. Not to mention, Feng Zichen hadn't touched the corpse yet. An expert in the great perfection of sage to be would definitely have a lot of good things on him. This time, he might make a fortune. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was about to touch the corpse. But at this moment, a black light suddenly shot out from the corpse of the shadow demon in front of him and flew quickly into the distance. Want to run? Stay. Feng Zichen frowned and reached out his hand to grab it subconsciously. As the void twisted, a black flag appeared in his hand. An acquired cardinal treasure? Looking at the black flag in his hand, Feng Zichen frowned. He thought that the treasure that escaped would at least be a upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. But he didn't expect. It wasn't even an innate spiritual treasure, it was just an acquired cardinal treasure. The huge difference made Feng Zichen a little disappointed. Although the power of an acquired cardinal treasure was not bad, how could it be compared with an innate spiritual treasure? This aura is, suddenly, Feng Zichen sensed an extremely familiar aura from the black flag. That was the aura that belonged to the chaos demon god. Interesting. With a thought, Feng Zichen released his divine sense and began to refine the black flag. Anything that was related to the chaos fiend god was not simple. Perhaps there was some great fortuitous encounter hidden within this black flag. Rumble. A powerful divine sense was released from Feng Zichen's body and directly poured into the black flag, breaking the divine restrictions in the flag in the most violent way. At this time, Feng Zichen also knew the name of the flag. The demon god flag was a supreme-grade acquired cardinal treasure with 49 acquired divine restrictions. Such a level of acquired cardinal treasure was rare in the entire untainted land. This also made Feng Zichen believe that the demon god flag was not simple. Rumble. Inside the demon god flag, the acquired divine restrictions were broken by Feng Zichen's powerful divine sense and forcibly branded his own mark. Almost there, almost there. In the blink of an eye, 40 acquired divine restrictions were broken by him. The secret hidden in the depths of the demon god flag was about to be revealed in front of Feng Zichen. However, when he broke the 48th acquired divine restriction and was about to break the 49th acquired divine restriction, a change happened. Rumble. A supreme thought rose from the deepest part of the demon god flag, behind the 49th divine restriction. A terrifying pressure spread out and directly blasted Feng Zichen's divine sense out of the demon god flag. At the same time, the 48 acquired divine restrictions that he had just refined were taken back by the other party in an instant. Who is it? How dare you peep at my magic treasure? An extremely loud voice came from the demon god flag and shattered Feng Zichen's scattered divine sense. At the same time, wisps of black gas were emitted from the demon god flag and gradually formed a blurry figure. Demon Ancestor Rahu. Sensing this supreme aura, Feng Zichen immediately recognized the identity of the person. It was the former #1 expert in the untainted land, Demon Ancestor Rahu. He had once felt the aura of Demon Ancestor Rahu in the pagoda, so he would not be mistaken. Break for me. Almost without hesitation, Feng Zichen took out the Zichen sword and the million sword illustration. Combining the power of these two supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures, they blasted toward the demon god flag. At this time, Demon Ancestor Rahu's figure had not completely solidified, so it was the best time to deal with him. When his figure was fully manifested, it would be hard to say who would win today. Junior, it's you again? Feng Zichen recognized Demon Ancestor Rahu, and Demon Ancestor Rahu recognized Feng Zichen. After all, in the untainted land, there were only a few people who could survive after stealing his magic treasure. How could he not be impressed? At this time, he naturally recognized Feng Zichen immediately. But obviously, Feng Zichen had no intention of catching up with him. Whoosh, an incomparably bright sword light suddenly arrived and slashed the demon god flag. In the next moment, it directly shattered. No matter how extraordinary the demon god flag was, it was only a supreme-grade acquired supreme treasure. Faced with the full blow of two innate spiritual treasures, it could only shatter. Whoosh, as soon as the demon god flag shattered, the second sword light came one after another and directly turned the fragments of the demon god flag into powder. At this point, the demon god flag had completely disappeared. And the will of Demon Ancestor Rahu dissipated quickly after losing its object of sustenance. Junior. You've once again angered me. You're about to receive my wrath. You'd better cherish your final moments. The will of Demon Ancestor Rahu left behind these words before it disappeared. Feng Zichen naturally did not care about this. From his words, it could be inferred that Demon Ancestor Rahu was involved in some matters, so he could not personally descend to the untainted land. Otherwise, what Demon Ancestor Rahu left behind in the end would not be a threat, but a direct descent. Moreover, after taking away the pagoda, he and Demon Ancestor Rahu had formed an irreconcilable feud. Today's matter only deepened the feud between the two. However, it was already a feud to begin with. If it deepened, it would just be the same. However, if Demon Ancestor Rahu knew that the world devastator Daoist had also died in his hands, then Demon Ancestor Rahu would probably not hesitate to descend here and kill him. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but feel his scalp go numb. He secretly made a decision in his heart. Before he cultivated to the primordial chaos Dao realm, he would not leak any information about the world devastator Daoist. Let's go. After putting away the shadow demon's corpse, Feng Zichen did not care about searching the corpse and directly left this place. No matter what, he could not stay here any longer. Who knew if Demon Ancestor Rahu had left any backup plans? If he continued to stay here, wouldn't he be giving the other party a chance to plot against him? Sure enough, not long after Feng Zichen left, for half-step primordial chaos auras suddenly descended here. Demon God Flag. So, the demon sect uses this Dharma treasure to control the connate ferocious beasts. In the void, Feng Zichen was thinking about the demon god flag. Although he did not refine the last acquired divine restriction and touched the secrets in the depths of the demon god flag. However, he didn't refine those 48 acquired god seals for nothing. It more or less allowed him to know some of the functions of the demon god flag. Chapter 550. The demon god flag was a treasure used by the demon sect to control the Khanate ferocious beasts. If not for this treasure, the shadow demon would not be able to gather millions of Khanate ferocious beasts to besiege the human clan even though he was a perfected sage to be. It was no wonder that the demon ancestor Rahu was so nervous about this treasure. In order to prevent it from falling into the hands of others, he even left his will in the demon god flag. It was because this was the root of the demon sect's chaos. If this treasure fell into the hands of others, they could use it to command the Khanate ferocious beasts. By then, it would be much easier to quell the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts. With the demon god flag in hand, one could directly make the Khanate ferocious beasts kill each other. Even if the chaos could not be quelled, the strength of the Khanate ferocious beasts would be greatly reduced. In this way, the strength of the Khanate ferocious beasts would not be enough to threaten the untainted land. The chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts would be resolved immediately. Without the help of the Khanate ferocious beasts, the demon sect alone would not be able to resist the counterattack of the major forces in the untainted land. The situation of the demon sect's rise and the Tao's decline could be reversed in an instant. It could be said that the demon god flag was enough to change the current situation in the untainted land. Therefore, the demon ancestor Rahu would never let it fall into the hands of others. But unfortunately, he underestimated Feng Zichen too much. If the demon god flag fell into the hands of others, they might be able to see its function, but it would be extremely difficult to imitate it. But Feng Zichen was different. He did not dare to say about other treasures, but if it was the demon god flag. Feng Zichen, who had been dealing with the chaos demonic god for a long time, was able to imitate most of the chaos demonic god's 48 divine restrictions, even if he couldn't completely imitate it. The demon god flag was made from the Tao of the chaos demon god. In terms of understanding of the chaos demon god, Feng Zichen could be ranked in the top 3 in the untainted land. Therefore, he had such great confidence in imitating the demon god flag. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Feng Zichen's eyes and constantly arranged in the void, gradually forming acquired divine prohibitions. If the demon ancestor Rahu was here, he would definitely recognize that these acquired divine prohibitions were the demon god flag divine prohibitions. Buzz buzz buzz, divine prohibitions appeared one after another, gradually forming the shadow of a black flag in front of Feng Zichen. It was the demon god flag. Bang! Suddenly, when the 49th acquired divine restriction was about to take shape, the demon god flag in front of Feng Zichen shook for a while and then exploded, turning into countless talisman characters and vanishing. It seems that the last acquired divine restriction is the most important part of the demon god flag. Seeing this, God, Rahu's, God, Rahu, Rao. When he was refining the fiend god flag, he had only mastered 48 acquired divine prohibitions. Rahu's god Ran S. Raham. However, before he could comprehend the most important last divine restriction, he was blasted out by Rahu's will. Rahans. But in fact, he had miscalculated. As for the 49th acquired divine restriction, his deductions were completely useless. The first 48 divine prohibitions were still fine, but when Feng Zichen imprinted the 49th acquired divine prohibition on the demon god flag, the 49th acquired divine prohibition was completely destroyed. An accident happened. It was the scene just now. The demon god flag exploded. Obviously, this was the result of Feng Zichen deducing the acquired divine restriction not matching the original acquired divine restriction of the demon god flag. This caused the two sides to clash fiercely, causing the phantom of the demon god flag to explode. Alas! I have underestimated the people of the world. Back then, the demon ancestor was able to dominate an era and become the #1 person in the ancient era. Naturally, he had methods that far surpassed the people of the world. Although Feng Zichen was a little disappointed, he felt more at ease. If the magic treasure refined by the demon ancestor Rahu was so easily imitated by him, he would really suspect that there was a trap in it. After all, that was fiend ancestor Rahu. Back then, even Dao ancestor Hong Jun was ashamed of his inferiority. The more difficult the imitation process was, the more it could guarantee the authenticity of the matter. But this little difficulty. It was not difficult for Feng Zichen. Let's go. With a thought, Feng Zichen broke through the space and rushed to the Khanate Alliance. If nothing went wrong, there should be another demon god flag there. When Feng Zichen rushed to the Khanate Alliance, Fuxi was there showing his might. He used the Khanate treasure human emperor seal to sweep in all directions and suppress a group of Khanate ferocious beasts. He believed that after this battle, the Khanate Alliance would no longer dare to be enemies with the human race. The day when the human race ruled the primordial world was not far away. After the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts was quelled, the human race would definitely become the #1 race in the primordial world. However, Feng Zichen did not appear to meet Fuxi. Now that Fuxi was in the limelight, if he suddenly appeared, it would be inevitable that he would be suspected of stealing Fuxi's limelight. It was better to continue hiding in the dark. Besides, Feng Zichen's purpose of coming here was not to meet Fuxi, but to snatch the other demon god flag. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Feng Zichen carefully probed the surrounding void, trying to find traces of the demon sect expert. Here. Suddenly, Feng Zichen found that something was wrong and looked at a certain void. There was a figure with a murderous aura lurking. Suppress. In an instant, the galaxy rotated on Feng Zichen's body, the universal light flowed, and the power of time rolled out, turning into a huge wheel of time and space, crushing toward the lurking figure. The supreme magic of the Tao of time and space. The wheel of time and space. It could suppress all space-time. Rumble. As the wheel of time and space rotated, space-time froze at this moment. Before the demon sect expert could react, he was suppressed by Feng Zichen. All space-time that belonged to him was suppressed. Come. Walking in front of the man, Feng Zichen gently hooked his hand, and the demon god flag automatically flew out of the man's body and hung in the air. After learning the lesson last time, Feng Zichen did not refine the demon god flag this time. If he attracted the will of the demon ancestor Rahu again, he would not gain anything this time. Rustle, a mysterious yellow light slowly rose from Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness and gradually formed a mysterious yellow treasure mirror behind his head. The Creation Jade Disc. This was the power of the Creation Jade Disc. The Creation Jade Disc was formed by the origin of the untainted land. It could be said to be the carrier of the heavenly way. All the principles of the untainted land were recorded on it, and it had unimaginable magical effects. One of its abilities. It was to reflect all the great ways. No matter what magic treasure it was, as long as it was placed in front of the Creation Jade Disc, all the principles contained in it would be reflected. Even the Chaos Supreme Treasure was no exception. Of course, this was when the Creation Jade Disc was perfected. The current him did not have this ability. However, the Creation Jade Disc was not at its peak, but the Demon God Flag was not a Chaos Supreme Treasure. No matter how extraordinary a mere-acquired Supreme Treasure was, it could not escape the reflection of the Creation Jade Disc fragment. A mysterious yellow divine light shot out from the treasure mirror formed by the Creation Jade Disc fragment and brushed against the Demon God Flag. In the next moment, the materials used to refine the Demon God Flag, its structure, the method to refine it, the divine restrictions. Everything about the Demon God Flag was clearly displayed on the surface of the mirror. The aura of the Creation Jade Disc. I have sensed the aura of the Creation Jade Disc. Is it you? Hongjun? At this time, the voice of the demon ancestor Rahu suddenly came from the inside of the demon god flag. At the same time, a terrifying aura swept out and shattered the spacetime wheel, and the surrounding spacetime resumed its flow. Destroy. Seeing this, Feng Zichen directly slashed with his sword. Suddenly, a vast sword light poured out and evolved into billions of stars. It was extremely bright and shredded the demon god flag and the demon Dao expert who had just recovered from the shock. After doing all this, Feng Zichen immediately retreated and fled into the depths of the void. Die. Just as Feng Zichen left, a huge black handprint suddenly appeared in the void and slammed down on his original position. Rumble. The chi of destruction surged out and the void was annihilated. The laws were shattered, and the great Tao was disintegrated by the palm. Strong, absolutely strong. If this handprint hit Feng Zichen's body, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured and would not be able to recover. Good boy. Looking at the power of this handprint, the demon ancestor's realm is at least above the 9th level of chaotic essence, or even stronger. In the depths of the void, Feng Zichen carefully watched this scene, trying to infer the true strength of the demon ancestor Rahu. Unfortunately, there was too little information. From this handprint, he could only see that the strength of the demon ancestor Rahu was really very strong. It was far from what he could compare with. Even a saint might not be his opponent. However, Feng Zichen didn't come out empty-handed. At the very least, he was sure that the demon ancestor Rahu was really tied up by something, which prevented him from truly descending into the untainted land. Otherwise, the matter just now would not be solved with a single palm. After leaving this place, Feng Zichen took out the good fortune jade disc fragment, which clearly recorded everything about the demon god flag. The 49th innate divine restriction was also listed. Is this the demon god flag? Just wait. It won't be long before I give your demon sect a big gift. After getting everything he wanted, Feng Zichen turned and flew to the nether realm. As for why he wanted to go to the nether realm? That was because the best material to refine the demon god flag was the remains of the chaos demon god. Coincidentally, in the nether realm, there happened to be many chaos demon gods dragging their remains out of the depths of the 9 underworlds. The demon ancestor Rahu used the innate spiritual object stained with the blood of the chaos demon god as the main material to refine the main body of the demon god flag. Then, he set up a special acquired divine restriction to maximize the residual aura of the demon god in the blood of the demon god. So that when he raised the demon god flag, it was as if a real demon god had been resurrected. In this way, with some unique mind-controlling techniques of the demon sect, he could control the innate ferocious beasts. The innate ferocious beasts originated from the chaos demon god and had a natural fear of him. When faced with the aura of the chaos demon god at its peak, of course, they would be afraid. They did not dare to resist at all. At this moment, the demon sect secretly guided them with a secret technique. Naturally, they could temporarily control these innate ferocious beasts. Using the innate ferocious beasts' fear of the chaos demon god to control them. What a genius idea. However, now he was Feng Zichen's. Wasn't it just a chaos demon god? There were at least dozens of them in the nether realm. Any one of them could be refined into a demon god flag at the innate spiritual treasure level. That was the chaos demon god. No matter how weak it was, it could still be refined into an innate spiritual treasure. In this way, even if the demon sect still had the demon god flag, they could not stop the demon god flag in Feng Zichen's hand. The gap between the innate and the acquired was still very big. It was also a coincidence. If the chaos demon god had not broken the seal, Feng Zichen would not have been able to find the remains of the chaos demon god. This was fate. The demon sect was destined to be unable to prosper. Just as Feng Zichen's North Star incarnation was heading to the nether realm. His original body, Great Emperor Ziwei, was working with Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian to ambush beside the Tree of World. Fellow Daoist Hao Tian. Who do you think the demon sect will send this time? Feng Zichen was bored, so he asked Hao Tian, who was beside him. I don't know. But one thing is certain. The cultivation of the person who will come will not be weak. Hao Tian shook his head and said with a serious expression. From the tone of these two people, it seemed that they were very sure that the experts of the demon sect would definitely come. Wasn't that so? The Tree of World was the pillar of heaven and earth. Once something happened to it, it would definitely endanger the entire heaven and earth, causing the situation of the primordial world to become even more chaotic. This was undoubtedly more beneficial to the demon sect. The more chaotic the primordial world was, the more benefits they would obtain. Of course, even without this, the Tree of World itself was enough to attract the experts of the demon sect. As mentioned earlier, the Tree of World was a natural innate cardinal treasure embryo. As long as it was cut down, its tree body could be refined into an innate cardinal treasure. Just this alone was enough for the evil cult elites to take the risk and try. Although the demon sect had the innate cardinal treasure god-slaying spear, it was too murderous like the 4 immortal slaying swords and could not be used to suppress fate. This made the demon sect unusually need a normal innate cardinal treasure to suppress fate. Coincidentally, the Tree of World fulfilled this requirement. What was more coincidental was that because of the restraint of the Chaos Fiend God in the Great Chaos, the Heavenly Tao did not have the energy to take care of the primordial world. This gave the demon sect an opportunity to make a move. The last day's domain around the Tree of World could block Daoist Jingxian and Sage to be, but it definitely could not block the experts of the half-step primordial chaos level. Besides, the Tree of World was not protected by the last day's domain. It was only used to drive away flies. The true defense of the Tree of World was the attention of the Heavenly Tao. Originally, this was the most powerful defense. But who would have thought that the Heavenly Tao suddenly could not make a move? This was one of the few opportunities to make a move on the Tree of World. It was believed that the experts of the demon sect would definitely not let go of this opportunity. Even many of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace and the supreme experts of the primordial era were secretly spying on the Tree of World. The temptation of an innate cardinal treasure was enough to make many people take the risk. Chapter 551. It was because of this that Feng Zichen and Hao Tian would join forces to ambush here. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to cut down the Tree of World to refine magic treasures would definitely be killed by the two of them. After all, for rulers like Feng Zichen and Hao Tian, the more stable the primordial world was, the more comfortable their lives would be. Fellow Daoist Hao Tian, what do you think if the demon ancestor comes in person? Then what will the two of us do? Suddenly, Feng Zichen thought of a possibility and asked Hao Tian with a serious face. The demon ancestor Rahu was not someone that the two of them could deal with together. What else can we do? We can only fight to the death. If the two of us escape, I'm afraid the primordial world will not tolerate us. Hearing that, Hao Tian replied in annoyance. What's wrong with this person? Doesn't he know how to say something nice? He's always saying something discouraging. If the demon ancestor really came, not to mention whether they could escape from the hands of the demon ancestor, even if they really did escape, what could they do? Now that the saint was not here, the two of them were the biggest existences in the primordial world. If something big happened to the primordial world during this period, the two of them would have to bear all the responsibility. If the Tree of World was really cut down by the demon ancestor, causing the world to be out of balance, the boundless karma would definitely be on their heads. At that time, not to mention being one step closer to becoming the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, even if they could retain their current strength, it would be good enough. In order to prevent this from happening, therefore, no matter what price they had to pay, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian would risk their lives to protect the world. even if they would die because of this. Dying in battle was better than escaping at the last minute. The advantage of the heavenly Tao was not so easy to take. Since they had accepted the karmic position of the Supreme of heaven and earth and enjoyed the benefits it brought, they naturally had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. They wanted benefits but did not want to bear the responsibility. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Someone's coming. As the two of them spoke, there was a slight fluctuation in the void. Immediately, the two of them stopped talking at the same time. They held their breaths and restrained their auras to the limit, silently waiting for the person to appear. A sneak attack also required timing. Only by doing so could one achieve the greatest effect. A strand of pitch-black devil energy silently floated up into appearance from space, and it directly charged into the last day's domain and flashed swiftly towards the world tree. During this entire process, the last day's domain that was sufficient to cause a quasi-saint to fall into the state of decay actually didn't react at all, and it allowed that strand of black chi to swiftly pass by and arrive before the world tree in the blink of an eye. From this, it could be seen that this black chi was at least half-step primordial chaos. If the tree of world did not hold up the sky, it could directly whip an existence like the black gas to death with a branch. There was no need for Feng Zichen and Hao Tian to make a move. Unfortunately, the world tree's power, which was comparable to that of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, could not be unleashed at all. Supporting the heavens. It wasn't that easy. The pressure of the 33 heavens required the world tree to expend all of its strength to support it. In this way, he would have extra strength to fight against the enemy. This is the world tree? The legendary chaos spirit root? It's indeed powerful. When the black gas arrived beside the world tree, it suddenly stopped and turned into a blurry figure. This is the world tree? The legendary chaos spirit root? It's indeed powerful. After sensing it carefully, the black shadow seemed to sigh and say, primordial chaos. No matter what. It had nothing to do with being weak. When you fully mature, I'm afraid you'll be comparable to the legendary chaos treasure. Unfortunately, our devil sect can't wait any longer. We need you now. At this moment, even Feng Zichen and Hao Tian, who were far away from the black shadow, could clearly sense the greed in the black shadow's eyes. Who wouldn't be tempted by a connate treasure? He's about to make a move. Should we make a move? In the dark, Hao Tian said to Feng Zichen. Wait a little longer. Feng Zichen shook his head and said as he held back Hao Tian, who was about to make a move. The world tree was in existence in the primordial chaos realm. Even if it couldn't make a move, its essence was still there. Its trunk was extremely hard. Even if a half-step primordial chaos expert attacked it for hundreds of years, he might not be able to hurt it at all. Only a primordial chaos expert could hurt a primordial chaos expert. Therefore, in theory, the devil sect expert shouldn't be able to cut down the world tree. However, since he was here, he must be fully prepared and had the means to cut down the world tree. Since this means could cut down the world tree at the primordial chaos level, wouldn't it be easy to kill two of them who weren't in the primordial chaos realm? Therefore, before the other party's trump card was completely exposed, it was best for him and Hao Tian not to act rashly. Boom! Boom! The black shadow tried to attack the tree of world twice. Not only did it not cause any damage, but it was also shaken off by the huge recoil. The black chi protecting its body dissipated, revealing its true appearance. It was a young man with a fierce face. His killing intent was so strong that it even formed an endless wave of blood in the surrounding void. His killing intent was even stronger than the blood sea Styx's. Demon God Ji Du. The moment this person's true identity was exposed, Hao Tian's expression changed and he subconsciously called out this person's name. Fortunately, although he was shocked, he didn't lose his mind and reveal his whereabouts. Jidu? He's demon god Jidu. The legendary right-hand man of the demon ancestor, second only to the demon ancestor in the devil sect? Hearing the name Jidu, Feng Zichen was a little curious and quickly confirmed with Hao Tian beside him. He was born relatively late and hadn't experienced that era, so he didn't know much about the devil sect. What he had heard so far came from legends and the words of predecessors. However, Hao Tian was different. Although he kept a low profile, he was really an antique. He had lived for a long time and had been by the side of the Tao ancestor. He knew a lot about the secrets of the world. Therefore, just as Feng Zichen was pondering about the origin of the person opposite him, Hao Tian had already recognized him and told him about his origin. Yes, it's him. Hao Tian nodded and replied in a deep voice. Compared to the Nether River Patriarch, this was the real killing star. He could be said to be the number one killing god born in the primordial world. Of course, from his name, it could be seen that the demon god Jidu was born as a star god. He was a Khanate demon god born on the Jidu star. This person was born in the early ancient times, after Wangshu and before Di Jun. Because he was born with the Khanate killing Dao, his killing intent was too strong, so he wasn't liked by the Khanate gods. Therefore, Jidu entered the devil sect in a rage. After that, after countless years of bitter cultivation, Jidu finally became a supreme demon god. He roamed the primordial world, killed countless people, and made a name for himself. It made many Khanate gods tremble. After the war between Dao and Devil, Jidu disappeared without a trace. They thought that this person had already died in this battle. However, they didn't expect that not only did he not die, but his cultivation level had also improved greatly. He had cultivated to the half-step primordial chaos realm and was only one step away from becoming a primordial chaos Daluo. That's right. Jidu's realm. He was even stronger than Feng Zichen. He was infinitely close to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. No, to be precise, his realm had already entered the primordial chaos realm. It was just that his origin had not finished transforming, so his realm was still at the half-step primordial chaos realm. To break through the realm after Daluo Jingxian, in addition to reaching the realm, one also needed enough origin to support it. The transformation of the primordial chaos realm required a huge amount of power. Taiyi had the help of the Sun Star, Di Jun had the help of the Heaven Realm, and Dijiang had the help of the primordial world. Only then could they complete the transformation in a short time and cultivate to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm. But what about the devil sect? They had nothing. As the defeated party in the war between Dao and Devil, the devil sect no longer had a foothold in the primordial world and was driven out as a whole. The control of heaven and earth had completely fallen into the hands of the Xian sect. Therefore, there was really no shortcut on the path of cultivation of the devil sect. They needed to condense their origin bit by bit. Otherwise, with Jidu's strength, he would have cultivated to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm long ago. He would not have faced such a situation. This was the price a loser should pay. The primordial chaos is the primordial chaos. It's far beyond what I can reach now. After sighing, Jidu no longer tried to attack the Tree of World. Instead, he flipped his hand and took out a blood-colored spear. In an instant, monstrous murderous aura spread out, illuminating the world in the color of blood. The void could not withstand the murderous aura and was silently destroyed. The great path and the laws also disappeared. Everything turned into a state of nothingness. God-killing spear. God-killing spear, a Khanate supreme treasure. The blood-colored spear in Jidu's hand. It was the number one killing supreme treasure in the primordial world. God-killing spear, a Khanate supreme treasure. The reason why the God-killing spear was called the number one killing supreme treasure in the primordial world was that it was different from other Khanate supreme treasures. It had no other ability other than killing. It gave up everything and only retained the purest killing power. This created the god-killing spear's reputation as the #1 killing spear. It was a legendary Khanate supreme treasure that could hurt a saint. Hiss, in the dark, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian saw Ji Du take out the god-killing spear. They were so shocked that their faces changed drastically. They could not help but gasp. It was no joke to be poked by the god-killing spear. Even a saint would be injured, let alone them. Even if they did not die, they would be left with an indelible Dao injury. Good boy. The demon sect has really put in a lot of effort. They even took out the god-killing spear. Both of them were speechless. Ever since the immortal slaying 4 swords were taken away by the Dao ancestor, the god-killing spear had become the only supreme treasure of the demon sect. It was their foundation and would not be used easily. They did not expect the demon sect to take it out for the Tree of World. However, it made sense. With the demon sect's current situation, they could only use the Khanate supreme treasure, the god-killing spear, to cut down the Tree of World. After all, Khanate supreme treasures were on the same level as the primordial chaos. If not, the demon sect could only stare at the Tree of World helplessly. On the other side, after taking out the god-killing spear, Ji Du used it as an axe. He poured all his magic power into it and slashed at the Tree of World. This is the time. Do it. Seeing this scene, both of them knew that it was time to strike. At this time, all of Ji Du's energy was focused on the god-killing spear, so his body was full of flaws. Kill. In order to kill in one blow and to be safe, Feng Zichen directly used the Khanate supreme treasure, the star map, and blasted it at Ji Du. Whoosh, the heavenly cycle star map trembled, and the stars in the sky appeared, forming a bright sea of stars that crashed toward Ji Du with a loud rumble. Die. On the other side, Hao Tian was not to be outdone. With a backhand, he pulled out a gorgeous long sword from the void. Boundless sword light shot out, shattering the endless void, and slashed at Ji Du's back. So strong. Hao Tian really hit it well. Seeing this scene, not to mention Ji Du, even Feng Zichen was shocked. Hao Tian was very strong, and he knew it. However, the appearance of that gorgeous long sword was somewhat out of Feng Zichen's expectations. The power of this sword was even stronger than Zichen's sword, was already on par with the 10,000 sword painting. Without a doubt, this was a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, and it was the top supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. Hao Tian really hit it well. If it weren't for dealing with Ji Du today, he probably wouldn't have exposed his trump card. But thinking about it, Hao Tian didn't just hide this sword. Thinking about it, as the Dao child of the Dao ancestor, how could he not have any wealth? Not only did he have it, but it was also very rich. Even if he didn't, the Dao ancestor would also buy him a very rich net worth. Don't be naive, did you really think that the treasures that the Dao ancestor gave to the Hao Tian Jade Pool in the Purple Cloud Palace were all that he had? Of course not. Although those treasures were precious, they were obviously not worthy of the wealth that a celestial emperor should have. How could he rule the world empty-handed? In secret, Dao ancestor Hongjun had given these two people many benefits. From this sword, one could tell. Humph. You want to plot against me with just the two of you? How ridiculous. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Just as the two people's attacks were about to land on Ji Du, he suddenly laughed. Then, he directly turned around, using the spear as an axe, waved the god-killing spear, and slashed fiercely in the direction of the two people. Whoosh! A dazzling blood-red light bloomed from the god-killing spear, and it collided fiercely with the two supernatural powers that came blasting over. Rumble! In the next moment, the sea of stars collapsed, the sword light dissipated, and the void no longer existed. A terrifying power swept out, shaking both sides back. Hao Tian, Ziwei, two emperors? The two of you are really something. You don't care about your reputation and joined forces to ambush me here. If I didn't bring the god-killing spear today, I'm afraid I would have fallen into your trap. Looking at the two of them, Jidu said with a cold smile. To be honest, after recognizing the identity of these two people, he was really shocked. He was not surprised that he was stopped by others. This was all within his expectations. But he did not expect that the dignified sovereigns of heaven and earth, the top great supernatural powers of the untainted land, the celestial emperor and great emperor Ziwei, would actually do such a thing as a sneak attack. A sneak attack. Was this what a celestial emperor should do? Did they still want their dignity? Chapter 552. Despicable. To think that the two of you are the supreme beings of heaven and earth. How could you be so shameless as to join forces to launch a sneak attack? How despicable. Jidu could not help but feel a lingering fear. If he did not have the god-slaying spear, he would have died in the hands of these two juniors. The two of them were truly shameless. Regarding this, Feng Zichen and Haotian were unmoved. Nonsense, as an emperor, the most important thing was to be thick-skinned. It would be strange if Jidu's words could move the two of them and make them feel ashamed. Senior is a figure of the same generation as the Dao ancestor. As juniors, we know that we are no match for him. So we joined forces to fight against Senior. Why not? Haotian asked in surprise. Humph. Sharp-tongued. With a cold snort, Jidu disdained to argue with the two of them. He then said with killing intent, since the two of you are here, don't leave. I'll kill you first, then cut down the world tree. If he killed Feng Zichen and Haotian, the demon sect might be able to enter the heavenly court and regain control of the primordial world. With this thought in mind, Jidu clenched the god-slaying spear in his hand and was about to stab the two of them. You want to kill us? I'm afraid you alone are not enough. Demon god Jidu, you created chaos in the primordial world. Today, it's your turn to face the tribulation. 9 heavens 10 earths demon slaying array, rise. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen and Haotian activated the demon slaying array that they had set up beforehand. As the name suggested, the 9 heavens 10 earths demon slaying array was a Khanate array that was specially used to deal with the demon sect. This demon slaying array, it was a formation specially created by the Dao ancestor after he merged the Dao and was worried that the demon sect would rise again. It was extremely powerful and specialized in countering the demon sect. Since its birth, it had never been shown to anyone. It was only because Haotian had been by Dao ancestor Hongjuan's side all year round that he could learn some of the ingenuity of this formation from him. That's right, this formation was provided by Haotian. Feng Zichen had a Khanate array, but there was no array that was specially used to deal with the demon sect other than the celestial sect. Rumble. Following the activation of the formation, the heavens and the earth changed. Layers of heavenly palaces appeared and continents were born. They formed the layout of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, trapping Jidu within. Dong! 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 It was as if the thunder god was beating a drum. In the 9 heavens, demon-slaying divine lightning appeared, boundless and boundless, locking onto the demon god Jidu from afar. At the same time, demon slayer divine flames gushed out from the ground and swept towards demon god Jidu in an endless stream. This was Feng Zichen and Haotian's killer move. The previous attack was just a smokescreen. Both of them could imagine that the demon sect would definitely attack the world tree. The demon sect was not a fool. How could they not think of someone coming to stop them? Jidu's previous reaction had already proved this point. If he hadn't been on guard in advance, Jidu wouldn't have had time to react in the face of their sneak attack. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Therefore, Feng Zichen and Haotian made 2 preparations. On the one hand, they set up the demon-slaying formation in advance. On the other hand, they hid in the void to prepare for a sneak attack. One of them was in the open while the other was in the dark. Small tricks. In the demon-slaying formation, Jidu looked at the demon-slaying divine lightning and the surging demon-slaying divine flames with disdain. With a sweep of the god-slaying spear in his hand, a sharp killing intent was released and swept in all directions. In the next moment, the lightning in the sky was shattered and the divine flames were extinguished. Only the sharp killing intent remained, wantonly destroying everything in the 9 heavens 10 earths. With the god-slaying spear, even a saint would dare to fight with me. How can a mere Xiantian grand formation do anything to me? Junior, let's see how I'll break your formation. With the god-slaying spear in hand, Jidu's strength could be said to have increased greatly. Even if the real primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian came, if he didn't have a connate cardinal treasure in his hand, he wouldn't dare to say that he could really defeat him. Therefore, Jidu could be said to be at the peak of his strength since he was born. However, the 9 heavens 10 earths demon-slaying formation was, after all, a formation created by a Daoist ancestor after Dao unification. It could be said to be mysterious and unfathomable. How could it be so easy to deal with? After the Daoist ancestor's Dao unification, although his realm was still primordial chaos, his strength was not. That was the realm of heavenly Dao, even stronger than ordinary chaos demon gods. A formation created in such a state was absolutely terrifying. Boom! 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 The god-slaying spear in Jidu's hand was constantly waving. First, it pierced through the 9 heavens, then pierced through the 10 earths. Soon, the space created by the demon-slaying formation was smashed into pieces. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the demon-slaying formation was broken by Jidu now. At the moment when the 9 heavens 10 earths was completely destroyed, Feng Zichen and Haotian stepped forward together, stepped into the demon-slaying formation, and activated the formation with all their strength. Buzz buzz buzz, under their full strength, the heavens and the earth returned to chaos, and a strange chaotic space was formed. It was boundless, ancient, and vast. Rumble. The chaotic chi surged, setting off huge waves, and slammed toward demon god Jidu, trying to assimilate me with the chaos? What a joke! In the chaos, Jidu raised the god-slaying spear and stabbed it downward. Violent killing intent swept out, forming blood-red ripples, and shattered the chaotic chi. Looking around, there was blood-red killing intent everywhere in the chaos. They were tightly entangled with the chaotic chi to prevent it from condensing. Kill. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and Haotian's expressions didn't change, and they continued to activate the formation. Rumble. Suddenly, there was the sound of thunder in the depths of the chaos. The atmosphere became oppressive at this moment, as if a great terror was about to descend. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of thunder from the depths of the chaos became more rapid and vast, and heaven and earth became more and more oppressive. That is, in the demon-slaying formation, Jidu suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but look up. Right at this moment, a wisp of purple light appeared from within the chaos. That was thunder, purple thunder. Heavenly thunder of purple heaven. Seeing this, Jidu's expression changed drastically, and there was panic on his face for the first time. The heavenly thunder of purple heaven, also known as the thunder of heavenly punishment, was the supreme superpower of Dao ancestor Hongjun, and it was also the strongest heavenly thunder of the untainted land. Note, Du Tian heavenly thunder is the top thunder technique in the chaos. Its power was enough to severely injure a sage. Back then, many demon sect experts had died under the heavenly thunder of purple heaven, and Jidu had a deep memory of it. Now that he saw the heavenly thunder of purple heaven again, the fear of the past surfaced in his heart again. How could Jidu not be afraid? Summoning the heavenly thunder of purple heaven was the strongest technique of the 9 heavens 10 earths demon-slaying formation. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen and Haotian had the confidence to kill Ji-Du Rumble. The heavenly thunder of purple heaven came quickly. When Ji-Du first saw it, there was only a purple light in the chaos, but when he came back to his senses, the heavenly thunder of purple heaven was ready. The entire chaos. It had been dyed purple by the heavenly thunder of purple heaven. Rumble. A bright purple light flashed, and the heavenly thunder of purple heaven, which was dozens of feet in size, suddenly fell and struck at Ji-Du. Break for me. Looking at the heavenly thunder of purple heaven, Ji-Du subconsciously clenched the god-killing spear in his hand and stabbed at it with all his strength. Bang! Blood and purple intertwined, and killing intent and thunder competed. Wisps of purple thunder followed the god-killing spear's body and attacked Ji-Du's body. Sizzle, the violent thunder struck, and the black clothes on Ji-Du's body only lasted for a moment before they were torn into countless pieces. Without the protection of the black clothes, the heavenly thunder of purple heaven directly poured into Ji-Du's body, crazily destroying everything in his body, including his primordial spirit and true spirit. In the blink of an eye, Ji-Du's body became a piece of charcoal. However, it was a pity that Ji-Du looked miserable from the outside. But in fact, he did not suffer any serious injuries. The heavenly thunder of purple heaven was powerful, but the god-killing spear was not weak either. After being weakened by the god-killing spear, the heavenly thunder of purple heaven that struck Ji-Du did not have much power left. Other than making his appearance look miserable, it did not leave any fatal injuries. Again. Seeing that the heavenly thunder of purple heaven was effective, Feng Zichen and Haotian activated the array again, and evolved another heavenly thunder of purple heaven, and continued to strike Ji-Du. Boom. 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 Bolts of heavenly thunder of purple heaven struck down, and even with the god-killing spear in front of him, Ji-Du gradually could not hold on. It was not easy to activate a primordial treasure. Every time he blocked a heavenly thunder of purple heaven, the Dharma power in Ji-Du's body was rapidly decreasing. When his Dharma power was exhausted, it would be the time of his death. In terms of Dharma power, Feng Zichen and Haotian could not compare to Ji-Du, but as the supremes of heaven and earth, they could receive the blessings of heaven and earth, and their Dharma power was endless, far from what Ji-Du could compare to. Competing in consumption. The two of them could drag Ji-Du to death. Two emperors. This move is a little too much. Just when Ji-Du's Dharma power was about to be exhausted, an incomparably deep voice suddenly came from the void. And at the same time as this voice, an extremely mysterious divine power appeared. Swish, as if eternal night had descended, heaven and earth silently fell into darkness, and everything fell into silence. At this moment, heaven and earth lost its voice, and everything was silent. Crack. Crack. In the situation where Feng Zichen and Haotian did not react at all, a strange power attacked, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon slayer formation suddenly disintegrated, and Ji-Du took the opportunity to escape. Oh no! Seeing this, Feng Zichen was shocked, and hurriedly took out the primordial treasure Zhouxing map. Swish, 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 stars appeared one after another, and bits of starlight scattered, piercing through the darkness and bringing light. Mahakala demon god. At the moment when the night disappeared, Feng Zichen heard Haotian's exclamation. Mahakala demon god. Obviously, this was the identity of the person who came. Following Haotian's line of sight, Feng Zichen saw a black shadow beside Ji-Du. Yes, that's right. This person was a black shadow. He did not transform into a primordial Tao body like other creatures of the primordial world. Instead, he walked in the primordial world with his original body like a primordial beast. This was an exception. It also meant that the Tao he cultivated was not the primordial world's Tao, and it had nothing to do with Pangu. However, the primordial world creatures' bodies must be inextricably linked to Pangu, and they could not exceed the limits of the 81 Tao forms. This person was not among them, which meant that he was either the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God, or the successor of the Chaos Demon God. His background was quite impressive. Mahakala Demon Sect greets the two Imperial Emperors. The deep voice came from the Black Shadow, and it clearly entered the ears of Feng Zichen and Haotian. Ziwei, Haotian, greets the senior. Feng Zichen and Haotian bowed respectfully. This was a true senior who had attained the Tao in the early primordial era. He had once participated in the calamity of the primordial world and was one of the oldest primordial godfiends. Legend had it that a long, long time ago, when the primordial world had just been created, Zhouxing had not yet been born, and the world was dark. At that time, there was only night and no day in the primordial world. Over time, in the endless night, a great god was born. He was the embodiment of the night, the Mahakala demon god. One could imagine how noble such a background was. If the appearance of the day had not been, with the identity of the Mahakala demon god, he could be said to be the embodiment of the sky. He was also a natural celestial emperor. Unfortunately, with the appearance of the sun, half of his luck evaporated, so he had no chance of becoming the celestial emperor. However, this did not affect his strength. As one of the oldest primordial godfiends in the primordial world, the power of the Mahakala demon god was beyond doubt. He was the earliest Daoist Jingxian of the primordial world, a pioneer on the path of the great Tao. The current cultivation realm of the primordial world was perfected by the Mahakala demon god and other ancient primordial godfiends. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were Tao ancestors. For the sake of full attendance, I'll change it later. I hope everyone can understand. One could imagine how noble such a background was. If the appearance of the day had not been, with the identity of the Mahakala demon god, he could be said to be the embodiment of the sky. He was also a natural celestial emperor. Unfortunately, with the appearance of the sun, half of his luck evaporated, so he had no chance of becoming the celestial emperor. However, this did not affect his strength. As one of the oldest primordial godfiends in the primordial world, the power of the Mahakala demon god was beyond doubt. He was the earliest Daoist Jingxian of the primordial world, a pioneer on the path of the great Tao. One could imagine how noble such a background was. If the appearance of the day had not been, with the identity of the Mahakala demon god, he could be said to be the embodiment of the sky. He was also a natural celestial emperor. Unfortunately, with the appearance of the sun, half of his luck evaporated, so he had no chance of becoming the celestial emperor. However, this did not affect his strength. As one of the oldest primordial godfiends in the primordial world, the power of the Mahakala demon god was beyond doubt. He was the earliest Daoist Jingxian of the primordial world, a pioneer on the path of the great Tao. One could imagine how noble such a background was. If the appearance of the day had not been, with the identity of the Mahakala demon god, he could be said to be the embodiment of the sky. He was also a natural celestial emperor. Unfortunately, with the appearance of the sun, half of his luck evaporated, so he had no chance of becoming the celestial emperor. However, this did not affect his strength. As one of the oldest primordial godfiends in the primordial world. Chapter 553. In terms of cultivation and status, the Mahakala demon god and the demon ancestor Rahu were on the same level. There was not much difference. Moreover, due to their doctrines, the demon sect was not favored by heaven and earth. Although they had a chance to prosper, they could not last as long as the Xian sect. The demon sect was extremely arrogant and had the momentum to sweep through the primordial world. However, once the chaos calmed down and the saints returned from outer space, the situation that the demon sect had created with great difficulty would be destroyed in an instant. As the top expert of the primordial world, the Mahakala demon god could not understand this. Even so, he still chose to join the demon sect. There must be a problem. Perhaps the Mahakala demon god and the demon ancestor Rahu had reached some unspeakable agreement in secret. Otherwise, even if the Mahakala demon god wanted to join a force, he should join the Xian sect, which had a promising future. Instead of joining the demon sect, which had the responsibility of destroying the primordial world and could never truly prosper. Wasn't this equivalent to being a eunuch for 12 years and joining the national army for 49 years? Emperors, since I'm here, I won't return empty-handed. So, you should leave. Lest you lose your lives in vain. Looking at Feng Zichen and Hao Tian, the Mahakala demon god said very calmly. His words showed that he did not care about the two of them at all. It was as if he was not facing the two supreme beings of heaven and earth, but some random cat or dog. His tone was shockingly arrogant. Even a saint would not dare to say that. Boasting. Arrogant. Hearing that, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian's expressions changed and they were furious. Not to mention their identities, just in terms of cultivation, one was a half-step primordial chaos, and the other was a perfected sage-to-be. They could be said to be the peak of the primordial world. With such cultivation, they could be considered top experts at any time. When had they ever been looked down upon like that? No, this was not looking down on them. This was simply a deliberate humiliation. As long as the Mahakala demon god took the two of them seriously, he would not say such contemptuous words. Why? You don't believe me? Looking at their expressions, the Mahakala heavenly demon god smiled and did not explain. Black chi surged around his body and condensed into a black palm, reaching toward the two of them. He wanted to prove with his actions that what he said was true. Feng Zichen and Hao Tian were nothing in front of him. Rumble. The Mahakala heavenly demonic god pressed down with his palm, and boundless darkness attacked. Light was extinguished, and the world seemed to have fallen into eternal night at this moment. Everything fell silent. In the darkness, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian encountered the greatest danger. In their perception, the great Tao, the laws, and the spiritual energy had all disappeared. Only the endless night remained. Loneliness, despair, and other negative emotions surged into their hearts, shaking their Daoist hearts. Even the great path that they had painstakingly cultivated was showing signs of decline at this moment. This was the tribulation of Tao decline. It was a calamity even more terrifying than the 5 decay of the celestial being. Once the great Tao declined, its strength would definitely decline as well. When the great Tao decayed, its life would come to an end, and there was no way to escape. Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. The Mahakala heavenly demon god has attained Tao. With just one strike, the only one who could make the two of them unable to resist was the Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. And it was not an ordinary Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. He must be an expert among them. At this moment, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian suddenly realized that the other party's strength had already transcended heaven and earth and reached the level of Tao. It was far from what they could contend with. In the dark night, the power of despair grew stronger and stronger. It was about to invade Feng Zichen and Hao Tian's Daoist hearts and take them down with it, completely falling into eternal sleep. Senior is indeed a senior. His strength is indeed far beyond ours. But if you think you can kill the two of us with this, you are underestimating us too much. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian did not hold back and burst out together. Wisps of sacred Tao light bloomed from their bodies, emitting extremely shocking fluctuations. It pushed the two of them to the level of Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian in one fell swoop. The Tao light was sacred and extremely bright. Like the sun, it tore through the long night, drove away the darkness, and brought light to heaven and earth again. At the same time, wherever the light passed, all despair, loneliness, and other negative emotions quickly melted like snow exposed to the sun. Is this the power of rank? The Mahakala heavenly demon god stared at the two people who had escaped and said with some surprise. The most powerful thing about Feng Zichen and Haotian was not their cultivation realm, nor was it their magic treasures, but their rank. The position of Celestial Emperor and the position of Great Emperor Ziwei were the top ranks in the untainted land. What they possessed was no less than the power of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. The supremes of heaven and earth had their own majesty. The weak, how could they control heaven and earth and rule the untainted land? Therefore, no matter who it was, even if it was a mortal with no cultivation, from the moment they became the supremes of heaven and earth, they would automatically obtain power that was comparable to primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Feng Zichen and Haotian dared to face the demon sect, and it was not that they did not have the capital to be arrogant. It's getting more and more interesting. The two half-step primordial chaos suddenly became two primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Instead of being afraid, the Mahakala heavenly demon god became even more excited. Previously, he did not take the two of them seriously at all. The current situation was worthy of him being a little more serious. F***ck, a plant, this Mahakala heavenly demon god is too good at pretending. Seeing the Mahakala heavenly demon god's performance, Feng Zichen was really speechless. He had been in the untainted land for so long, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. Even the demon ancestor Rahu was not as good as him. These were two primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. They were the strongest existences known now. Can't you take this seriously? Why are you acting so disdainful? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to set off your strength? It was not that Feng Zichen looked down on the Mahakala heavenly demon god, but how long had it been since the primordial era? No matter how strong he was, there had to be a limit. At most, he was at the 7th or 8th level of primordial chaos. As for existences above the 9th level of primordial chaos, only the Dao ancestor, the demon ancestor, and Yang Mei were known. Dao ancestor Hongjuan's Dao integration was equivalent to the heavenly Dao assisting his cultivation. Naturally, his cultivation progress was extremely fast. The demon ancestor Rahu inherited the legacy of the chaos demon god, so his cultivation progress was naturally not slow. There was no need to mention great immortal Yang Mei. Her realm in her previous life was unfathomable, far exceeding the primordial chaos Dao realm. Increasing her cultivation level was as simple as eating and drinking to her. Her realm was said to be the highest in the untainted land, even above the Dao ancestor and the demon ancestor. These three connate great gods had such conditions to cultivate above the 9th level of primordial chaos. But what did the Mahakala heavenly demon god have? He did not have anything. Feng Zichen dared to say that unless he was the reincarnation of the chaos demon god, his realm would definitely not exceed the 3rd level of primordial chaos. The conditions of the primordial era were there. Without the support of the origin of heaven and earth, his cultivation progress was imaginable. One had to know that even a saint, without the support of the providence of heaven and earth, would find it extremely difficult to improve. He, the Mahakala heavenly demon god, was bare-handed. Could he be stronger than a saint who was supported by the heavenly Tao? As for the Mahakala being the reincarnation of the chaos demon god, that would be a joke. The reincarnation of the chaos demon god was actually in such dire straits that he had to be a fighter for the demon ancestor Rahu. If Feng Zichen were him, he would probably be too ashamed to face anyone. He. A primordial chaos expert. Then it will be interesting to kill him. With a low laugh, the Mahakala heavenly demon god attacked. He waved his hands continuously, and laws spread out, distorting heaven and earth. The night came silently. Feng Zichen and Hao Tian seemed to fall into the abyss as their bodies kept falling. How did he do it? He hurriedly took out the Zhouxing painting to stabilize his sinking body. Feng Zichen's expression was a little heavy. This divine ability was too strange. He really did not notice it at all beforehand, and he fell for it just like that. It was also fortunate that the Mahakala heavenly demon god's strength was limited and was not much stronger than the two of them. Otherwise, just this search alone would be enough to destroy the two of them. Break. On the other side, Hao Tian held a long sword in his hand and slashed straight ahead, wanting to break through the night. Rumble. As the sword light crisscrossed, the 33 heavens appeared one after another, deducing the power of the world and shattering all the darkness. Unfortunately, although Hao Tian's sword was powerful, it did not have the slightest effect. Outside the night, it was still night. It was boundless and had no end. Boom! Seeing that Hao Tian's attack was ineffective, Feng Zichen suddenly shook the Zhouxing painting. In an instant, hundreds of millions of stars appeared, forming a vast galaxy that hung above the sky. The galaxy was vast and boundless. It rushed forward, intending to cover the entire sky and find the end of the night. However, although the galaxy was vast, compared to the night sky, the stars could only be used as decorations. How could they be compared to it? Feng Zichen's probing this time was destined to be fruitless. Break. His heart sank slightly. Feng Zichen immediately made a decision and directly detonated the galaxy. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of stars exploded together, and endless brilliance was born. It was more dazzling than the sun, completely illuminating this side of the world. This is, when he saw the true face of this side of the world, Feng Zichen's eyes could not help but shrink, and his heart sank. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast and boundless black curtain above their heads. All the darkness came from there. Just now, they were sucked into this black curtain, which was why they were unable to escape. This is a connate cardinal treasure? How could the Mahakala demon god have a connate cardinal treasure? Looking at the black curtain, Hao Tian's face was filled with shock. If he remembered correctly, according to the information he received from the Purple Cloud Palace, the Mahakala demon god should not have a connate cardinal treasure. His natal magic treasure should be a supreme-grade connate spirit treasure, the Black Sky Divine Banner. But what was with the connate cardinal treasure in front of him? Where did the Mahakala demon god get it? Moreover, when did connate cardinal treasures become so worthless that they could be encountered so easily? Didn't the Tao ancestor say that? In the primordial world, there were only a few connate cardinal treasures. They could not be obtained without a supreme opportunity. But what was the situation now? The four people present, except for him, could be said to have a connate cardinal treasure. Could it be that the Tao ancestor was lying to him? Or could it be that he had come to a fake primordial world? At this moment, Hao Tian could not help but fall into self-doubt. Speaking of which, he was unlucky. There were not many connate cardinal treasures outside the celestial sect of wonders. But today, he had encountered almost all of them. Phew, fellow Daoist Hao Tian. I'm afraid the two of us will be in danger today. If you still have any trump cards, hurry up and use them. If you're too late, you won't have the chance to use them. Staring at the black curtain, Feng Zichen took a deep breath and said to Hao Tian with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. Hao Tian could not recognize the origin of this item. But he recognized it. It was because he recognized it that he had a bad feeling. This magic treasure was called the Curtain of Night. It was not a connate cardinal treasure, but a supreme-grade chaos spirit treasure. Of course, the supreme-grade chaos spirit treasure referred to the previous Curtain of Night. The current Curtain of Night had been severely injured in the heaven-splitting tribulation. Its level was barely maintained in the ranks of chaos spirit treasure. But even so, its power was extremely terrifying. It was comparable to a middle-grade connate cardinal treasure. As for why Feng Zichen could recognize the origin of the Curtain of Night, that was because he had seen this magic treasure before. Chaos Spirit Treasure Curtain of Night. It was the eternal spiritual treasure of the Dark Night Demon God. And Feng Zichen, who had the brand of the Chaos Demon God, was extremely familiar with the Chaos Demon God. Naturally, he could recognize the magic treasure in their hands. Moreover, in Panga's left eye, Feng Zichen had experienced Panga's life. He had even witnessed with his own eyes how the curtain of night was shattered by Panga's axe. How could he not recognize its origin? Although the current curtain of night had fallen a lot because of the injury, its origin had not changed. As a result, Feng Zichen recognized its origin at a glance. Since the treasure in front of him was the curtain of night, then the identity of the Mahakala demon god was self-evident. The Chaos Demon God Dark Night. Although the Mahakala demon god was powerful, he could not control the Chaos Spirit treasure before the Dark Night demon god died. Because he did not have the ability to erase the mark left by the Dark Night demon god in the curtain of night. Besides, even without the mark of the Dark Night demon god, the curtain of night could not recognize the Mahakala demon god as its master. If the curtain of night was shattered, just like the chaos bead, it would turn into countless innate spiritual treasures. The great dark heavenly demon god would be able to repair it with ease. However, the curtain of night only fell in level and was not completely shattered. The Mahakala demon god had no reason to reclaim the curtain of night. Because the curtain of night looked down on him. The chaos spirit treasure also had its own pride. How could he, who had followed the Dark Night demon god for so many years, take a fancy to the Mahakala demon god who was weak? Moreover, the Dark Night demon god was not dead. How could the curtain of night submit to others? Moreover, looking at the way the Mahakala demon god activated the curtain of night, it did not look like it had just obtained the curtain of night. All of these meant that the Mahakala demon god in front of him was one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, the Dark Night demon god. Only he could make the chaos spirit treasure curtain of night submit so willingly. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.